Welcome to night 2 of PFF's NFL Draft Show. Round 1 is in the books, but there's still plenty of talent up for grabs. Some of college football's highest graded stars are waiting to hear their names called. Need a quarterback, a game-changing running back, or a cornerstone defensive player? Now's the time to find your guy. Day 2 of the PFF NFL Draft Show starts now. Welcome back to the Western and Southern Studios for PFF's 2025 NFL Draft Show, presented by our friends over at Jack Links and Prize Picks. Trevor Sikkema, Max Chadwick, Dalton Wasserman here with you guys for day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft. Fellas, I think this is the best day. You know, not to take anything away from our day 3 coverage, because I think that's probably the most fun that we have when we're on the desk. But there's so many great players left. There's so much to react to from what we saw last night, and so many great draft hauls that we're going to see tonight. How are we feeling?
Trevor, there are 7 of your top 32 players still available in this year's draft.
What are we doing, NFL? What are we doing?
There are some, in my opinion, there's some blue chip players. Like Will Johnson is still available. I know some injury concerns with him there, but whoever gets Will Johnson in the second round is getting an absolute steal. There are some talent to be had here on day 2 of the draft.
We're obviously going to talk about a lot of the guys that are still available here. We're about 15 minutes from the draft officially getting kicked off, and the Cleveland Browns getting on the clock here to start things off. And so we'll talk plenty about the guys who are left on the board still from night 1. But Dalton, how you feeling?
I'm good. I think this is a day where we have the real sweet spot of this draft. There's been talk about a lot of starting caliber players, and I think round 2 and 3 especially, you're going to get a lot of guys who in past years might be a little further up depending on the depth of this class. But I think for as much as been talked about, this isn't the best draft class, there's just not a ton of superstar talent. I get it. We had Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Ashton Jeanty, Mason Graham last night. But beyond that, I think you've got a lot of talent all the way through this top 100. There's a lot of contributors here for a lot of teams at a lot of different spots.
We're going to take a look at our best available that we have here, which is, sort of right off of my big board that you were referencing. You guys can see this with the PFF Draft Tracker if you go over to PFF.com. And if you don't have a PFF Plus subscription, now's a great time to get one. Draft 25 gets you 25% off a PFF subscription, not just for this weekend, but it is for the full year. As guys are getting drafted, you can see where they were and our thoughts in the PFF Draft Guide. You can see all those strengths and weaknesses and everything like that. And then when we get closer to the season, you get the fantasy tools, some of the betting tools that are to be coming out that we're very, very excited about. So it's an all-encompassing subscription. So use the promo code DRAFT25 and get yourself 25% off there. Look, I think that every single show is going to start with Shedeur Sanders. I kind of don't want to. We've talked plenty about it, right? Any of these guys who are watching the broadcast throughout the day, they've heard plenty about the quarterbacks and where they're going to go. Obviously, we're going to cover it because it's a very important position. But guys who are still left on the board, is there a most surprising? Do you have one of these players who's still here where you go, man, I would actually love this spot for this certain player with some of the guys that are at the top of that best available there?
I think the guy that I look at with these first 4 picks, when you talk about Browns, Texans, Titans, and then the Browns again, I look at Luther Burden from Missouri. Yep. And I think I thought there was a chance he could get to this range. There was talk leading up late in the process that maybe he gets to the front of the second round, but I don't see him getting much further than these first few picks. And it's funny to me because the comp in the PFF Draft Guide for us is Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel went 36 overall when he was drafted as well, right at the top of the second round. Turned out to be a really good player, obviously, so far for the 49ers, and the Commanders are getting him this year. So I think that's the guy that I'm looking for. Which of the Browns, Texans, or Titans is going to want arguably the best receiver left on the board?
Did you see Luther Burden's IG post last night?
Yeah, awesome stuff. Awesome.
In the lab.
Right in the lab.
Stuff.
The second he didn't get drafted, posted a picture, practice field of Missouri, he's like, say less. It was basically the Cam Newton gif where he's just like, all right, okay.
And listen, one of the concerns that some people had with the Burden III was the motivation part of it. You just gave that guy a lot of motivation now, as now he's a day 2 pick in the NFL draft. I want to shout out Austin Gales in the chat earlier. He's a diehard Raiders fan. This draft has broken perfectly for the Las Vegas Raiders. I'm looking at number 37 overall right there. I mentioned a guy before, and Will Johnson. Ben Morrison still available as well. Dawn, every time we did a mock draft, we'd always say, okay, they had the worst coverage grade, they had the worst rushing grade in the NFL last year. What do you target first? And we'd always debate between Ashton Jeanty and Will Johnson. They might be able to get Ashton Jeanty and Will Johnson in this draft. So if he falls to number 37 overall, I understand the injury concerns, but if they can get Jeanty and Will Johnson to help fix the worst coverage grade and the worst rushing grade last year, already an A-plus draft for Las Vegas.
Well, you mentioned Benjamin Morrison as well. You throw Trey Amos' name in there too, Darian Porter, Azaria Thomas. We're going to hear their names, I believe, somewhere tonight. And I think there's good corners that are left on the board. So you're right, it is breaking pretty perfectly for Austin Gales, Las Vegas Raiders there. What about some of the other guys that we have on the board? Some pass rushers that are still there. I see Donnie in the chat, $2 super chat, getting things kicked off. We appreciate you, Donnie, saying, look at the 3 GOATs here that we have on the desk. Need Will or Scorton to the Arizona Cardinals here in this round. The Arizona Cardinals are picking, where they at 47.
Oof.
So we got a ways to go here. It's so hard for me to think that Will Johnson is going to make it to 47. It's tough for me to think that Nick Scorton would also make it to 47, but the lead doesn't seem to be as high as Nick Scorton as we are.
Are they not as high on these guys, or is this the scenario we have where there's so much edge depth in this class that they all feel like they can get alternatives later? And Scorton, I think on a lot of people's boards, when you talk about Mike Green still being out there, Donovan Ezeraku being out there, he might be the 3rd best edge rusher still on the board. And when you think about, okay, if that's the thought and teams are attacking other needs at D tackle, at running back, we're expecting a run of running backs at some point tonight, maybe 47 isn't that crazy for them. And even then, if they're looking for other edge players, you still have guys like Princely Umanmielen, you have JT Tuimoloau, you have Braden Swinson. There's going to be a ton of edge rushers, I think, taken in this second round. It's just going to depend to me if these first 6 or 7 teams do it, or if we're going to get it in the 40s and 50s.
But is this the range, right? You talked about, okay, maybe these pass rushers are sliding a little bit. Do they go, okay, they were sliding for this moment, for the first half of the second round, and do we start to see a major run on these guys? What do you think?
I think it's possible. Look, I look at Tennessee, I look at New England, I look at Chicago, New Orleans. San Fran already got theirs in Mikael Williams, but I look at Dallas. I mean, I think there's a ton of teams within the first 15 to 20 picks, or even the Rams, if they want edge depth and one of those players like a Scorton falls to them, I think to get another 3rd guy along with Jared Verse and Byron Young makes sense. So we're going to get a run here, I think, somewhere between 33 and I look all the way down even to, say, the Seahawks at 50 and 52. I think that's another fascinating team tonight. But what we could see within the first 20 picks tonight, 5 or 6 edge guys taken.
I think, yes, the Cardinals can add an edge rusher in this year's draft, but they've already spent so many resources this offseason at the defensive line, signing Josh Sweat, signing Calais Campbell, signing Dalvin Thompson, drafting Walter Nolan last night. I think corner is the biggest thing on this team. And Donnie mentioned before Will Johnson. So right now they have Garrett Williams, Syracuse legend, but he's a slot corner for them. He's a very good slot corner. They don't really have much on the outside right now. The other 3 cornerbacks Arizona had last year, all of them outside the top 75 in PFF grading. So again, like the Raiders, this draft is breaking pretty well for the Cardinals as long as one of those top corners might fall to them.
What about wide receiver? I want to talk about the wide receiver position. We got guys like Jaden Higgins. Somebody in the chat's talking about Trey Harris, hearing his name in round 2. I think that is very real, and that's a possibility there. If you're sorting the wide receiver spot, Luther Burden is obviously the top player on my board, but I got Jack Besh in there as well, Alec Iomaner, I think Kyle Williams from Washington State. There's been a lot of buzz for Jalen Noel. If I did not mention him yet, the 2 Iowa State guys, I think both of them have a chance certainly to go in the second round here. Do we think that, actually, since Luther Burden is here, I think that it leads to a pretty good question, because I was going to say, is Jaden Higgins the most likely to be the first wide receiver to hear his name called? Do you still think that might be the case with Luther Burden on the board, or do you just think, no, next team that needs a wide receiver, they're taking Luther Burden, they're not going to think
it should be Burden. I think he's clearly the most talented of this bunch, and I think he was well worth a first-round pick, and it just didn't fall his way. Matthew Golden was taken, and Emeka Egbuka was taken, and Burden, teams just didn't find that spot for him in the first round. But I think Burden's the best one, but if you're looking for that X receiver, and I think that's something that stands out to me from that group that you just mentioned, there's all different types of receivers, too. When you talk about Burden and Restrepo and Knoll, they're really good in the slot. Iomaner and Higgins are really good X players. You have Besh and Royals as kind of after the catch Z receivers. You have Kyle Williams as a speed threat. So a lot of this is going to depend on what type of receiver you're looking for. In the same way, last night, I think, say the Green Bay Packers, right? They had their choice between Burden, who's a really good after-catch player. You have Golden, who's got the 4.29 speed. They could have taken Jaden Higgins in the first as an X. So I think you're talking about a bunch of different types of receivers and not even just ordering that talent. It depends what a team needs.
And I look at the New England Patriots there at number 38 overall. And again, another team that we're debating, do they take Will Campbell or do they go with Tedder McMillan because they need a true X receiver? Well, you get Will Campbell in the first round, and like Dalton just said, there are some good X receivers to be had here in the second round. I think either Alec Iomaner or Jaden Higgins will probably be there at number 38 overall for the Patriots. So a lot like last year when we were debating for the Los Angeles Chargers, they take a tackle, they take a wide receiver, they took Joe Alt, and then took Ladd McConkey, and it worked out beautifully for Los Angeles. I think we could see a similar situation this year, taking Will Campbell, and then hopefully one of the X receivers like Alec Iomaner or Jaden Higgins at number 38.
I wouldn't count out a pass rusher there, though, because there was all that talk that if Abdul Carter got to 4, they want an edge rusher. One of these edge rushers is going to get to New England. They're going to have a fun choice to make.
Hold on. Champ in the chat saying, feels bad for Tetro McMillan. Why do we feel bad for Tetro McMillan? He's wide receiver 1 in Carolina.
Yeah,
absolutely.
What's the slander, Champ? Come on. I love this pick. I did. I thought that this was excellent. I love the fact that the Carolina Panthers used so many of their resources in free agency on the defensive side of the football. First pick of this draft, hit the offensive playmaker. And then Dalton, you said this last night, every other pick on defense. And you have a successful offseason here. And so I think that's a great strategy there for them. I want to talk about draft strategies for a team that we've talked about a lot when we've done multi-round mock drafts before, and that's the Chicago Bears, right? The Bears, they drafted Colston Loveland at number 10, but it's always been what's the draft strategy with them having 39 and 41 to sort of start the second round here. What do we think? Is there certain positions? Obviously, they've got the flexibility to take best player available, but they go and get the offensive weapon at number 10 in Loveland in the first round. What could they be setting up here with one of these picks?
I feel like it's going to be one of those running backs there at 39 or 41.
When you say one of those,
Trayvon Henderson.
who do you think?
Quinshawn Judkins.
Okay.
Henderson, I think, might be gone by the time they pick, but I could see one of those 2 second-round picks. They also have the number 72 overall pick, too. So they can get a really good running back there as well. I think a running back and I think an edge rusher could make a lot of sense with those 2 second-round picks for Chicago.
Okay. I think even an interior player like a Darius Alexander, too, would make a lot of sense. I think you're right. Running back, D-line, the underrated one I'm going to put in there possibly for one of those 2 picks also is safety. I could see them taking a guy like Xavier Watts, especially, I think would really fit in as a free safety in their defense. I think it's clearly third. I would expect also running back and D-line, inside or outside. I'll be curious to see which they want to fortify there. But to me, it would be a run stopper. If it's off the edge, I think I might go with somebody like Landon Jackson. If it's an interior player, I'd really think about a Darius Alexander from Toledo.
All right, let's get into the quarterbacks. Let's talk about these guys that are left. Go to the best available tab on the PFF draft tracker. Shedeur is obviously still there on the board. I think there's opinions, it feels like, all over the place with Shedeur. I have him ranked 45th on my big board, so him lasting until the second round isn't the biggest surprise to me. I wondered how desperate these teams would be to go get a quarterback in round 1, but it sort of goes back to what I had heard right after the combine, which was, quite frankly, not a lot in terms of when I heard about Shedeur going in round 1, it always felt like, now I know you guys are in on Shedeur being a starting quarterback at the NFL level, but just from a predicting the draft feel, every time we talked about Shedeur, it always was, yeah, well, look, they have nothing else. They have nothing else. They have no other options at quarterback, so you got to plug Shedeur in here. It wasn't like, man, yes, this team's absolutely going to love Shedeur. There's still certainly a chance for him to be a good starting quarterback in this league. But I feel as though even the projections here on day 2, all over the place, where he could end up going. There's not a guarantee that he goes to the Cleveland Browns to start this thing off. There's not a guarantee that he could go to the New Orleans Saints at number 40. Maybe that is the case, but is he going to be waiting a little bit longer? Then you're talking about, okay, Tyler Shuck, Riley Leonard, Will Howard. Maybe he wasn't QB2, maybe he's not even QB3. So you guys have a feeling one way or the other from what we've heard over the NFL, or from what we've heard sort of from the NFL as the sources and hints and everything have been leaked over the past couple of days, who you think the next quarterback off the board is going to be?
At this point, it's hard to tell. I think the first part that we're going to find out is within these first 4 picks, if the Browns really like one of these quarterbacks better than any of the others. If it's Shedeur Sanders, if it is Tyler Shuck, or if they like Jalen Milroe too. We haven't heard a ton of noise about that. I'm not sure that Kevin Stefanski maybe thinks that Milroe's a fit for his offense, but we don't know if he thinks that they're all about equal, or he just doesn't want any of them. Then they're going to take 2 other players, and they might just ride with Kenny Pickett or trade for Kirk Cousins or what. That's going to be the first point of suspense, kind of like it was for a while in the offseason in the first round. Is, are the Browns going to be the team to do this? And they have 2 opportunities to do so.
And they also have an extra 2026 first-round pick next year.
That they do.
And they may be looking at next year's class and saying,
that's why I think they're not taking one at 33. I think they're setting themselves up for a quarterback run next year.
And building the infrastructure for a rookie quarterback next year
100%.
With 33 and 36.
That's what I think they're doing.
And there's a very good case for them to do that, because they're not going to win anything until Watson's contract is off the books.
I agree.
It makes a ton of sense to build for the future, build this roster. And look, in this trade, not only the first-round pick next year, again, they're picking number 36 that they got from Jacksonville, 33 and 36 with these players that we just mentioned on the board. What if they walk away from these 2 picks with Luther Burden and Mike Green?
Yep.
You feel pretty good about that. You got 3 first-round
Mason Graham, Luther Burden, Mike Green. Yeah.
Will Johnson,
that's a possibility, right? So, I mean, you could walk away with 3 in this draft, at least, first-round caliber talents. I think it makes a lot of sense if they don't do it. Then you look at teams like the Raiders, the Saints, the Jets, and I think I'll tell you, I know you're going to hate this, but I think a dark horse one. Wouldn't you at least think about it if you were the Colts?
Oh,
just
for a
with
quarterback?
the situation. I know, Gator grade, all that
boy.
stuff. Wouldn't you at least? You don't know what you have in Richardson.
No.
Well, listen, what about the
You
team?
okay? You would. Would you? Would you at least think about
I
it?
would absolutely think about it. What are the team right after them, though? Los Angeles Rams. I mean, Matthew Stafford almost left the team in this past offseason.
They're
still-
going to take a quarterback.
I still
this
think
year.
it runs counter. They're trying to win a Super Bowl.
I agree. I don't think they're going to take a
I
quarterback.
wouldn't rule it
this year.
out. I would not rule it out.
Okay,
though.
outside of Shador, because we're about to get this thing kicked off, and we're about to have the first team on the clock here. But outside of Shador, who's the next quarterback for you guys? Because Jalen Milroe is the next highest rated player on my board, so that one's kind of obvious. People can see that over at PFF.com. You can see the big board there. That's what I think of these quarterbacks. So he'd be the next guy that I would take a chance on. But I will say there's probably some teams or maybe some coaching staffs where if I think they're a little bit more pocket presence type of quarterback structures, maybe I think about a guy like Will Howard who would be next. But who's next for you guys after Shador?
It's Milroe for me as well. I think he's the most physically gifted quarterback in this year's draft. So that's why he was, talked about as maybe a first-round pick last night. But I think he's got obviously the best legs of any quarterback in this draft, maybe the strongest arm of any quarterback in this draft. Kind of Malik Willis-like in a lot of sense, where he needs to have a lot of development. But here's a second-round pick. You can have him, sit for a couple years and then maybe turn into a franchise quarterback. I would also say Jalen Milroe is the next guy after Shador Sanders.
It's probably Milroe, and there's other guys maybe later in the
I'm
night.
very surprised to hear you say that.
Look, it's beyond the first two quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I've been honest. I don't really like the rest of this class at all. I like Cam. I like Shador. The rest of it to me is a crapshoot. It's probably Milroe just because of the gifts and the rushing ability. I do like Will Howard, but I think that's something we talk about maybe later in the night or early tomorrow. Same goes for Kyle McCord. Maybe we sneak him into the top 100 or he gets in early tomorrow in the fourth round. But it's probably Milroe. Just the physical ability that he has and the way you can structure your offense around him is helpful.
I'll ask this question, and then I want to ask you guys whose name you're most excited to hear today. Right? And whether it's the second round, third round, this is sort of a my guy question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Like if RJ Harvey goes today, I'm going to be pumped. Right? I don't know I don't know if he does. I don't know if he's going to go here in the third round. If he goes anywhere, I feel like it's in the third round. But I'm going to be pumped because that's one of my guys that we have here in the draft. As you're sort of looking that up and we're thinking about it, do we think Quinn Ewers goes today? I don't.
I don't think so.
I don't either.
I don't think he goes today.
I think we have four more quarterbacks taken today. Shador, Milroe, Shuck, and I think Will Howard. I don't think we have any more than that.
Okay. Do we think Cam Scatterbo gets drafted today?
I hope
He
so.
darn well should.
I really
think
hope so.
I think he does.
I think in the third round. Yeah.
I think he gets drafted in the
He
third
better
round.
get drafted today. I think it would actually be nonsense if he didn't. Honestly, I've got him RB3. You've got him RB3.
I got him
I've got him RB3. Yep.
I understand the 40 time bit, but man, for backs, there's certain guys that doesn't matter. He's not ungodly slow where he can't play. I mean,
I think so too.
There are backs in this league who've had success at 4.65. Kyron Williams, Devin Singletary, Arian Foster back in the day. He's so good, and he's an underrated receiver too. I just think it would be silly for him to get outside the top 100.
Okay, so who are a couple of players who, when their names flash across the screen when we get to talk about them here, that you'd be really excited to talk about?
I think whoever grabs Kevin Winston Jr., whether it be in the second round or the third round, is getting one of the steals of the draft. I think if this guy did not have a partially torn ACL this past season, he would have gone last night. I think he would have been one of the top safeties in the class alongside Malachi Starks. I think Kevin Winston Jr. is the best tackler at safety in this draft. He only missed 2 of his 89 career tackle attempts.
Yeah.
He has elite range as well. I believe he ran like a 4.40 at his own personal pro day as well. He's fully recovered from that partially torn ACL. I think Kevin Winston Jr. is absolutely one of the top safeties on the board, and I think he's probably going to go somewhere in the third round. If he does, that's an absolute steal.
We got some people in the chat saying Scatterbo sounds like a Patriot type of player. Scatterbo to New England.
Yep.
Got some people saying to Kansas City at 66. It's a lot of what they already have. If they want to stick to it, I guess that makes sense. But I feel like the Chiefs are going to want to get a little bit more dynamic with maybe whoever their next running back pick is. But he certainly fits the flavor of running back that they have drafted so far. But Dalton, what about you? Who's the guy that you
I'm actually going to take 2 guys, and they serve the same purpose in like different defensive fronts. One is Alfred Collins from Texas. I just think, look, it's not flashy. You're not going to see big sack totals, but
Are you sure you're not just trying to get on our content director?
Oh, no,
Gordon McGinnis' good
I'm
side?
with him on this one. I loved him all season.
Okay.
He's just awesome. You talk about getting head up, stacking and shedding. I could see a team even look. I kept saying the Dolphins, but they already took Kenneth Grant, so that might not work. But if you want to make your run defense better, especially if you run some 5-man fronts. You take Alfred Collins, and the other one in the same vein in those even fronts. I love him for a team maybe like the Houston Texans. C.J. West from Indiana. Two guys that the traditional stats are not going to be flashy. They're only going to have a couple of sacks a year. They're not the most dynamic pass rushers ever, but they make the rest of the front seven's life easier, plugging gaps in the middle. The game now is about running the football a little bit more. Obviously, these teams last year, the Ravens, the Eagles, the Packers, some of these other teams, running backs are cool again. Stopping the run is cool again, too, and these are two guys that are going to make it happen.
We are going to hear all night from the addicts who listen to the NFLSE show. Even when Alfred Collins gets picked afterwards, they're going to let you know, I can't believe that Alfred Collins didn't get picked.
He should have been the pick,
just to let you guys know that bit is going to continue, and I'm not going to stop him from doing it because I absolutely love it and it's hilarious. Okay.
You wash your hands today?
I did wash my hands.
Nice.
Yeah. Very, like right before the show I did, just to make sure that everybody was good out there. We officially have the Cleveland Browns on the clock. We have kicked off round 2 here in the 2025 NFL Draft. You said 2. Did you give me 2, or did you only give me 1?
Collins and West.
Collins West.
I tuned him out too. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Who's your other one?
Kevin Winston Jr. He's not going today, but if he does, I'll be over the moon. Aeneas Peoples. I think he's going tomorrow. I do think he's going tomorrow, but I am in love with Aeneas Peoples.
I think he could go today.
Maybe. I think he's going in the 4th round.
That top 100.
I think he's going in the 4th round, but man, he is a dynamic pass rusher.
I think he could. Chat's given a lot of love for Andrew Makuba.
Love it.
If Andrew Makuba gets picked today,
Yep.
I think that he is going to be a fan favorite, no doubt about it. Josiah Stewart, I feel like, is a fan favorite for a lot of people as well. Jalen Noel, I think, is also sort of in that category. If Terrence Ferguson, if T-Ferg ends up going in the 3rd round, I'm going to be pumped because he's somebody that we've really liked over at NFLSE when we were doing our tight end rankings.
3 for you?
No. Where would he have been?
I think you had Taylor 3rd.
It was Warren,
Loveland,
Arroyo, Taylor.
Sorry, yeah.
And then Terrence
Arroyo,
Ferguson.
Taylor, Ferguson,
Yeah. So I got him at number 5. Do we think that Seattle's going to – I'm looking at Jared Wilson's name here, the center from Georgia. Do we think that Seattle, which they have pick 50 and 52, we think they'll double dip on offensive line?
Should.
They could. I don't think they now feel the need to trade up for it. And it's interesting because we got 3 guards or 3 interior guys in the 1st round yesterday, which I don't think we expected. So teams looking in the early part of this 2nd round, maybe like the Houston Texans that were looking maybe at interior offensive line here, they really got the short end of the stick.
Yep.
And I think when you talk about a Jared Wilson or a Tate Ratledge or somebody like that could get to Seattle at 50 or 52 naturally, I think that made things a lot easier because I don't think anyone's reaching inside the top 50 for either of those 2 guys. We could see what happens. Like a team like the Bengals right in front of them could get desperate for a Tate Ratledge or somebody like that. But the Seahawks this whole time have been one of the most fascinating teams to me with all these picks, the extra 3rd rounder from Geno Smith, the extra 2nd rounder from the DK Metcalf trade. And look, if they want to maneuver, they certainly can. If there's a receiver, if there's a Luther Burden or somebody like that, or one of these edge players they want to move up for, they have the ability to do so, or they could sit tight and take almost back-to-back picks too.
I'm going to name a couple of players because we have the pick in for the Cleveland Browns, so we'll get to that in a second. And you guys tell me, you think they're going today or not. The first one, Charles Grant, offensive tackle, William & Mary. You think he gets drafted today or not?
I think so.
I think so.
3rd round,
I'm in on that.
Okay. Anthony Belton, the offensive lineman from NC State.
Close, but yeah, I think
I
late 3rd round.
actually do 3rd round, yeah.
Harold Fannin Jr.
I'm going to say no.
I think yes. I think it goes in 3rd round.
Okay, a little bit of a split decision there. Elijah Roberts, our guy from SMU.
That's your guy. I don't think so.
I would, but I don't think so. I think we're going to talk about it very early tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Shamar Turner, the defensive lineman from Texas.
Someone's going to fall in love with those tools, I think.
Probably, yeah.
I actually think he's gonna be a steal in round 4.
Okay.
I feel like his stock's a little bit lower. Last one here. Xavier Restrepo.
They better.
Does Xavier Restrepo get drafted? What do you think?
I don't think
What do you
so.
think?
For my mental health, they better.
For your mental health?
They better, yeah.
I've got him in my top 100. Very curious if the chat thinks that he's going to get in here. He just did not have an ideal combine showing, but he is one hell of a football player. Yeah, I think he should be absolutely a 3rd round pick. We will see if the NFL thinks so as well. We're going to take a little break, but we'll be right back with the Browns selection. See you guys then. Our friends over at Prize Picks, it's the best place to win cash while you're watching sports. Download the Prize Picks app. It is super easy to use. You pick more or less of a few player stats, which you can see right in front of you. They've even got some rookie lines from the guys that were drafted last night, which you could go see. If you're very confident and bullish on some of these landing spots, you bet more on some of those statistics that you see there, receiving yards, rushing yards, passing touchdowns, all that great stuff. You can win up to 1,000 times your money on a single lineup, depending on how many you got there in the lineup. Best of all, Prize Picks is giving away $50 when you play just $5 on your first lineup. But you got to sign up using the promo code PFF. That's how you get that $50 on your first $5 lineup. Download the Prize Picks app now. Use that promo code PFF. More or less of all of those stats that you see there. It can be NBA as well. It can be NHL, MLB, all that great stuff. So download the app, Prize Picks. Use the promo code PFF. Get $50 free when you play $5 on your first lineup.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus.
All right, welcome back to the PFF 2025 NFL Draft Show. We've got two picks here for round two to kick things off. The Cleveland Browns, number 33, they took UCLA linebacker Carson Schweschinger. So he was the first selection of the second round, and then the Houston Texans took wide receiver Jaden Higgins. So I asked you guys who was going first, Luther Burden or Jaden Higgins. It ends up being Jaden Higgins is the first wide receiver off the board here. So dealer's choice for you guys. Which one you want to talk about here? Schweschinger almost getting into the first round. First pick that we have here of round two, and then Higgins being that first wide receiver off the board here on day two.
So I'll start with the Texans, actually, because I think there's four goals coming in and out of this draft for Houston. One is another receiver to complement Nico Collins. Absolutely love this pick with Jaden Higgins. Whole lot of size in that receiving core now, but you got Higgins on one side, Collins on the other, Christian Kirk in the slot. You got weapons now for C.J. Stroud and multiple of them, but they needed a receiver, more offensive line talent, a run-stopping D-tackle, I think, on the inside, maybe a C.J. West like I was talking about later. And I think tomorrow on day three, get some blocking in this tight end room like a Jackson Hawes or somebody. We'll talk about that tomorrow. But this is step one of four. They get the trade down, from out of the first round of that 25th spot with the Giants, and they go and get a guy who, look, is a borderline first, second round talent, a fantastic possession receiver in Higgins, excellent hands, can win those one-on-one matchups, maybe doesn't have elite speed, but he's got a great release package. You see it here. I mean, he knows how to get himself open at that size better than most do. I think he's at least a good enough separator, great hands, he's got the catch radius. I think this is a really good complement to Nico Collins and another one-on-one target that C.J. Stroud can go to, right, at whether he's at the X or the Z or however they want to do it with those guys. It almost reminds me a little back in the day with the Bears when they had Brandon Marshall and Alshon Jeffrey, and it's like, well, they're both big guys, and it's, well, who cares, because they're both really good, right? So I think it's a great pickup for Houston. The offensive line depth in this class, especially in the interior, went in the first round with those first three guards that went off, so receiver is a really nice option here for him. I like Jaden Higgins to Houston.
Really quick, we have the Seattle Seahawks now on the clock. They have traded up to number 35. I don't have the details of the trade
number
yet.
52 and number 82.
Okay, so they keep number 50, so they're moving from number 52 and they're getting number 82, which is a third round pick. Yep. So a second and a third round pick to move up to 35. I'll tell you what that is when we see it. But go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I was going to say about Carson Schweschinger, I think the important thing to note about the selection for the Browns, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is coming off that scary neck injury that he had, and his status for the 2025 season is still up in the air a little bit too. So Carson Schweschinger, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah plays the weak side linebacker position. Schweschinger, I think, will be that as well for Cleveland. He's a weapon as a blitzer. He's probably the best blitzing linebacker that we have in this year's draft, a lot like JOK is as well for Cleveland. So I like this pick, and I think it makes a lot of sense, especially considering Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah's injury from last year.
Yeah, I think that having some uncertainty at the linebacker level, obviously, is a defense that wants to have a little bit more certainty there. Carson Schwessinger, 1 year as a good producer, as a full-time starter there for UCLA, former walk-on dude, had some really great flashes. I mean, probably the best click and close reaction tape of any of the linebackers, and that includes Jalen Walker and Jihad Campbell. But there was a lot of good and a lot of bad. There's still some things that he has to clean up. He is a lighter linebacker, and so I felt like he got bullied a little bit, especially when those offensive linemen were able to climb to him. He played on the ground a little bit more than I wanted him to, and so there are things that he needs to still work on, but clearly a borderline first-round pick, getting picked as the first selection here of the second round. You guys can see some of the stats there that you can also see on the PFF Draft Guide if you have a PFF Plus subscription. I'm a little surprised that this one wasn't an offensive lineman, but they pick again right after Seattle here, and so there's an opportunity for them to pick offensive line, and that could be okay for them there.
It's something we'll see throughout the night. I find it interesting with Schwessinger. I look at him and I go, there's not a ton of bad outcomes when you think about, okay, he's either a really good starting caliber weak side linebacker. If that doesn't work, I might turn him into something like Andrew Van Ginkel and put him off the edge as an athlete there. And if that doesn't work, then he's an A-plus special teamer, if nothing else. Now, you're not taking A-plus special teamers 33rd overall. They believe he can be a starting linebacker in this league, but I think there's a lot of good outcomes for Schwessinger, and to have a guy of this sort of football character and this level of athleticism in this defense, and outside of Owusu-Koramoah, it's a lot of veterans, it's a lot of guys on one-year contracts in their linebacker room. I think to get somebody like this who could be a long-term starter is a solid move for him.
The Seahawks pick is in, and Mike McDonald gets another alien versatile secondary player. This is safety Nick Emmanwori from South Carolina. This is somebody who, at times, we were predicting that he could be the pick for Seahawks at 18, and he ends up being their selection. They trade up to go get him, and then remember, they still have pick number 50 as well coming up here in the second round. So thoughts on Nick Emmanwori being the pick here, and the guy that they covet enough to not just spend a second-round pick, but spend a second and third-round pick on to go
You
get
said
him.
exactly what I was thinking when they made this pick, and that Mike McDonald, who was a defensive coordinator with the Baltimore Ravens, he had Kyle Hamilton back there. I think he wants another Kyle Hamilton type of player. I'm not saying Nick Emmanwori is that good, but he is one of the more athletic safeties we've ever seen, honestly. 6'3", 220 pounds, 4.38 40, 98th percentile vertical, 98th percentile broad jump. I think I'm a little higher on him than you two are. I still think Nick Emmanwori is worthy of being taken somewhere in the spot right here. I get he's a little stiff in the hips in coverage, but I think he's a really good tackler. He's a really good downhill player. And like I said, I really like this fit with Mike McDonald in Seattle.
Well, specifically for Seattle, we did team top 100 big boards over at PFF.com. So we took our initial big board, sort of our just like in a vacuum type of big board and rankings for these players. And for every single team in the NFL, we adjusted a little bit given the scheme, the team needs that they had, what they would gravitate towards, things like that. Nick Emmanwori, he was 67th on my overall big board, but 26th on the Seattle Seahawks specific top 100 there. So I do think that he is a fit for Seattle and Mike McDonald.
The box compliment to Julian Love back there, the fit with Mike McDonald, like you mentioned. And look, if you want a guy, if he's the 26th ranked player on the board, maybe he was actually the 26th ranked player on the board or somewhere thereabouts on their actual big board. This was the fun part about the flexibility that Seattle had with all these picks, is even giving these two picks away to Tennessee. And Tennessee, I thought, was a team that could trade down, because I'm pretty sure pick 35 at the time was their only day two pick tonight, until I think they have one in the early hundreds tomorrow. But, you know, Tennessee kind of needs more picks to fill out the rest of this team. I think Seattle, this was the fun part, the flexibility to move up, to do that, to still be picking at 50 and 92 later on. Go get the guys you want. And I think making these trades with Geno Smith and DK Metcalf allowed them the flexibility to do it.
You see the latest pick just happen?
Oh, I missed it.
Quinshon Judkins to the Browns.
Wow, it is Quinshon Judkins
over
to
Travion.
The Browns over Travion Henderson. So they get their running back that they like. Now, this was one where they had Quinshon Judkins in for a top 30 visit, and this was, I believe, one of the only running backs that they actually had in there for a top 30 visit. So the connection is there. Low moving costs.
Low moving costs.
There you go.
Costs to get him to the Cleveland Browns, and a little bit more physicality. You know, something that I felt like the Browns had or loved with Nick Chubb before he had his most recent knee injury, is that speed and strength blend there. So y'all's thoughts here on Quinshon Judkins being the pick as the next running back off the board here, RB3.
I agree with it more than, say, Trayvon Henderson. I like Trayvon Henderson a lot, but I think he's more better suited as a complementary back. I could see Quinshon Judkins being a bell cow back for an NFL offense. And he's been extremely efficient throughout his entire career at Ole Miss and at Ohio State. At Ole Miss didn't have a good offensive line either. 95 career rushing grade for Quinshon Judkins. I think he's a very good tackle breaker as well. I like Quinshon Judkins a lot. I think I was in the minority, or maybe not with the Browns now too, but I had him over Trayvon Henderson on my personal big board. I actually like this pick here for the Browns.
I had him one spot ahead as well, and I think that's the factor is he can be the workhorse. The Browns do not have a workhorse in the backfield right now. They've got complementary guys. They've got Jerome Ford, and they've been kind of scratching and clawing with Nick Chubb's injuries the last couple of years. But I think Judkins is a good guy to reset their backfield. One thing I've said, too, about teams that really need running back talent, we've got another one on the clock right here in the Raiders that could take one. Maybe they're the team that takes Henderson. I think the Browns could double dip. I think if you want a complimentary back to Judkins, like let's say later on a receiving back, a Jaden Blue, a Brashard Smith, a Bashal Tutin, they got to reset this whole backfield. And I think it would not shock me at all tomorrow to see him take another back and just completely overhaul it.
You know, I'm trying to keep it together here on the desk, but I won't lie to you folks. I got Quinshon Judkins to the Cleveland Browns at pick 33.
Oh, that's hard.
At plus 7,500.
Right process. You're the right process.
It was a process.
And instead of picking him at 33, they picked him at 36.
That's brutal.
You know what I get for that?
Zilch.
Whole lot of nothing.
Trust the process. It was there. We'll get him next time.
By the way, Will Johnson's still sitting here at 37 overall.
This is your scenario. This is your scenario for the Rams.
This is a dream for the Las Vegas Raiders. I think we'll see if he goes here, and we'll see how bad the medicals really are. But I think if you're the Raiders, I'd be jumping for joy from that draft right now.
I think I would hedge it and say it'll be a corner. Because, look, Johnson's gotten this far because teams are concerned about his knee. Now, then I pivot to Ben Morrison and go, well, they're concerned about his hip. Then I go to Siobhan Ravel, and it's a concern about his knee. The one healthy guy here is Trey Amos. So it wouldn't shock me at all if it was Amos instead of Johnson, just because he's the one healthy guy of the entire group. And look, this cornerback class, you wonder if now it's just getting completely underrated because of these medical concerns. These are talented players. I have to think, if it's not, I have to think in some form or fashion, the Raiders are going secondary here. This is another spot where I look at Xavier Watts from Notre Dame, and maybe they go free safety and then wait on corner also.
Yeah, I think just secondary overall. They really need secondary help there. Corner, I'd be okay with, honestly, anybody. Taking a chance on any of these guys. Benjamin Morrison, we talked about if he doesn't have the hip injury, he's a first-rounder. I think Will Johnson still should have been a first-rounder without seeing his medicals there and knowing if there was long-term effects there from him. I have thought that TreVeyon Henderson's worthy of being a first-round, or sorry, not TreVeyon Henderson, Trey Amos had been worthy of a first-round selection. So I don't think you can go wrong at cornerback.
Darian Porter even, I wouldn't hate.
He would fit in this defense the way they want to run it.
I wouldn't like it over the players that are available.
I'm a huge Darian Porter guy, but yeah. I mean, I think any of them, honestly. And Trayvon Merrick's gone too, so safety I think is a good call by going too.
Is there another position that you think that they would go here other than cornerback?
Wide receiver?
They certainly need it.
Receiver.
Luther Burden's still here.
Luther Burden is still here. Immediately wide receiver one on this team, in my opinion.
Yep.
All due respect to Jacoby Myers, who I love.
Brock Bowers still.
Oh, Brock Bowers, obviously, but I get a caveat with that one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I get to get a jail-free
He's
card.
weapon one, yeah.
Here's the thing with all those corners we just mentioned. Their next pick is at 68. How many or which of those guys could they get Could they get Darian Porter at 68? Or somebody they're satisfied with, and then go, if they wanted to go Luther Burden here, if they wanted to go with, I don't know, another linebacker here, or something, Demetrius Knight or something like that. And there's just or Xavier Watts at safety, right? I think if there's this much depth at corner, and we've already gotten to 37, and all of those guys are still here, because are the only two corners? No, we've seen three corners taken. It was Hunter, Barron, Hairston, right? We have so many corners. How many of these corners are going to go in the next? Are they all going to go in the next 30 picks, and one's not going to get to them at 68?
I will also say I highly, highly doubt it happens, but there have been some reports this morning that Las Vegas could be a team interested in Shedeur Sanders. I would not rule that out either. I don't think it's going to happen.
That would be.
But I think that
this doesn't even have anything to do with Shedeur. That'd be dumb in my opinion. Because why would you trade and sign Geno Smith if you weren't going absolutely all in on having him?
It's not even the Raiders anymore. Miami traded up.
Miami traded up. They just drafted Kenneth Grant. Could they draft another Michigan?
They'd be perfect.
Yes. Yeah.
That's exactly what I thought too.
Right.
I don't know the trade price yet for this one.
Another team that just desperately needs secondary help in the worst way.
It's basically the same conversation that we just had, right?
Or
does scheme change this one at all, one team to the other? I don't really think it does.
And Will Johnson's versatile enough; he can play anything.
That's the idea with Will Johnson is that he's one of the 3 corners in this, or really I would say maybe even one of the 2 corners in this draft with him and Hunter. That I don't really care about scheme. It's just this is about the medical. I think if they do it and the pick is actually not in the secondary, they're going offensive line.
Go offensive lineman here. Arizona offensive lineman. He played tackle. Maybe he's a guard for them. Jonah Savaiinaea from Arizona. This is somebody who I think the league was always much higher on than I was just overall. I think I had him somewhere around the 70s, 80s on the big board. And so I thought that he was more of a 3rd-round pick than a 2nd-round pick. But it did feel as though the NFL was just going to love his size. Clearly Miami does. They go trenches. They eat their vegetables, if you will. They take Kenneth Grant in the 1st round. Now, Big Jonah, just so I don't have to say his name and maybe be wrong with the last name a lot.
To me, this says, hey, Patrick Paul's our left tackle. You put Jonah Savaiinaea in at offensive guard here. Liam Eichenberg is one of their guards right now. He's one of the worst guards in football. Jonah Savaiinaea, he's not the strongest player, I don't think, at guard, but I think he's a very, very good athlete. He ran a 4.95 in the 40-yard dash. They run a lot of outside zone in Miami. I think it's actually a really good scheme fit. Again, I would have gone with probably a player in the secondary to help out with the rumors of Jalen Ramsey maybe getting out of there. But Jonah Savaiinaea does fit the system really well, and they do need really a lot of help in the offensive line.
Your terms here: the Dolphins get 37 and 143. The Raiders get 48, 98, 135.
Okay, so a 2nd rounder, a 4th rounder, and a 3rd rounder.
Yeah, the 4th rounder is a swap. There's a handful of spots in between.
So essentially, they're just giving a 3rd-round pick to move up to be able to get this.
Pretty much, yeah.
Where were they picking before? 47, you said?
48. The Raiders.
48.
The Raiders are down to 48 now. Yeah.
Okay, so they popped up 11 spots. Yeah, didn't think that he was going to get to him, I guess. Man. Jonah going above, Tate Ratledge, Jared Wilson.
I wonder if that tackle flexibility plays a part. I know they're going to start Patrick Paul, but eventually, if something were to happen, if Patrick Paul's not playing well, I know Jonah played on the right side mostly at Arizona.
Right.
But look, I think either way, whether he was at guard or tackle, I do like his base and what he gives you in pass protection. And again, that has to be the goal here for Miami. If you don't protect Tua, nothing matters. It just doesn't matter. So do I think he's the most dominant run blocker? I don't. I do think the zone system fits him a little bit better than if he were to go to a more power downhill kind of team. I think the Dolphins are an ideal place for him, but I think they traded up 11 spots to get him to start him at left guard and raise the base in pass protection to protect Tua because nothing else matters if he's not healthy.
Patriots on the board now. They went with Will Campbell at number 4. Any thoughts for them specifically here at 38? Do you still look at wide receiver? Do you still look at Luther Burden?
Yeah.
What are you thinking here?
That's exactly what I'm looking at right now.
If you're picking Luther Burden, though, does this make...
He's not an X receiver.
Does this make Jalen Polk and Jerome Baker basically like obsolete? Like, are you giving up on one of those 2 guys?
Yeah.
Do you think they do that?
No, I think Mike Vrabel, if I was guessing with Mike Vrabel, I think he might want an edge rusher. This might start the run of edge rushers here.
Mike Green's still here. Donovan Ezraku is still
low
here.
Moving costs again.
Nick Scorton is still here.
Travion Henderson's still there, too.
They do need a running back.
Also true. Yeah, running back. I think he would be more likely to go running back or edge. I have a feeling he's not going to force it at receiver, especially after signing Stephon Diggs.
It's hard to say forcing with Luther Burns on the board. I'll say that.
Yeah, I was going to say I don't know if it's a forcing thing there.
And I'll tell you, if I was the Bears with the next pick, I might take Burden.
Oof.
Edge rushers, really quick, that fit the New England Patriots.
If they were looking at Carter, it's Green or Ezraku. The stand. Scorton would make sense also, but I think just those guys would fit regardless.
Scorton played with his hand in the dirt a lot more this past year, but he was much more of a stand-up at Purdue. So do you just lean on the Purdue tape?
I would, yeah. That's the blueprint I would go with. If you want the most out of Scorton as a pass rusher, stand him up, put him in a stand-up 2-point wide 9 like that, and let him fly.
Yeah. I would probably look at those 2. Princely Monmielen is still on the board as well. I don't think he goes above Mike Green or Donovan Ezraku, but I think he's another option for them too.
Yeah, I think Ezraku would be great for them. I really do. Even with Harold Landry there, I think that these are guys that can work together, and then they've got heavier-handed defensive linemen to be able to go a little bit stronger.
Did Landry go to BC also, didn't he?
He did.
See, there we go.
A little bit of a connection there.
Just a Boston edge
Maybe
duo.
he's caping for his guy. I think that could be the case. We'll see. Wide receiver, running back, defensive line. We'll see what the Patriots pick right after this. We'll be right back, guys. PFF's NFL draft coverage is brought to you by our friends over at Jack Link's Duos. Jack Link's knows that there is nothing like a great duo, right? That's why they've created the new product of Jack Link's Duos. It's 2 different flavored pieces of beef jerky in one bag to create a great flavor combination. They know that the NFL draft gives you great combinations all the time. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, right? I mean, we had Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp. Like, that was a great wide receiver duo that was formed. How about an offensive tackle duo that was formed last night? Kelvin Banks Jr. and Talise Fuanga there. Now, Fuanga's probably going to kick back to right tackle. We would assume Kelvin Banks is going to take that left tackle spot. It's a great offensive tackle duo there in New Orleans to make sure that offensive line is humming the way that it needs to. Jack Link's Duos has great products that are duos as well. Mango and jalapeno is a great combination. Original and teriyaki, the tried and true buffalo and ranch. Find Jack Link's Duos wherever you buy Jack Link's jerky, your local convenience store, or even select Walmarts as well.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 to get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus.
Welcome back to PFF's coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft. New England Patriots just got the pick in, seconds on the clock.
Yep.
Came down to a buzzer beater there. It ends up being the other Ohio State running back. TreVeyon Henderson comes off the board not too far after his teammate Quinshon Judkins did. And this sets up, speaking of Jack Link's Duos, this sets up a great duo for New England now. Ramondre Stevenson, now you got TreVeyon Henderson. I think that's a pretty nice backfield there in New England.
2 different types of running backs, too.
But you like that, right?
Which is perfect. Yeah, exactly. So I said it before during the commercial break. I think it's TreVeyon Henderson. They did exactly that right here. So I like this a lot. I don't think TreVeyon Henderson is your bell cow running back, but he's a very, very effective number 2. He could be a really good receiver out of the backfield as well. He's got excellent top-end speed. Remember that screen pass he took? The college football playoff against Texas, 75 yards to the house when nobody thought that he was going to score from there too. So I like TreVeyon Henderson a lot, and I think, especially as not a lead back for a team, he can be really, really effective.
Which one's the mango and which one's the jalapeno?
Jalapeno is absolutely Ramondre.
Okay.
Mango is TreVeyon.
All right.
Yeah, because the jalapeno hurts.
Yeah.
In theory.
The sweet feet.
Yeah,
Sweet feet,
that makes
TreVeyon
a lot of
Henderson.
sense. And I think just an element, and this was the idea even if they were going to take Burden at receiver, just the element of speed, of home run speed. Nobody had that in New England's offense last year, right? You get that in the backfield with Henderson, and I like what you mentioned about the complement to Stevenson. Stevenson is the between-the-tackles horse, like Quinshon was for TreVeyon at Ohio State this past year. TreVeyon gets out in space. He's an outside runner. He makes one cut, gets upfield, and underrated receiving ability as well. I think to get this level of speed to make Drake May's his life a little bit easier. I think in the same way we've talked about Caleb Williams' life getting easier for the Bears here with everything they've done in Chicago, I think New England is really trying to do that now. Left tackle, running back, those are really, for as much as we talk about receiver, they got Stephon Diggs, they have all the young kids. They might go receiver later on here, but running back and left tackle were the 2 bigger holes on this offense.
He just mentioned the Bears, too. Both Ohio State running backs going right before the Bears started their picks in the second round.
I think
There's still a lot of great ones out there.
well, they could pivot right to Caleb Johnson here.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're going to run a lot of zone, you think, still, with
Yeah.
that offensive line now?
Yeah,
You think that the Drew Dahlman signing was sort of a foreshadowing of, hey, we're going to run a lot more mid and outside zone? Because Caleb Johnson would be perfect for them.
Well,
at that
between
point.
Ben Johnson just being there, Drew Dahlman, and Jonah Jackson, too, who's got experience in the system,
Yep.
I absolutely think that's where we're going. And especially when you're talking Braxton Jones and Darnell Wright are both plenty athletic enough to do it as well. Yeah, that's exactly where it's going. I think you wouldn't pay that level of money for a Drew Dahlman if you weren't going to run that system because that's what he does best. He's one of the best in football at it. So I think Caleb Johnson with either of these 2 picks we're about to see would make a lot of sense as far as the scheme fit goes.
You know, we're thinking about running backs, obviously, but we still have those pass rushers that are on the board. I don't think they'd take Luther Burden at this point now that they drafted Colson Loveland, but they're there. Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku. I feel like we're gonna say Mike Green's name a lot tonight. He is a first-round talent. It's the off-field concerns, the sexual assault allegations against them that is the reason why he's here in the second round. I don't know when a team is going to take a chance on him. I have no idea.
I think Nick Scourton fits his defense so well. Put his hand in the dirt.
Dennis Allen does like bigger edge defenders too, which is
Omar Norman Lott, baby. That's not the pick.
Okay.
I'm just saying, what are you scared? I would have been pumped if that's the pick. I'm saying that's a good one.
It would be a good pick. I don't know that they'll do it right. It's also weird because there's the strategy of if they're going D-line, right? They're picking right here ahead of the Saints, and the Saints really need D-linemen. So you're kind of running that of like, if they're going D-line, maybe they want Caleb Johnson, but they don't think the Saints are going to take him. Maybe if they're going D-line, they got to figure out, hey, which one do we think the Saints would steal from us if we really want this guy? It really is with having these two picks at 39 and 41, but they have a shot to get two really good players here. The other thing I'm going to throw out there is these safeties that are sitting there. I know Eman Wari's gone, but Xavier Watts, or maybe if they were the team to take the gamble on Kevin Winston, it wouldn't shock me at all if the Bears want safety here as well between Jaquan Brisker's health. Kevin Byard had a good season last year, but he's a little bit older. Get another younger player in there to fill out that secondary and prepare for Byard's departure. If there's anything still wrong with Brisker come this season, I think Xavier Watts too could be in consideration with either of these picks.
Still some really talented D tackles on the board too.
I'm saying Omar Norman Lott's one of them.
I think Darius Alexander could be a really fun pick for Chicago.
I wonder where Alexander goes. I think he's getting knocked, and everybody's just like, cool, second round pick, it's fine. Or maybe not even second round pick, maybe even third round pick, just because he's a little bit older. But this past year was great. Elite run defense grade by him. I thought he was great at the Senior Bowl as well. Senior Bowl tape was better than I think his actual Toledo tape when it came to him as a pass rusher, but could have been seen similar to Keanu Benton.
I think this is the range for him right here too.
I'll give you one that for the same logic that Ben Lindsay yesterday was talking about. Maybe they go Shamar Stewart. I also think Landon Jackson could be in consideration here too. They have a real problem off of the edge defending the run, and if you want an ideally built 4-down front defensive end that is going to stop the run with power and length, I think Landon Jackson is also a good fit here. For all these other stand-up guys, and a couple of them, Green and Ezeraku, a little bit smaller, Dennis Allen generally likes those bigger edge defenders that can defend the run as well. Cam Jordan did it so well for so many years. They kept trying to draft big, longer guys with the Saints who could do that. I think Landon Jackson could make sense, but we're going to circle back to a theory I had 5-10 minutes ago. That's a whole lot of fun.
Oh, my goodness.
And we are filling it out now.
Just straight best player available. The Chicago Bears, after drafting Colson Loveland at 10, they draft Luther Burden III here at number 39.
I have a question.
My goodness.
I have a question now.
Wow.
Has there ever been a Chicago Bears team with this much offensive talent?
I do not pretend to be a Bears historian, a keeper of Bears lore, but I am going to tell you emphatically no.
Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, Luther Burden, Cole Kmet, Colston Loveland, and they could still darn well get a running back here at 41 or 72 and this offensive line. If Caleb Williams can't succeed in this, I don't know when he will.
And Ben Johnson calling plays too.
They've got Colston Loveland and Luther Burden with their first two picks. This is unreal what they're doing in Chicago.
This rocks.
Chad hates it.
Oh, no, this rocks.
This is awesome.
This rocks.
You want a fun fact? The Bears had one of the worst slot receiving grades in the league last year, and now they got Loveland and Burden. This is insane.
They also have Olamide Zaccheaus, who was decent last year.
Yeah.
Who they signed in free agency.
And now he's your number 4. Yeah.
Cool. I have Luther friggin'
Burden. No, I'm not saying that he's... but you know, it's
the
depth of the wide receiver room. Man, Luther Burden, to me, he was a top 15 player in this class. He was wide receiver 2 for me. Excellent value for the Chicago Bears. It's one of those picks where I can understand the chat being like, hey, what are we doing? But I think it's also one of those picks where once you see the whole draft haul for Chicago, this could be unbelievable. Like if they hit running back, if they hit defensive line, if they hit the things that they need to as the draft continues to go on, you very clearly are just taking the most talented playmakers that you can.
This is awesome. This is so, and you just mentioned the two positions, running back and D-line. Have we not talked through this whole process that those are the two deepest groups in this draft?
Yes.
Cool. Get it at 72. Fine. Get it at 100-something, fourth, fifth round, whatever you want. I mean, Luther Burden and Colston Loveland went to the same team in this draft. That's ridiculous. On a team that already had DJ Moore, Cole Kmet, Rome Odunze, and the offensive line, what they've rebuilt. This is nuts. And you know what? Considering the 40 time and all of that, there's a chance. What if they still got Caleb Johnson at 72? Or they took him at 40. Wait, that was only 39. We still have another pick for the Bears.
That's what he was saying. We got another pick for the Bears there.
Just take Caleb Johnson now. Just fill it out.
And then we've got a pick at 72, which could be a defensive. I mean, they could get C.J. West at 72.
Yeah.
You know? Caleb Johnson, you could get him here at 41. This could be a truly elite offense here for the Chicago Bears. I know, off-season champs every year. I get it. But all we can do is get excited about what they're putting together. And now that Ben Johnson is at the helm, I think that he is going to utilize a lot of those offensive weapons. I do think Caleb Williams is going to be better in his second year as a pro. So, man, Luther Burden in this offense. That's unbelievable. He's going to have to be less of a heavy volume guy, right? Because he's in an offense with Rome Odunze and DJ Moore. Cole Kmet's here as well, like Colson Loveland, obviously. So this is going to be more of using him in advantageous situations. We're talking, 3 or 4 catches a week for Luther Burden. And well, I would say anywhere from like 2 to 4 catches a week for him, probably, instead of anywhere from 5 to 10 that he thought that he might have been getting every single week when he was in Missouri. I know this passing offense this past year wasn't great, but he's going to have to acclimate himself a little bit more to not getting the ball as much. But when you talk about putting him in those advantageous situations, he's got a unique yak skill set here.
You mean to tell me he can't play just the same role that Jamison Williams was just playing for Johnson and the Lions? I think it's kind of the same. Screens, vertical, deep overs. This kid, when he has the ball in his hands, he's a freak.
By the way, this is the final pick of the Bryce Young trade. So it's official now. We now know. So it was Bryce Young going to the Panthers. The Bears get DJ Moore, Darnell Wright, Tyreek Stevenson, Caleb Williams, and Luther Burden III.
It's a core right there.
That's the final pick of the trade.
Oh, my goodness.
That is a haul. And listen, Bryce Young looked great last year. Carolina still might have got the franchise quarterback.
Bryce also got benched last year.
Bryce also got benched last year, and Chicago also might have gotten the franchise quarterback from that trade.
Okay, you're giving me a look. Did a pick come in?
We just got a nuke dropped on us.
Oh, my Lord. All right, the Saints on the clock at number 40. They draft Louisville quarterback Tyler Shuck. Clearly, he's the next guy here.
Yeah.
That's
Over Shador.
Over Shador.
Over Milroe, even.
Over Milroe. Well, look, there was enough smoke with all of the insiders pushing this and everything. Oh, Tyler Shuck, watch out for Tyler Shuck. He'd be back into the first guy. There was enough smoke to where I didn't think he was going to make it into round 1, but I'm not shocked that he goes. New Orleans being the pick here over Shador and Milroe is not what I would have gone with, but him going in the second round, even in the first half of the second round, that's not as surprising as it probably should have been, just because we were kind of bracing for it with what everybody was saying.
He's got all the measurables you look for. He's 6'5", 219 pounds. He has good arm strength as well. He's just a very, very old prospect, man. He's 26 years old. He'll be 26 in his rookie year. He's actually the same recruiting class as Trevor Lawrence coming out of high school, and he has extensive injury history dating back to Texas Tech and Oregon as well. Not a very mobile player. And the first 6 years of his career, 6 years of his college career, he played 7 years in college football, were pretty meh. And then he went to Louisville, had a great year under Jeff Brom. But, yeah, I think Tyler Shuck, again, I would have taken Shador Sanders over him and not thought twice about it. But I could see why the NFL was higher on Tyler Shuck.
Well, they're higher on him because in a class of quarterbacks where there's all sorts of questions. Does Shador have the arm strength? Does Jalen Milroe have the accuracy? Even like Jackson Dart. Can Jackson Dart play on time the way that he needs to and under pressure, when the game is getting to the 2-minute drill and all that kinds of stuff? Can Riley Leonard be accurate enough? Does Dylan Gabriel have the physical tools that he needs? Is Will Howard able to replicate that national championship run? Can he be as consistent as he needs to be? At least Tyler Shuck has an NFL arm. And I think very clearly the Saints are like, give me the NFL arm. Give me at least the player where I don't have to worry about him physically. I mean, maybe injury-wise you do. But in terms of overall arm talent and physical tools, you don't have to worry about him. That's why he's getting drafted here. The Derek Carr situation now very interesting. Spencer Rattler situation interesting, if it was interesting.
Someone in the chat just pointed out that new head coach Kellen Moore is exactly 10 years older than Tyler Shuck, who we just drafted. That's pretty insane. I didn't even think about that. Kellen Moore's a very young head coach,
I just think it's this. You mentioned it. This does go back to just the same old thing that we do every year at quarterback, and that's just, hey, physical tools. And not that Shuck doesn't know how to play the position, because he learned a lot under Jeff Brom this year. Jeff Brom is quietly one of the best quarterback whisperers in college football. He's had almost all of his starting quarterbacks at least drafted over the last decade, whether it's at Western Kentucky or Purdue or at Louisville now. I just, for a player that struggles so much under pressure, and I know they drafted Kelvin Banks, to now go to a team that was last in the league in pass blocking grade. And again, I don't have Shuck as a top 40 player anywhere near it on my board, that's for sure. Look,
he was outside of the top 100 for me as well.
In Kellen Moore's offense, if they get one-on-one matchups, they want to throw outside the numbers. I will say, to me, Tyler Shuck's best throws come deep and outside the numbers. Go balls, sluggos, things like that, where he can rip it sideline to sideline. Throws over the middle is something I would question, especially under duress. Decision-making under duress. You're right. He's mobile. He's got functional mobility, but it's not dynamic mobility by any means. He's got the injury history, and some of that injury history comes from making poor decisions with his body under pressure, right? So I think, look, if the Saints believe this is their guy, for now, then fine. Now, the thing with a second-round pick, we've talked about this before with Will Levis and some other second-round quarterbacks, it's easier to get out of also. If the Saints are just a disaster again this year and they're picking top 3 next year, they could take another quarterback, whatever. It doesn't cost you as much with a second-round pick. It's just become shocking at this point that it's both now Dart and Shuck ahead of Sanders and even Milroe, honestly, who, again, everybody considers the most physically gifted quarterback in this class with the rushing ability. You have to think, first of all, what does this mean for Derek Carr and what's happening with either the injury or possibly playing somewhere else this year?
Curtains.
In New Orleans, sure, probably. And we don't know the shoulder.
He's the next Steelers quarterback, probably, Derek Carr.
They're
just going to keep cycling through him.
Is he healthy? Is the shoulder injury fake or not, or what? And then you go, okay, is Shuck starting immediately? Is there some open competition? Is there what are we doing in New Orleans?
I don't know. So the Bills are just traded up, and I'm looking at the compensation right now. They're trading up from 56 to 41, so that's a pretty significant jump there. They're giving up, they gave up 56 and 62.
Yep.
Okay, so 62, but they're getting a third back, so it's a little bit of a pick swap there. So
and they get 109 too.
It's not nearly as bad. So it's a little bit of a pick swap there with their second round pick and the Bears' third round pick, and the Bills are jumping up to 41 to get somebody here. But pretty significant trade, I think, for the Bills to move up 15 spots. There must be somebody that they are really eyeing here, and this is a team who
look at these edge rushers.
I wonder about these edge rushers.
Yeah, Maxwell Hairston at 30 is who they went with in the first round.
I've been begging the Bills to make a bold move. And actually, considering that exchange of picks, it's not that bad at all. There's still, at least they got, 71 or 72 back from the Bears, giving up those. I like this trade a lot for whatever the Bills are about to do, but I got to think it's going to be one of these edge players. And that's the bold move. They needed to come out with star caliber talent on this defense to really change the tide of what's going on. Because their defense, it's not Josh Allen, people. Their defense is the reason they haven't won a Super Bowl yet in this window. They need to get significantly better. I have to think this is one of these edge players, or I'm going to throw maybe safety in here as a possibility as well. Maybe.
Well, do you think they'd take Kevin Winston Jr. here? Or Xavier Watts?
Watts or Winston. Their safeties were dead last in the league in coverage grade last year.
Yeah, Watts certainly helps that, right? As the player who was Bronco Nagurski winner in 2023. Somebody has 13 career interceptions over the last 2 years, and he hadn't been playing safety very long either. Right, he was playing wide receiver before he was playing safety, so he's still learning it, but obviously very highly impactful player in that area. Do you see who it is, or you just making a face
I'm thinking right now. I think it could also be a D tackle.
Wow,
it is a pass rusher.
It is a D tackle. So I'll let you guys know who it is. We're going to take a break in a second, but T.J. Sanders. The NFLSE addicts know him as Bull Rush McIntyre, coming off the board here at number 41. Wow, trading up 15 spots to go get Sanders. That's respect. That's respect and belief in the player that T.J. Sanders is. So they go corner in the first round. They go defensive lineman here. We're going to talk about what this means for the Bills defense. Can it get them to a Super Bowl now with Josh Allen? We'll see you guys right after the break. The Prize Picks app is the best place to win some cash while you're watching sports, including 2025 NFL Draft. This app is really easy to use. As you can see on the screen there, all you got to do is set a lineup. You choose more or less of a few players' stats there. That's your lineup that you can create. And the best part is, if you go download the app and you sign up with the promo code PFF, you play $5 on whatever your first lineup is. You get $50 free, win or lose. So whatever happens with that lineup, you're still going to get that $50 in bonus bets. Prize Picks available in 40 different states, California, Texas. It's all right there for you. And it's not just NFL stuff, although they've got a lot of different categories for NFL stuff. NBA, NHL, MLB, wherever you feel like you can get a little bit of an edge there, Prize Picks gives you the opportunity to prove it. So go download that Prize Picks app. Use the promo code PFF, and you will get $50 in bonus bets when you bet $5 on your first lineup. Promo code PFF. Go download Prize Picks.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus.
Welcome back to the PFF 2025 NFL Draft Show here. Dalton still can't believe that Tyler Shuck went above Shedeur Sanders. He was going through it in the break. It was a whole emotional thing. You were going through, what was it, 5 stages of grief, 7 stages of grief? I don't know what they are.
He's through 3 of them right now.
He's through 3 of them.
Yeah.
We got 4 more to go.
Yeah.
Maybe,
and of course, I got to roll right into that to the Jets being on
to the New York
Of
Jets.
course.
The pick is in. Have you seen it?
I have.
Mason Taylor,
I don't hate him.
the tight end from LSU. How do you feel about Mason Taylor being
Baton
the
Rouge
pick here?
accent he's put in that I have right there.
Yeah. See that?
I'm here with my family. So they go with Armand Bambou in the first round. They obviously,
As long as I'm not Bobby Boucher around here.
they jump over Tyler Warren, who was also sort of debated, I would assume, still as the pick at number 7. They go offensive lineman in the first round, and they get a tight end that they probably feel great about here in round 2. How do you feel about them prioritizing the offensive line and then Mason Taylor being the tight end here over the likes of Elijah Arroyo, Harold Fannin Jr., Terrence Ferguson, guys like that?
I don't hate that. I actually ended up with Taylor as my tight end 3. I think he's got better blocking potential down the line. And again, I think the Jets in this draft are taking a very long-term vision. As think about it, with Armand Bambou and with Mason Taylor, they've taken 2 of the youngest players at any position in this class, right? You're talking about guys that can develop one when you talk about Armand Bambou filling out the offensive line. And now Mason Taylor, honestly, he's even going at number 42 here. He's by far the most talented tight end in the room right now, right? They're sitting on Jeremy Ruckert and Stone Smart. They just don't have anything to work with. And it's obviously a position that Aaron Glenn and Tanner Engstrand are going to value. And I think Taylor has a very nice ceiling. Is he all the way there yet? No. We saw, I think, improved route running at the Senior Bowl from what we saw during the season. I think also that LSU offense that he played in is not necessarily ideal for tight end production in the way that they're used. I think there's a lot of untapped potential with Taylor. It's going to take coaching to get it out of him. I think he could still get a little bit stronger and a little more consistent as a blocker and diversify the route running a little bit more. But I do like this actually as a high potential pick with the Jets going O-line first and then tight end. I figured they were going to get in the tight end class at some point here because they just had absolutely nothing in that room.
They needed a pass catcher. Listen, we will be remiss if we don't talk about Bull Rush McIntyre here on this show.
For sure.
I want to talk about TJ Sanders a little bit. I actually wrote a piece up at PFF.com, the biggest need for every team heading into day 2. I said D-tackle was it for Buffalo, and they get one here in TJ Sanders. He had an 81.9 pass rush grade this past season. Really good length, nice variety of pass rush moves. Got to get a little stronger in the run game, but you put him alongside Ed Oliver on that Bills defensive line. I actually really like this pick here for Buffalo.
And I think in a rotational sense, we've talked with one or maybe both of you have talked about this with Sanders, but I think early on he could actually just be a rotational player as a super twitchy, explosive pass rusher. They still have Daquan Jones. They have Larry Ogunjobi. They've got guys they could put in on early downs with Oliver. And then you bring TJ in passing situations, and I think that's ideal for him. To me, I don't know that he's a good enough run defender yet that I can trust him on all 3 downs, right? But I think this is a fantastic player when you talk about, let's say, a pass rush crew of Russo, Oliver, Sanders, and Joey Bosa. It's not a bad 4-man rush you're sending out there, especially if you can rotate Bosa in and out and keep him fresh for the whole season, too. So I think this is actually a really good move for the Bills. Again, you talk about in the playoffs. You're going to face Lamar Jackson. You're going to face Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, C.J. Stroud, every other quarterback that we can name. You have to get to the passer. And in big spots, the Bills, the coverage struggles, but they also don't get to the passer often enough with a 4-man rush.
That's why you make this pick, right? It's not just any defensive lineman. I think that when you looked at their edge rushers, their interior defenders, they wanted to get after the quarterback. They had a couple of bets that they had made, whether it was in the draft or free agency, to try to get after the quarterback better, and it really just has not been good enough. Certainly when Von Miller was doing his thing for them, like that was working well, but very clearly as he got older, that dropped off. They didn't really have that presence. And I'm not saying that TJ Sanders is going to be a Von Miller replacement for them, but they're now sort of going by committee. I think that we talk about that committee approach all the time when it comes to the running back. Pass rusher is another area where, we're seeing it at, its peak with the Tennessee Volunteers, right? With the hockey substitutions and what they do on the defensive line when it's like, okay, now we're getting after the passer. Now we're putting Omar Norman Lott in. I don't think it's going to be quite that for Buffalo, but they want waves of guys that they feel good about getting after the passer, so I do understand it in that regard.
Real quick, Mason Taylor's dad, played 1 year for the New York Jets. And, of course, he's a legendary player for Miami Dolphins, who's a division rival of the New York Jets, but a cool storyline there for Mason Taylor now going to a team that his dad used to play for 1 year.
I actually forgot about that Taylor did play with us, because I remember when he signed with the Jets, it was like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, this is not supposed to be, we're not supposed to get this guy.
I feel like that's how Bucs fans felt when they signed Deion Jones. Obviously, like twilight of his career, Deion Jones, but it was just like, wait a second.
What are you doing here?
You're supposed to be for the rival
double
team.
agent. It's a double agent.
Essentially, because Deion Jones, fun fact, Jameis's 30 for 30 year ended week, was it 18 or 17?
I think it was the last play of the season, the pick 6, right?
I was there working for Pewter Report, covering it in the press box. The first play of overtime is a pick 6 straight to Deion Jones. That's how the season ended. That's how the 30 for 30 happened. And so it was kind of funny
historic
that he was then wearing a Bucs jersey like 5 years later.
Well,
whatever.
I don't mind it. The Jets needed any sort of talent they could possibly get at tight end. And Taylor, I think it might take 2 or 3 years to really see the full potential. There's a lot of development to go. But I think, again, Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji and this staff, they're taking a long-term approach. I personally, I would not expect the Jets to win a whole lot of games in 2025. I think this is really about the vision, the long-term vision beyond this season.
Niners on the clock here. They go Mykel Williams in the first round. We think an offensive line here. I'd love Tate Ratledge. Ratledge would be excellent for this team.
Ariante Ursary fits the outside zone scheme, I think,
too.
It's another corner spot I'm looking at, too.
Oh, I thought you were announcing that it wasn't.
Oh, no, I'm thinking about it.
We talked about Will Johnson in the first round of the 49ers before.
Yeah, could be.
You know, a guy I would like to see here. This is kind of a match that I've talked with you about a little bit. I wouldn't hate seeing Demetrius Knight as the Dre Greenlaw replacement.
Yeah.
If they went linebacker here,
I don't think he's getting drafted this early.
It's where the Niners pick in the third. That would be a question. That's somebody I would heavily think about targeting if I were the Niners. Their next pick is at 75. Would he be there at 75? We think, Knight?
I think so. Now I like him better than that, but it's older linebacker, right? Older, last year of his college career, breakout linebacker. The NFL really doesn't draft those guys very highly. I understand that Carson Schwarzenegger just went 33, and that's kind of the same mold there. Oh, wow. Another NFLSC fan favorite here. Alfred Collins off the board. They're just going straight D-line.
And he's still available, by the way, too.
Of course, yes. Gets picked here for the 49ers. Will still be available. We'll talk about him as he is still on the big board, or at least NFLSC addicts will. We love you guys. They're going heavy defensive line here. Very clearly, and we talked about this in the mock draft episode that we did earlier this week. We talked about it last night on the show. 49ers defense all of a sudden looked very different from the ones that have been carrying this team to Super Bowl appearances and NFC Championship appearances, because all of a sudden there was nothing on this defensive line outside of Nick Bosa. Nothing. And especially in the run game. They were getting run all over. Now they don't have Dre Greenlaw. They really needed somebody there. Azeez Al-Shaair was also on this team in the middle. Talanoa Hufanga, a major part of being a box presence for this team. Those guys are no longer there. So to double dip along the defensive line, I didn't think they'd do it, but I'm not super surprised here.
I didn't think they would do it necessarily first and second, but I'll tell you what. First of all, love Alfred Collins as a player, and this year finally got a real starter's workload after being behind so many great defensive tackles, especially in 2023, behind T'Vondre Sweat, behind Byron Murphy. I love his versatility. I love the length, his ability to stack and shed, to play anywhere from a 5 technique all the way into a 0 if you want him over the nose. Now, Saleh doesn't usually do that sort of thing. He's going to play more in the traditional 1 tech or 3 tech, but I'll tell you what, the Niners came into this weekend 28th last year in run defense grade, which for them is the cardinal sin. They are never trying to do that again. This was the first year we felt like, hey, this is not the most physical team on the field. Kyle Shanahan wants to get back to being physical, and Robert Saleh's pretty much told him, hey, you don't get guys on this D-line, it's not going to happen. They got Mykel Williams, and they've got Alfred Collins. They are not trying to let teams run all over them again.
I was a little bit lower on Alfred Collins just because I do think that what he does as an interior run defender I liked. I just wondered how valuable that really was and how highly the NFL was going to draft it. I know Gordon McGinnis, our content director, this has been his guy throughout the whole draft. So for him to get drafted top 50, congrats, Gordon. You can take the victory lap around the living room upstairs that we have here at the PFF studios. Yeah, it's something that I think needed to happen for the 49ers. Dallas Cowboys are on the clock here. They go with the offensive lineman in the first round.
They got Donovan Ezra-Rocky right here.
Oh, is that the pick?
That's the pick.
Wow. Hell of an edge rusher.
I'm in.
My brother's a diehard Cowboy fan. He said, we need to take an edge rusher with this pick a few picks ago. And I think this is one of the top guys he was looking at.
I wondered how much the Cowboys would be, because the talk in the first round was, did they go Matthew Golden? Did they go Tetairoa McMillan? But once you get outside of the first round, does wide receiver really become a priority for this team? It seemed like it was more of like, okay, let's make a splash in the first round if we could get a Tetairoa McMillan, if they wanted a Matthew Golden. Clearly they wanted Tyler Booker over those guys. But here they are, and they've got the opportunity to take some receivers. Let's see the receivers that would have been available. And Luther Burden was not, but like Kyle Williams is here,
was a
Jack
popular
Besh is
target
here.
for them.
I think Trey Harris could have been a target for them, right? Like all of those guys who are still on the board, and they opt to not do that. They opt to go trenches again.
My brother gave me the triple bang, the Mike Breen triple bang. So,
oh wow,
yeah, he's very hyped about this. How about Micah Parsons?
Did you get 5 booms?
Yeah, 5 booms as well. Absolutely. Yeah, Donovan Ezra-Rocky, though, has the best pass rush plan. You see right here for the highlights from the Senior Bowl. The best pass rush plan of any edge rusher in this year's draft. And now you pair him alongside Micah Parsons, a perennial Defensive Player of the Year candidate. I love this pick for Dallas. And this is how you rebound from a pick that not a lot of us loved last night in Tyler Booker, number 12 overall. You get a guy right here in Donovan Ezra-Rocky. If you flip those 2 picks, if you get Tyler Booker in the second round, say, and Donovan Ezra-Rocky number 12 overall, I don't think we really hate this that much. So all of a sudden, this class is shaping up pretty nicely for Dallas Cowboys.
If I'm behind the Dallas Cowboys late in games, and I was already afraid with Parsons hanging around there, if I'm behind the Dallas Cowboys late in games, I'm nervous.
Yep.
I'm real nervous, because the first thing I wrote about Ezra-Rocky when I was watching him in sequence, multiple games, I said, don't let him get hot. Don't let him get hot. Don't let him get hot, because all of a sudden you mentioned it, the whole sequence of moves, and he knows how to sequence them from one rep to the next. If you get in obvious passing situations against the Cowboys now, you're in serious trouble, because Ezra-Rocky, he's only 6'2", but he's got a weird, freakishly long wingspan for his size. He's got the array of moves. He knows how to use the length that he has. And Trevor, maybe most importantly for this defense, the only edge defender in the country who's got an 80-plus run defense grade in each of the last 3 seasons.
I'm with you, man.
And that's where I'm at with Dallas is, hey, you have to stop the run as well. Ezra-Rocky's got 3-down ability despite being a little bit smaller. And again, if you fall behind this team now with these two, good luck to you, because you already couldn't block Parsons. And Ezra-Rocky getting all the one-on-ones when you're shifting things towards Parsons, this is going to be a real problem. This is an awesome pick for Dallas.
MN Hockey 00 says, how many snaps of football have these guys played? Excuse you. You're typing to the intramural champ of the 4th division at the University of Florida Flag Football League.
Dalton played quarterback.
Just saying.
High school ball in Florida especially.
Dalton played high school quarterback in Florida.
You did? Yeah. You were going up against some. You were winning state championships left and right.
Well, hell no. Easy now.
Come on,
I got benched in flag football in first grade.
You want a fun
benched?
Yeah, I got benched.
You want a fun one though? Did I ever
I
tell you
played
this?
center actually.
When you do the boom or bust question, you were like, "Oh, who's the most athletic?" Though I did pick you. You let me down, but I did pick you.
Yeah, well, you can see how tall I was.
What do you-
Tate's a lot
what do you
taller
do?
than I am. Tate is a lot taller than I am. But
I took a chance.
You've made a lot of good bets, but that's not. I don't know about that one.
Oh, clearly.
I played center in flag football. I was like basically playing right field in Little League. It's like that's the worst player on the team.
Did I ever tell you the fun fact who my head coach was? My head coach was the long snapper on the Bucs Super Bowl team. That's 2002 Super Bowl team.
I don't even know who that is.
Ryan
fake fan.
Benjamin.
That's incredible.
Fake fan.
Yeah, you're right. No, fake fan.
USF
True.
grad,
True.
USF grad, long snapper on that Bucs Super Bowl team back then.
Donovan Ezraku, the selection to the Dallas Cowboys. I wanted him for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at number 19. So to get him here at number 44, I think it's pretty damn good value. The Indianapolis Colts, they were on the clock. Their pick is in. Pick number 45. It is edge rusher JT Tuimoloau. So we're sticking with the edge rush train here. That fits. I think it fits the Indianapolis Colts. I don't have his relative athletic score in front of me. I could look at it in a second, but bigger, heavy-handed, 4-3 defensive end type of edge rusher there is JT Tuimoloau. Getting him in the top 50. What do we think, fellas?
Direct replacement for Dayo Odeyingbo, who went to Chicago. Yep. That's what you're looking at. Is this team? This is a team they took Latu in the first round last year, but they needed more pass rush depth. I think Tuimoloau is somebody who's very easily projectable too. If it's not a 3-down role, I think early on he's going to play a really good role for him. The only thing that frustrates me sometimes with JT is just it's inconsistent. There's moments, and you can even go back to Penn State games, against Olu Fashanu, where you're like, wow, this guy, he's a superstar.
2 picks. And a pick 6, too.
Exactly. I mean, he looks like a superstar in flashes. It just doesn't happen every single snap in every single game, right? There's weeks where he goes very quiet. So when you get the good JT Tuimoloau, you look at him and you go, man, that's first-round ceiling. You just don't get it enough out of him.
What?
Jake in the chat said, is edge Adam Copeland available still?
Stop. This is not funny. That was
It's very funny. What are you talking about?
the rated R effing superstar.
Edge Adam Copeland is still available.
I thought he was going to spear me when I said, sorry,
He
bro,
should've.
we can't
Through
get
the
you on.
He should've.
Yeah, he probably would have.
He should have.
JT Tuimoloau, by the way, 9.33 RAS, so a very good relative
Yeah,
score.
there it is.
So
there it is.
He has all the tools. It's about getting it out of him every snap and every week. It just times where you feel like there's 2-3 games, and it's why we kind of like Jack Sawyer a little bit better, because you see Jack Sawyer all the time, even though he doesn't have Tuimoloau's tools. JT I just need it more often. And this pick could be really, really good. I do like the idea that the Colts are beefing up the defensive line still. It's just, that's the only question for me with JT is consistency.
Yeah, him and Latu, I like that a lot together. 87 run defense grade this past year, 87 pass rush grade over the last 3 years as well. He's a very, very powerful edge rusher, and I think he kind of complements Latu very well. He's more of a technician edge rusher.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't know. The reason I'm a little bit lower on him, I can't remember exactly where he was on the board, actually. 56th overall, I think, on my big board, if I'm looking at this correctly.
Range, yeah.
So, I mean, like, it's in the right range, and we've talked about even before this draft, there are players that are going to be picked in the 30s, so I may be having the 50s or 60s on my big board, who I go, nope, I can see it. I can see it right there.
Right.
I understand. We got to go to break in a second, but before we do that, the Los Angeles Rams, their pick is in. We get Terrence Ferguson, the tight end
guy.
from
46.
Oregon,
Your
going
guy.
46. I got him 85th on the big board. I didn't think we'd get him this early, but Terrence Ferguson, I like him. I really do, especially at the Senior Bowl. He was excellent at the Senior Bowl. And to me, it showcased the fact that he was in an offense that clearly just wanted to run everything through their wide receivers. Tez Johnson, Evan Stewart, Trayshawn Holden, like they just weren't going to emphasize the tight end in the passing game. But what do you guys think real quick about Terrence Ferguson here to the Los Angeles Rams?
We have known for a while that Sean McVay wants something at tight end. And the big thing that I'm surprised about here is that he went ahead of Elijah Arroyo. I think with all the noise that we'd heard about Arroyo through the pre-draft process, I figured he was going first. But I think part of this is that Ferguson is a better blocker. He's got a really good first punch as a blocker. There's times, he dips his head a little bit. He's got to work on the technique a little bit. But I think You're talking about Sean McVay here really since last year. He wanted Brock Bowers, didn't get him. This year, maybe he wanted one of these two tight ends. They both went top 14. Couldn't quite get him. Now you trade down and you get him. And look, Terrence Ferguson, I think he could be a very, very solid starter in this league. He's really good against zone coverage, and he's really good in scramble drills and improvising. So I do like this pick for the Rams.
I think he is more of a all-around tight end than people are giving him credit for. Clearly, the Rams believe in him a lot. We're going to talk about that and so much more. We'll be right back, guys. Prize Picks, it's the best place to win cash while you are watching sports, including, of course, the 2025 NFL Draft. Just download the Prize Picks app, choose a lineup right in front of you, more or less of a few player stats. Depending on how big the lineup is, you could win up to 1,000 times your cash on a single lineup. Best part about it is, if you download the app and you use the promo code PFF, when you put just $5 on whatever your first lineup is, whether you win or lose, you're going to get 50 in free bets right there on Prize Picks. Go check it out. We've got some of the rookie lines right there. You can see Colson Loveland on the screen, 4.5 touchdowns. You think it's going to be more or less. You see Tetairoa McMillan right there, 5.5. I think I like the more on Tetairoa McMillan. I think they're going to use him quite a bit. Dave Canales knew how to use Mike Evans. He had 13 TDs on that year that he was the offensive coordinator there. So there's so much more. NFL, MLB, NBA, however you want to get your bets on, set your lineups, you can. Make sure you use that promo code PFF to get 50 in free bets when you play 5 on your first lineup.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus.
All right, welcome back to the Western and Southern Studios here for the PFF 2025 NFL Draft Show. Max, I'm going to start with you because of what you just said in the break. If Will Johnson doesn't go to the Arizona Cardinals, where does he go?
I don't know. I just keep having to remind myself of so many good players getting picked right now, and I keep looking at our best available tab available at pff.com, and Will Johnson's still there. This guy, talent-wise, is a top 10 to 15 player in this draft. The medical is supposed to be that bad that he comes here at number 4. I mean, I would take a one-legged Will Johnson, number 47 overall, for the Arizona Cardinals, who their biggest need is still cornerback, in my opinion. They don't really have much at outside corner besides Garrett Williams in the slot. I think they'd be in on Will Johnson in that zone scheme, too. If he doesn't go here, Las Vegas is next at number 48 overall, but man, these medicals must really be that bad for Will Johnson because he should have gone 30 picks earlier than this, in my opinion.
I mean, if you think about the advancements in medical technology, within the span of Will Johnson's rookie career, he could probably have a bionic leg.
I'll give him my knee.
Here's the thing. You might have to take him up on that because he did just go to the Arizona Cardinals.
Bam.
Look, he might be calling you.
I thought I was going crazy, man. I really thought I was going crazy with Will Johnson.
You are still going crazy. We're not going to take that. We're not going to take that part away from you. Dude. Walter Nolan in round 1. Will Johnson in round 2.
Yeah, that's called a draft.
Monty Ossenfort is saying we are loading up on this defensive side. Now they have that, in theory, if he's fully healthy, CB1 type to go along with a good CB. If you look at the cornerback room for Arizona, I don't think that you would say that it's desperate, but I think you like it better with a potential CB1 there. Now you get to use Sean Murphy-Bunting in a lot of versatile ways. The same thing with Max Melton. The same thing with Garrett Williams. I like DTD in the back in the secondary as a long-term option for them. Obviously, they still have Budda Baker there. They can use some upgrades at the second level at linebacker, but you feel great about that defensive line with the free agency additions and certainly the addition of Walter Nolan, too. You hope that Darius Robinson's going to take that next step in his second year for you. So Jonathan Gannon, a defensive-minded head coach, he's got all the tools to be able to do whatever he wants on that defense, in theory, when I think a lot of these guys are healthy.
And Johnson played a lot of man-to-man coverage at Michigan, but you and I were both talking about, you know what, he's got the body type and the technique where if he played in off-zone, we might even want to see that a little bit more, and he'd be really good in it. Look, doesn't have the top-end speed, even when he is healthy. Ran a 4.5 flat, I believe it was, at his pro, or somewhere around there. He's a 4.5 guy, low 4.5 guy. But his instincts, his technique, his fluidity, especially his ability to see the quarterback and jump the football underneath, I think all of those things are going to be major assets in Jonathan Gannon's defense. And I think the Cardinals, through a round and a half here, are one of the big winners of this draft so far. You got two potential top. Where did you have Johnson on your board? Was it 12 or 13, somewhere in there?
Let me see. 14.
So you got your number 8 player and your number 14 player at 16 and 47 on a defense, again, that needed more ceiling on their D-line, and they needed outside corner help. On the outside, they needed help, for sure. They were the worst zone coverage grade at outside corner in the league this year. Johnson is one of the few corners in this class that I don't think is scheme dependent, but I do think he's a great fit. And again, you mentioned it. Just this level, to get this level of talent at 47, if you feel good enough about his knee and you can protect him, maybe there's times I've seen where if he's playing on one side of the field or the other, if he can't cut off that knee, then play him on the other side and figure it out later. Make him the left corner, right corner, whichever one. I forgot which one he's more comfortable with, but this is just the swing that needed to happen. This is just a great pick for Arizona, and through 2 rounds, they got to be feeling really good about themselves.
I thought this was the pick for Arizona in the first round of the draft. They didn't go that route. Now they get him in the second round of the draft. This is an A-plus draft for Arizona. Obviously, the medicals are going to be a big talking point for Will Johnson throughout his entire career, but this guy has been an elite cornerback ever since his true freshman year at Michigan. In fact, in his sophomore year, he went up against Marvin Harrison Jr. and Rome Odunze. He had 6 targets against those guys. He allowed 3 catches and had an interception against those guys. He is an elite corner in every sense of the word, elite technician. My comp was Pat Surtain. So I think if he stays healthy, I really think you're getting one of the top cornerbacks, potentially in the NFL. Could be a top 10 corner in the NFL very soon, too. I love Will Johnson, and I think this is a home run pick for the Cardinals.
The Raiders are now on the clock. Pick number 48. They traded back from 37 with the Miami Dolphins, so an 11th spot. Slide there, but for it, they had a little bit of a pick swap in the 4th round, but then they get an additional 3rd-round pick. So
the Texans just traded up.
Yeah, we'll get it. We got a different.
I forget everything that I said, although the trade still stands, but the Raiders, man, just stockpiling picks there. How far did they drop?
58 and 99 for 48. They got.
You pick up 99 for just 10 spots in a draft like this. That's great stuff.
So now they have 99 and 98.
Yes.
We're going back to back.
And they still have, don't they have an earlier? They have 68.
58.
They have 3 third-round picks now.
Awesome.
For a couple of trade backs.
They must have saw Will Johnson off the board and said, you know what, let's move back now.
I don't, that
call.
could have very well been the case there for them. But, man, Houston's a team that, well, I guess they moved back, right? They moved back with the Giants. So they got some extra picks there, so I guess they maybe are feeling a little frisky and saying, all right, we can still get aggressive in this draft. We can still do what we need to do.
Now I feel like one of those Georgia offensive linemen. Ratledge or Wilson.
Jared Wilson?
For the Texans, yeah. Now I'm feeling that like this is a spot that this could be an offensive line play here.
I think it is too.
Yeah, they went Jaden Higgins to
just with the Bengals right there.
Not
49.
kick things off, but second pick there of the 2nd round here today.
And you just made a great point. You just said getting ahead one spot of the Bengals.
Yeah.
To go get the offensive lineman that they want.
Especially if this is a guard, if this is Tate Ratledge. Now you're really talking about they just jumped the Bengals and got a guy who could have been a serious Bengals target there at guard.
I got to think it's got to be offensive line. Why else would you jump Cincinnati?
Got Jaden Higgins.
Not just Cincinnati, but you jump Cincinnati and the Seattle Seahawks.
Yep.
Those 2 teams right there. I would have absolutely been afraid of those teams taking the player that I want to take.
It is an offensive lineman.
Yep.
Ariante Ursary, the offensive tackle from Minnesota. Interesting that it's an offensive tackle, right? Because they have Titus Howard on the team. They have Cam Robinson. They have Blake Fisher. But you're clearly just saying, hey,
talent.
Here is a 4-man race for 2 spots. Somebody figure it out. Somebody
and
win
Howard,
this competition.
And Howard, by all accounts, right now is going to play guard.
Can play guard for them, right?
He's probably. I would guess that he's going to. I think you're right. I think you just have across this offensive line just an open competition. I think that was the hard part to project. That they just need offensive line talent regardless of position, and the interior was in focus. But tackle also, because they traded your superstar left tackle, Laramie Tunsil, right, to Washington. You got all these picks, and now I think with Ursary, this is someone I would hope could play tackle, right? I mean, he's got the size, got ideal size and power to do it. There's a bend issue a little bit, I think, dealing with speed rushers around the corner, guys that can get underneath him. But, and I was curious what type of lineman they would take with Nick Caley coming in as their offensive coordinator. Is he going to be a downhill duo scheme kind of guy like Sean McVay's been the last couple of years? Is he going to go back to zone blocking? I'm not sure where this Texans run scheme goes, but I don't know that matters. I really think when you're talking about offensive line for the Texans, they just needed talent. And you could argue that Ursary is the most talented one left on the board.
Yeah.
You could. I believe he was my highest rated offensive tackle that I have left. I love the explosiveness that he plays with.
Yep.
I think he's a really good athlete. You were able to see that at the combine. 90th percentile 40-yard dash, 72nd percentile 10-yard split, so he can get off the ball. He can explode pretty well. The broad jump, 87th percentile as well. Like, all of those scores are really good. So I think he's a good athlete and he's got good explosiveness. I get worried about Ursary, not specifically for the Raiders. I think it's a good bet to make here in the second round, for the Houston Texans. But as a prospect, you mentioned he's a little bit of a waist bender, and that's always tough for offensive linemen that don't have great arm length. And his wingspan's 50th percentile for the position. Well, actually, that's offensive lineman. Hold on, give me a sec. I got to reset this here. For offensive tackles, his wingspan is only 29th percentile, and his arm length was just 15th percentile.
Yeah.
So when you are a waist bender, it makes it more difficult for you because you then feel like you have to reach a lot. And that's not a great recipe when you're talking about going up against some good NFL speed rushers at the pro level. So I do get a little bit worried about him, but he does have great explosiveness. I wondered if he would be somebody who might be better at guard than offensive tackle. Perhaps they do see him with that flexibility and just want to say, we talked about this in the mock draft, they brought in 5 new offensive linemen. Now, that's not to say that they shouldn't have drafted one here, but they might just be going, all right, fellas, we got 15 in free agent era in training camp. Figure out the best 5.
Yep.
Go earn one of these spots somewhere. I don't care where you played in college. I don't care where you played before you were here. Go earn one of those 5 spots. I wonder if that's what happens when the Houston Texans get the training.
He was a dominant run blocker in 2023. Wasn't as good in 2024, but he legitimately was one of the most dominant players at the tackle position as a run blocker in 2023. I think Joe Mixon's going to be a big fan of this guy as well. So I like Ursary a lot. We actually interviewed him on the PFF College Football Show as well. Great kid. Really, really good zone blocker. Really athletic. Leverage is always an issue with him, and you guys mentioned the waist bending as well. But I do like Ariante Ursary a lot. I think it's a good bet for the Texans.
He's the artist,
here.
right? I remember if
he is the artist.
He's the painter or something like that.
Loves
right?
to paint. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really good kid.
There you go.
All right, who we got next? Who we got on the board? Oh, it's the Bengals.
Cincinnati.
What does the Bengals do? Tate Ratledge?
Could be.
That's a thought. Or
I like it.
Does Al Golden take his guy Xavier Watts?
Probably the most common pick for the Cincinnati Bengals every time that we do a multi-round mock draft is Xavier Watts, who had an unbelievable career.
A guy that no, they wouldn't do it now.
You're looking at me like I think you know the pick.
I had a thought. No, sorry. Okay, I got it. Don't listen.
You and Max are just like you're looking at your computer and then you're just like.
I will not be held responsible for my facial expressions. I was thinking about Mike Green, but they already got Shamar, so that's not a thing.
Ben Morrison's still here too.
Or they draft Mike Green and then trade Trey Hendrickson.
You're going to make the guys behind the glass real
No,
mad.
they shouldn't do that. They shouldn't do that.
No, probably not. But no, I mean, you think about the Notre Dame guys on defense. I do think about maybe another linebacker. What are we doing with Jermaine Pratt here? Is it like just this floating open trade request also with Jermaine Pratt? It could be anything on defense or at guard. Tate Ratledge would make a lot of sense. You have Joe Burrow. You have, just like the Texans with Stroud, you have to protect him. And if you don't, again, I'll just say it over and over. If you can't pass protect, you can't win a Super Bowl. The Bengals still can't pass protect, and they made a Super Bowl and lost one with one of the worst performances in pass protection we've ever seen, and yet 4 years later it still hasn't been fixed. So a guard like Ratledge would make a ton of sense here. A defensive player could also make sense, especially one of those Notre Dame guys. You know us in our conspiracies.
I think it's got to be Watts or an O-lineman. I just don't know, even with the players who are still left on the board. You can take a look at the best available. I guess we could read some of those players off right now. Mike Green's obviously at the top of the list, but we talked about his off-the-field issues are the reason why he's fallen here. Trey Amos is still here. Nick Scorton, Benjamin Morrison. Another Al Golden connection. I don't think they'll need him.
Darius Alexander? Inside?
Could. I don't know if they do it. I don't know if they do that.
Makuba?
We got the pick in. I don't know what it is yet. Oh, Makuba would be fun.
Makuba would be really fun.
The chat was loving Andrew Makuba as somebody who, like, when he gets picked, they're going to go crazy. They're absolutely going to love it.
Ooh.
Wow, he does. Wow.
Top 50.
Nailed it.
Demetrius Knight, the linebacker from South Carolina, goes in the top 50. So this is a team that, linebacker, a little bit depleted. They've got Logan Wilson.
Yep.
That's about it. And they need somebody next to him. We had this conversation when we were talking about Demetrius Knight as a prospect. And I said, you know what, I think that he could play, I still do think that he can play Mike. I think he can play middle linebacker. But you said when you were watching him, you're like, you know what, I actually think I like him better as a will. You know, somebody who's a little bit more in space, doesn't have to do as much dirty work between the tackles. He can let him run and chase. He can sort of freelance a little bit more. He can get a little bit more out of him in coverage. And the more I watched him, the more I went, you know what, his athleticism and that explosiveness is a little bit more impressive than his physicality. Now, he'll come in and he'll hit you. You know, he will come in and he'll lower the shoulder on you. But you see those reps there from the Senior Bowl, it's sort of that the coverage stuff that you like the most. So Logan Wilson can play that Mike spot, and now Demetrius Knight can play that Will spot where you think that he is most comfortable.
This is a fun fit for the same reason I would have liked him in San Fran next to Fred Warner with Greenlaw leaving. I do like this, assuming I think the Bengals are at some point going to trade or cut Jermaine Pratt. To get him next to an established middle linebacker like Logan Wilson, I think is ideal. I really like this pick. Knight is one of the best coverage players at the position in college football over the last 2 years. You mentioned it. Really good speed, really good athleticism. I do like his vision. I think that weak side role for him is better just to keep him out of that downhill physicality right on the strong side of the formation that you see so often with some of those guys. But honestly, even back, I remember all the way back when he was drafted, you probably remember similar things I said about Levante David back then. I go, the one big weakness is when teams run right at his chin, right? I think if you put him on that weak side and you allow Wilson's obviously going to stay at the mic as a veteran. He was playing it anyway. I think it's a really good fit if they're getting rid of Pratt. I do like this a lot. I think it fills in. Look, the Bengals, it's all about just filling holes on this defense because there's plenty of them. I think this is a really good pick to complement Wilson at linebacker.
The one word that always comes to mind with Demetrius Knight is speed. Not only physically, mentally. I think his processing speed is among the best of any linebacker in this class. 92 coverage grade over the last 2 years. Showed major improvements as a run defender at South Carolina. I mentioned the physicality is a little bit of an issue with him, but speed, both mentally and physically, he is an extremely fast player, and he could process the game at a very high level, too.
Donnie's losing his mind in the chat because remember, Donnie gave us a $2 super chat at the beginning of the show.
He's been texting me nonsense.
Before the
not even coherent words recently. Yeah.
Oh, somebody that we love here on this chat. I'm sure you love him in your chat as well for the College Football Show. He's in on NFLSC too. So Donnie, we love you. We're very happy that you get Walter Nolan and Will Johnson. It's hard to beat that class right now in theory. Obviously, there's some medical issues that you got to think about. You know, the Demetrius Knight and the Carson Schwessinger pick are very interesting because Tampa's up in 4 picks. And Tampa took, I think, the luxury pick of Emeka Egbuka at number 19 in the first round. Didn't take a pass rusher like a Donovan Izaraku or any of the guys that were there. Didn't take a cornerback, any of those corners that were still available. Jahdae Barron was still on the board at that point. Obviously, Will Johnson, but we're seeing he slid a little bit more. And they didn't take Jahad Campbell either. I wonder if this team felt as though, hey, Demetrius Knight or Carson Schwessinger, somebody will be available for us at 53. Neither of them are.
This is the problem, is that to me, I think there was only 4 guys at this position at linebacker that I would trust to start week 1 this season.
Who's the last one?
The 3 that have been drafted, and I'd say Chris Paul.
Chris Paul is the
in
other
that
one.
mix.
Right,
so Chris Paul's now we're at pick 50 now, and Chris Paul is the only one left among that bunch. If you're looking for a linebacker now, you're searching for role players. I think this is going to get tough with Knight and Schwessinger already off the board now in the top 50.
Ooh, Broncos just traded the 51st pick to the Panthers.
Okay.
They're not up yet. The Seahawks are still
They're not up yet. Yeah, the Seahawks are up at number 50, but the Panthers now on the board at number 51. Where were the Panthers picking before? Because is it 57? Did they just jump up 6 spots?
I think so. We're waiting on a return here.
It must be.
It's got to. I would think so.
57, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
popping up a couple of spots. Popping up 6 spots. Getting ahead of the Titans, getting ahead of the Bucks. Getting at the Packers?
Well, that's
Chargers?
Okay, that's another one where the
Defense.
thought to me goes edge rushers. You still have Green and Scorton on the board. And Princely and Swinson and all these. At some point, these edge rushers are going, and if there's anybody that needs them, it's Carolina Panthers.
And Titans, you mentioned the Titans and Buccaneers are right there as well. They can both take an edge rusher. I think it makes sense for the Panthers.
I'll tell you what, can you imagine? I know, again, we're going to keep saying it. There's other issues behind it, why he's falling. But if the Panthers' first 2 picks, and we're getting ahead of Seattle. We have Seattle on the clock here. We're kind of getting ahead of them. But if the Panthers' first 2 picks,
take Jared Wilson.
If their first 2 picks were McMillan and Mike Green,
Two players who have been mocked to them at 8. So anytime that you have a situation where you're drafting those type of players, again, we've said it before, there's reasons why Mike Green is falling, but it's not because of the tape. The tape was first-round worthy. So we do have the Seahawks pick in. I see what it is, and I'm giving you a little teaser. You got to stick around. We'll be right back.
What does your child's future success look like to you? A job they're passionate about, traveling around the world, or just being happy and comfortable? But whatever their journey, you can help make it easier to achieve with a kid's investment account from Fabric by Gerber Life. By making a contribution to your child's future today, you can help give them the means to pursue their dreams. Fabric by Gerber Life was designed by parents for parents to make it easy to plan for and manage your family's financial path. With a kid's investment account from Fabric, you can start investing in your child's future today. Kids can invest when they're minors, but a kid's investment account allows you to invest on their behalf now. Start with just $20 with no contribution limits, tax advantages, and your funds are SIPC insured up to $500,000. Plus no commission fees, just a low flat monthly maintenance fee.
Portfolios are managed by Fort Washington Investment Advisors Incorporated. Additional services provided by Apex Clearing Corporation. All investing is subject to risk. Learn more at meetfabric.com. Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus.
Welcome back to the PFF 2025 NFL Draft Show. Somebody in the chat while we were at break said, going to commercial during the Seahawks pick. You guys learned from ESPN, huh? All right, so that pick is tight end Elijah Arroyo. I really like this one. Dalton, you were pointing to me right when we went to commercial saying that you liked it as well. So let's give the Seahawks fans some substantial analysis here now that we made it.
I think you really have to like this tight end room now, right? You have Noah Fant, you have A.J. Barner, who's a really good blocker they drafted last year, but Arroyo gives you this flex receiving option that can line up anywhere, in line, in the slot, get up the seams. He's one of the few tight ends in this class, I would say, with game-breaking speed, right? It's a different ability than a lot of these other guys to get vertical, and this was someone who really rose up. You see these routes right here on your screen there at the Senior Bowl. This is when it really started to rise. When he got in these one-on-ones, he was arguably the most impressive tight end as a route runner in the Senior Bowl. And his speed, you could even see it playing with Cam Ward at Miami this year. It's difference-making. If he gets a crease, he's gone. And I think already having Fant, already having A.J. Barner in this offense, and Clint Kubiak is going to want multiple tight ends on the field. This is how he runs his offense with Arroyo in that kind of move role, that F role, moving around the formation, getting down the seams, getting vertical for Sam Darnold. I think Clint Kubiak's going to find a lot of different ways to use this guy.
Great pick for Seattle. Even better pick for Carolina right after that. Nick Scorton, the Carolina Panthers. I have this guy edge 3 in the draft. I fell in love with the Purdue tape, and I think it's important to remember the Texas A&M defense, the way it's designed. Mike Elko was a great defensive coach, not saying anything about that, but they play a lot of team defense there. They want you to read and react and stop the run. Not a lot of pin your ears back and rush the passer. So that's why the production for Nick Scorton wasn't as good as it was at Purdue. I mean, still guys like Shamar Stewart, right? Walter Nolan comes from Texas A&M, goes to Ole Miss, explodes at Ole Miss because of going to a new defensive scheme. I think Scorton was a victim of that this past year, and he has been a dominant pass rusher over the last 2 years. 90.8 pass rush grade, 78.9 run defense grade. Like I said before, we thought this guy was a top 50. I think he had an edge 1 in summer scouting, right? Based off the Purdue tape.
Yep.
I think that Purdue player is still in there for Carolina, and so many people thought, okay, you got to take an edge rusher at number 8 overall. They didn't do it. They took Tedero McMillan, a pick that we all loved. They get still a first-round caliber edge rusher, Nick Scorton, in the second round. This is a A-plus home run draft by the Panthers.
And we talk so much about the drop-off this year at A&M. He still had an 82.3 true pass rush grade and a 17% pass rush win rate. He was still very good. He just wasn't necessarily used in an ideal pass rush role. You go back and watch that Purdue tape. First of all, the master of the spin move, even for his size. I mean, you're going to see that a lot. I'm so curious to see if Ejiro Evero is going to let Nick Scorton stand up, get out wide, get that momentum going from a wider position outside the tackle, and really get a dynamic pass rusher here on this D-line.
What a great trade by Carolina, considering who Tennessee just took at number 52 overall, because they get ahead of them who might have took Nick Scorton at that spot right there.
Well, I just wanted to say for Nick Scorton, 25th overall on the Carolina top 100, team-specific top 100. The only other player who was ranked higher was Mike Green. So he was the next highest graded player that we had there. So obviously it's one that we think is a fantastic pick. But even against the overall regular big board, he was 29th on that as well. So you love that pick. Oluwafemi Oladejo, the edge rusher from UCLA, going to the Tennessee Titans at number 52. This is somebody who went to the Senior Bowl. It's his first year as an edge rusher. You know, he was an off-ball linebacker for most of his time in college football and at UCLA. So in his lone year as an edge rusher, he showed really good stuff. I mean, really promising stuff. Now, his rise into not quite the top 50, pick number 52, but right around the range of the top 50, man, that is a pretty big rise for him there, for being a one-year type of player on the edge. But clearly the Tennessee Titans believe in the overall talent that he has and the ceiling, and think that he could build off of what we saw this past year and what we saw at the Senior Bowl.
This is interesting. This is one where there is a lack of polish to his game, and I don't doubt that he is an edge player as opposed to a linebacker, right? I think for me the question is, there are still some more polished edge rushers even at this spot in this draft. So that if you're taking Oladejo, I think, to me, this early, I think you're really betting on what you can develop him into in the next year or two. And all the reports have said he's got some of the best intangibles in the class, too, just as a person. That's the question of value. I had him a little bit lower than this. I just think that's the question is, are you taking a long-term approach here? Mm-hmm. Because I don't necessarily know that he's ready for an every down edge roll right now.
Yeah.
But there's definitely potential, this athletic potential, and you can see the times, especially, I think, in run defense, where he still sees it down low like he did at linebacker, right? I think it's just developing that pass rush arsenal and getting all the tools and using those tools properly. But that's going to be a question in a class with so many good edge rushers, and most of them are more polished than Oladejo. Was this worth it this high?
Yeah, I mean, he's a flashiest player right now. And for as much as you see some really nice pass rush reps from him, just a 10.6% pass rush win percentage, 65.6 pass rush grade this past season. And so, like, all the good, obviously, like, there are things to invest in, but I had him 75th on my big board. I was like, okay, I'd be comfortable in the third round, fourth round, a mid-round pick type of a pick. But I had heard that the NFL was higher on him than I was in that category.
You're going to be over the moon with this Bucs pick right here.
Over the moon. Oh, my gosh, let's go, baby! Benjamin Morrison, the cornerback from Notre Dame to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 53. Let's go. Jason does it again, baby. I love it. I love it. With this guy fully healthy, he is, in my opinion, a first-round cornerback.
Yep.
He's got first-round cornerback tape. He showed that in 2023. He even showed that early in 2024 before he had the hip injury. I think he is an excellent player. Again, they went with the luxury at wide receiver. Now they really kind of had to hit corner because they're in a situation where I think they were exploring even moving on from Jamel Dean, but you can't move on from him if you don't have anybody to replace him with. And so even if Jamel Dean is still on the roster for the upcoming season, you've got somebody that you feel great about, in my opinion, moving forward. And so I don't think the Bucs are a staff that really often takes chances on players with medicals, like, or even a coin flip. So this makes me feel as though Benjamin Morrison's hip is going to be okay and that he's going to be all right. I love this pick, though. He's awesome.
They must have liked what they'd seen. He did a workout just earlier this week, I believe, on Monday to show teams, hey, I'm healthy enough, I'm good to go, right? And obviously with a hip injury and a cornerback, there's going to be some concern. But as far as his tape, and you mentioned it, his ability to play man-to-man coverage, a lot of times Todd Bowles does want to get aggressive and blitz and run man-to-man. Morrison's got that as long as he's healthy. I mean, just spectacular. A spectacular job. You mentioned Will Johnson's work since he was a true freshman. Ben Morrison basically matched that at Notre Dame.
Right. And how about this? So he played Ohio State in his freshman and sophomore year, and he went up against Marvin Harrison Jr. a lot in those 2 games. And Marvin Harrison Jr. is a year older, by the way, than Ben Morrison. 7 targets against Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvin Harrison Jr. caught 2 of those. He had 3 forced incompletions against Marvin Harrison Jr. as well. Against elite competition, Ben Morrison showed up in a big way. This guy is a top 25 player in this class if fully healthy, and the Buccaneers stole him here in the second round.
I think he's one of the best man coverage players in the class. I think he's got some of the best footwork. He can play off coverage, but, man, he is most comfortable when he is in press, and this is a Todd Bowles type of a corner. It really is. So love how Morrison approaches the game. To get him at 53, I think is an absolute steal. The Green Bay Packers now on the clock at number 54. They went with Matthew Golden. The crowd absolutely loved it last night. It was one of the coolest moments of the 2025 NFL Draft, hearing them say, for the first time since 2002, they're taking a wide receiver, and then they name out Matthew Golden, and they absolutely erupt.
They would have loved Ben Morrison there.
I think they would have loved Ben Morrison. They could also love Savone Rebel here.
Trey Amos is still there,
Trey
too.
Amos is still here.
Still on the board, too. The weird fall of all of these corners after the first 3 I didn't think Harrison would necessarily be the third one to go, but it just, now we're starting to get the jockeying.
Still some edge rushers, too. I mean, Mike Green, Landon Jackson, Princely Monmielen, Braden Swinson. I think they could go defense here, corner or edge rusher.
I think you almost have to go defense here.
Yeah.
On some level, if it's on the D-line or if it's at corner, you almost have to. It's such big positions of need. Their pass rush was disappointing last year. Cornerback, they're already thin, and they've got questions about whether or not Jair Alexander is staying or whether they're going to trade him, the contract situation. So those 2 positions I think you look at, especially for this Packer team. I'm not sure where else they would go other than edge or corner with this pick.
I think it's got to be corner.
Yeah.
It would just be so shocking if they didn't go corner. There's too many good ones on the board.
Could also be Azaria Thomas. Wouldn't shock me. The league's a little higher on him than we are.
I think the league's also a little bit higher on Jacob Parrish, Noel Williams. Those guys I think you can bring into the conversation
Darian
here.
Porter's still
round.
there, yeah.
Darian Porter obviously still here. I always kind of felt like the league wasn't going to draft Darian Porter as high as I would feel comfortable doing so.
He's just not physical at all.
He's kind of rail thin. Didn't start until this past season. Special teams ace, but
he was so good this last year, though.
I feel as though I always kind of felt he'd be closer to a mid-round pick than a second-round pick.
He's a freak athlete, too.
Track, multi-state champion.
6'3" and runs a 4.3.
Multi-state
ridiculous
champion
athlete.
When he was in high school.
And I think he allowed a 5 passer rating this past year.
4.7, I think.
4.7, yeah.
Just
not even 5.
Spiking the ball every play is, 39, I think?
39.6, yeah.
Which is about, 8 times as better? My math is way off on that. About 10 times as better.
You're pretty close.
You're close.
Yeah, 5'4" to 40, yeah.
He's not really close. Just trying to make it feel better.
We work at an analytics company, too. I might get fired for that.
we don't have to do
How did we feel about the golden pick? Do we like it?
I liked it.
If they were gonna take if they were gonna take a receiver, that's probably the right one.
Yep. I completely agree.
I just still feel like it's not even just about Golden and the speed of the deep threat himself. It's about getting Jordan Love back into better habits of actually not forcing those shots. Golden as a decoy to me is as valuable as the production of him, because it's just all about Jordan Love and dude, reel it in. We'll get the safeties out of there for you. We'll clear them out. We're gonna give you these big intermediate windows. Just throw it into those windows, please.
I said it last night, too. They lacked speed in that receiving core, and you just drafted the fastest receiver in the draft, Matthew Golden. So I think that fit-wise, it makes a lot of sense for Green Bay.
And this leans into what Jordan Love wants to do, right? He's a big game hunter. You don't want to take that away from his game. It's the whole reason why he drafted him. And I think last year, they lacked that in their offense. I think the only guy who really two guys gave it to him, Christian Watson, Dontavian Wicks. Christian Watson got hurt. Dontavian Wicks couldn't catch. And that just, I think, totally capped what the Green Bay Packers wanted to do in the 2024 season. So having Matthew Golden and that speed really helps you out there. We got the Green Bay Packers on the clock, and the pick is in, but the NFL is not letting this one get out. They're not leaking this one at all. They're not getting ahead of it because they are making a show of it with them in Green Bay. So we'll get it in a second. But
last second prediction, anybody?
I'll say Trey Amos.
I'll say
I
Revel.
think he comes on the board
I'll
here.
say Revel.
I was going to say Revel too.
Okay.
I think he's their type.
I'm hoping we're both
I think they
right.
went against the threshold. It's offensive guard Anthony Belton.
Okay. All right.
Why?
Didn't they just pay Aaron Banks $19 million a year? And
Why?
why does he?
Where's he playing? Get the depth chart up. Am
don't know
I
if I
missing somebody?
So they have Rasheed Walker at left tackle. They have Zach Tom at right tackle. And then Aaron Banks, Elton Jenkins, and Sean Ryan. And Jordan Morgan, too.
Jordan Morgan, who was competing with Sean. I don't.
Jordan, I've been told that Jordan Morgan's going to play at left tackle instead of Rasheed Walker.
Okay.
Okay, even so.
Do they hate Sean Ryman?
I mean, he is what he is. He's a placeholder. He's graded like a 65 or something last year.
I want to be very clear. I like Anthony Belton.
So do I.
Yes.
Good football player.
Yeah, very good football
I don't
player.
understand here, and I don't think I'm trying this. I'm having a hard time figuring this one out.
I think he can play guard for you. I think he can play a little bit of tackle. Play tackle at NC State, but I think he's much better and more comfortable when he is at guard. If you put him at guard, I think he's got plus footwork and he's got good mobility to him. He can be a puller for you. I think he's a good football player, and obviously he's going to start for the Packers, and I think he's going to be good. But you must believe in your corners a lot.
Yeah, that's the thing.
They must not be trading Jair Alexander.
So that's true that Morgan, they're going to move him back out now to left tackle. Is that what you said?
I think, if I remember that correctly, I think Packers fans told me that he was going to compete at tackle, if I remember correctly.
I don't know where you would put Belton if you're going to start him. If it's a right guard over Sean Ryan, cool, I guess. I also don't know I'm not sure where the scheme fit is here with LaFleur. I'm a little lost on this one. I mean, or talent's talent, and you just take talented offensive linemen because that's how the league works now. But, or is there a thought that is there a thought that Belton could play left tackle for them, and Morgan just stays at guard and tries to
maybe.
They
must not be trading Jair. They must have tried. His contract's too big.
Yep.
They're going to keep him. They have Keyshawn Nixon, who I think that I guess, feel okay with. They have Carrington Valentine as well. They drafted Kamal Haddon, so they have him as a depth player. They signed Nate Hobbs. I guess they're good at corner. Or at least they feel like they're good enough to be able to make a selection like this.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Hobbs. Nixon played on the outside a bit last year and wasn't that bad. Maybe Hobbs is in the slot, Nixon's outside, and they'll go Nixon, Alexander, Hobbs at corner, and they're just going to build depth on this roster wherever they can.
Chargers just took Trey Harris, number 55 overall.
I love it. This is one of the picks that if they didn't go wide receiver in the first, which I didn't really love the options of them going wide receiver in the first and then them having to address the line a little bit later, I much preferred them going with defensive line in the first round, who did they go in the first round? Why is it
Hampton? Hampton.
Okay, so they went offense in the first round. I guess for some reason I've done so many mock drafts, I just thought that they had defensive line. But anyways, independent. Trey Harris fits exactly what they need. He's the over-the-top wide receiver. He opens things up for Ladd McConkey underneath. He's basically what you would want Mike Williams to be, who you probably don't think Mike Williams has the athleticism to be that anymore, even though you brought him back. That was sort of an insurance policy. Now they get a player that I think they feel good about using as a sideline receiver, him getting vertical, him opening things up underneath.
Quentin Johnston's days might be numbered here.
Wow.
I'm just throwing it out there. You take take a player like Trey Harris, who's really supposed to fill that same vertical X role as Quentin Johnston, and it just didn't happen the last 2 years. That's what I think with that. I think Harris, you have size, you have speed, kind of a limited route tree coming from Ole Miss. I think that's the thing for me, is a limited route tree, and I don't think he's all that twitchy in his routes, so there's not a whole lot of diversity. But Jim Harbaugh generally has somebody in his offense who's taking deep posts over the top, who's getting those go balls one-on-one at the X, kind of that classic vertical X role. Trey Harris can fill that role, and the numbers, people talk about the crazy numbers and 5.5 yards per route run and all. It's the same reason, the same thing I feel about Jackson Dart's production at Ole Miss. It's just so designed to get vertical and rack up those yards.
I will say, it's not a one-to-one comparison, but the conversation around Trey Harris, to me, is pretty similar to one we had last year with Keon Coleman. Both guys can make spectacular catches. They have similar builds as well, but they have speed speed concerns a little bit and separation concerns more than that. So I like Trey Harris. I think in this offense specifically with Justin Herbert at quarterback, you want him as a vertical threat. This is a very good quarterback for him to catch passes from.
Yeah, I agree. This opens things up for Justin Herbert much more than they were previously, and it doesn't take anything away from Ladd McConkey. I think that this simply enhances the offense. Are we worried about the defensive line now with the Chargers 2 picks in, haven't addressed it?
No, that's why there's a whole lot of depth in this D-line class. I think when you're looking at the Chargers, let me just see their picks real quick here. They're picking at 86, 125. I think either of those 2 picks, especially at 86, you could still get a pretty good player there.
Got any defensive lineman that comes to mind?
Jamari Caldwell.
I like C.J. West.
Ooh, I like C.J.
Either
West
one
a
in
lot.
the A-gaps.
Denise Peebles, my guy.
We'll
He's
see
not
if,
a run stopper, though.
I don't care.
we'll,
He's still awesome.
we'll see if West gets to 86, but I think if West doesn't get there, Jamari Caldwell in the A-gaps as the direct Poona Ford replacement.
I agree with that one. I'm cool with that one. Jordan Phillips, maybe, right?
Yeah.
Same thing.
That would make sense, yeah.
Rock in the middle, good run defender. I'm just saying.
I like Caldwell better.
There's a lot of
but
options there.
We'll have that argument
We're
like
going to
an
talk
hour,
about
yeah.
them and so many other teams. We got the Chicago Bears on the clock next. We'll be back after this. Prize Picks is the best place to win some cash while you're watching sports. App is very easy to use. All you do is pick more or less of a few players' stats. You can win up to 1,000 times your cash on a single lineup. You just string a couple of them together, and the best part is, if you download the Prize Picks app, use the promo code PFF. If you bet $5 on whatever that lineup is, you will get $50 in bonus bets, win or lose. So whenever that goes through, whether you win or lose, you will have $50 in bonus bets right there for you if you use that promo code PFF. You can see some of the lines that we have here on the screen. You know, King Henry, Saquon Barkley, go more or less of their total rushing yards. You can see receiving TDs, rushing TDs. This goes for passers as well. We got all sorts of quarterback lines. And if you find some players who are drafted here on draft weekend that you go, man, I really love that spot. I think this person is going to absolutely kill it. You can check out their line and put that in the lineup right there. So make sure you're downloading the Prize Picks app. And when you do, use the promo code PFF and get that $50 in bonus bets on your first lineup.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 to get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus.
Welcome back to the PFF 2025 NFL Draft Show. We got 2 picks to discuss since we went to break. The Chicago Bears at pick number 56 took Ozzie Trapillo, the offensive tackle for Boston College. I like Ozzie's boneyard. Big fan.
Great station.
Doesn't really fit the zone blocking scheme that they might be leaning in towards. Also, do we think he's an upgrade over Braxton Jones? I don't know. Maybe I like Ozzie Trapillo, but maybe this is simply just insurance. Maybe the Chicago Bears went into this draft and went, you know what, we're good in a lot of areas. We're just going to complement the rest of our team. We're going best player available at all times, no matter what.
Jones is a good player. He finished last year injured. It seems like this entire offseason that people around Chicago have been finding some sort of reason to get rid of Braxton Jones, to the point that they could have taken a tackle 10th overall if one that they wanted was there. I think Ozzie Trapillo is good enough that he could start day one. But he played right tackle at Boston College. I sit here and wonder if we're going to see a Tristan Wirfs type move, and you're going to see Darnell Wright maybe on the left side, and you're going to go Ozzie maybe starting it on the right side. I don't know. Or maybe they're just going with the board, and this is the top guy on their board. And I really like Ozzie. He's 6'8". What is he, 315, 320?
He's built like an NFL offensive tackle.
He can move a lot better than you think.
In a tackle class that is a lot of guys who are going to kick inside, he's very clearly an offensive tackle.
Really, his length isn't the best, though. He has 33-inch arms, his 12th percentile, his wingspan's 32nd percentile. But I do like him. As long as, listen, if he's a swing tackle for the Bears, I love this. Because you already have Darnell Wright, you mentioned Braxton Jones already as well. Ozzie Spillier is a really, really good player. 80-plus pass blocking grade each of the last 2 years as well. I like him a lot. It's a little weird that Chicago has not addressed defense at all yet in this draft. But as mentioned before, it's a very deep edge class.
Got an offensive head coach now.
And an offensive head coach. Yeah, Benny J is really attacking the offense big time.
Maybe he's playing the Dan Skipper role here. Maybe he just drafted the next Dan Skipper in this late second round.
Somebody in the chat just said the Blizzard of Oz.
That's
a good one.
I love the Ozzie reference.
I haven't heard that one. I think that's a good one. The offensive line train kept rolling. See what I did there?
Love it.
Ozzie, crazy train. Train keeps rolling.
Aerosmith.
Keep up, Dalton. Come on.
If there's anything I can keep up with.
The Detroit Lions took number 57, Tate Ratledge. They traded up to get Tate Ratledge here. So they go defensive line in the first round. They get Tyleik Williams from Ohio State. And here they get Tate Ratledge, the guard from Georgia. He was 68 overall, so this is right in the range where I felt like he should have gone. I thought the NFL might have taken him a little bit sooner, but this is somebody who's been a rock-solid offensive lineman. I actually think that he is better as a zone blocker than he is as a power blocker, but he is somebody who, it's not like he's a liability in man and gap scheme run blocking concepts, and I think he's got great footwork in pass protection too. He's been a starter for multiple years along that Georgia offensive line, so an excellent pick, in my opinion, for the Detroit Lions.
And I'll tell you what, he has been a dominant pass blocker at Georgia's entire career. 88 career pass blocking grade. And the thing I love, Trevor, coming into summer scouting, a lot of the talk around Tate Ratledge is, okay, maybe he's not a great athlete. He went into the combine and freaking dominated. He ran a 4.97 in the 40-yard dash. That's 96th percentile. 95th percentile broad jump. 92nd percentile three-cone. 91st percentile 10-yard split. He tested out as an elite athlete at the combine and went from a guy that some people thought, okay, maybe a day 3 pick at guard. Now all of a sudden he's a second-round pick because of that elite athleticism as well, along with his elite tape too. I'm a big fan of Tate Ratledge, and like I mentioned before, he is one of the best pass blockers we have in this draft.
One of the best pure guards in this draft. We talked about so many guys who are tackle converts, right? Going inside, he could be a guard for this or that reason. Tate Ratledge is one of the best pure guards. You mentioned the pass protection, you mentioned the athleticism, and it's just it's another pick. These first 2 picks have just felt like Lions picks, right? And you talk about, okay, maybe eventually replacing Graham Glasgow at left guard. Perfect spot for Tate Ratledge. I don't know if he'll start in 2025, but I would guarantee by 26 that he is.
And then right after that, Las Vegas Raiders. All right, so the Raiders haul, I want to make sure I got all these picks here. So far, Ashton Genty in the first round. I forgot. I thought they picked earlier, but they had traded back a couple of times to get to this point, number 58. Jack Besh, the wide receiver from TCU. Love Jack Besh.
Yep.
Fantastic prospect. Plays in the slot a lot. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying. It's where Brock Bowers does a lot of his damage.
Jacoby Myers.
Figure it out. Actually, what's funny is my comp for Jack Besh.
What are you saying, Jacoby Myers in the slot, you're saying?
Yeah.
Maybe they're just going to go super condensed sets and they're just going to pretend everybody's in the slot.
Maybe so. My personal comp for Jack Besh.
Condensed 11 personnel.
That's what the Seahawks are doing.
That's what the Rams did when Sean McVay got in the league.
My comp for Jack Besh is Jacoby Myers.
Is Brock Bowers.
Well, that would be fun too. But, I mean, I just, look, they did need one more receiver. So I think Besh.
No, they did.
Besh is versatile.
That's why I'm not going to hate on
yeah.
it too much. I, in fact, am somebody who, I often push back at people who talk about redundancy from the receiver position. I think you could certainly scheme up a lot of ways to get these guys open. So it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek with me. I am surprised they went with this wide receiver as opposed to maybe like a Kyle Williams, a Jalen Royals, like somebody like that who was still on the board. But I do love Besh.
Io Maynard's still on the board.
That's true. I will say.
The NFL was always lower on Io Maynard than we were.
The smart guys.
I will say, Jack Besh, we do think he's a slot receiver. Mm-hmm. He lined up out wide mostly for TCU this past year after playing in the slot earlier. He had his best year of his career out wide for TCU.
That's a good call out.
So I do think he's a slot receiver in the NFL. I'm with you guys there. But he did play really well on the outside for TCU. And mentioned that right there, that is the reason why he's going this high in the second round right here. He was absolutely freaking dominant at the Senior Bowl down in Mobile, Alabama, too.
A-plus competitor.
Yep.
solid, smooth route runner, really good hands, maybe not blow away speed, but this just has had the feel ever since, especially we watched him in Mobile, of, wow, this is a really solid, likely number 2 receiver in the NFL. You mentioned it, had his best year this year playing on the outside at TCU and being featured more after a couple years at LSU where he didn't play bad, he just wasn't used all that much. Same thing in his first year, I believe it was at TCU. Then he gets to his second year with the Horned Frogs and he has a breakout year. So I think, look, Besh has earned himself a second-round selection this entire time now. I felt like he was going to go in the second round and he's earned that. And especially, I think Pete Carroll's got to just love the competitiveness, right? And he was, you could argue, I think he was easily the best receiver down there at the Senior Bowl.
I would agree, 100%. 100%. I think this is going to be a good pick for them, and I think that when you have Brock Bowers and Jack Besh on the field at the same time, it's great blockers as well if you're going with those condensed sets if they're not attached to the line of scrimmage, which Brock Bowers can be. Jack Besh probably wouldn't be, but you feel good about those guys as blockers when they're out there as well. Ravens on the clock and the pick is in. This is where Mike Green comes off the board. And so the Baltimore Ravens, they picked at number 27 and 59. They got my number 8 overall player and my number 10 overall player at picks 27 and 59. Now, Mike Green, he's fallen a long way from where he was ranked on the PFF big board. It's not because of the tape. The tape is first round worthy. Obviously, I had him on the fringe part of my top 10 right there as the 10th overall prospect. It's because of the off the field concerns. Sexual assault allegations from when he was in high school as well as when he was at Virginia before he transferred over to Marshall. And so that's been the reason why he is falling here. And the Baltimore Ravens jump on it. Obviously, with him in the second round, they feel like the value is too good to pass up for Mike Green. And so 2 incredible football players that they now added there. And when you just look at the haul like this, I mean, it's Malachi Starks and Mike Green. These are difference makers for the Ravens on the field.
Absolutely, and this is the part off the edge at the Ravens. I mentioned it earlier with the Buffalo Bills where they needed the jolt off the edge to get to these quarterbacks in the postseason. I mean, you look what he does to a first-round tackle, Josh Connerly right there. He was one of the best players at the Senior Bowl. He's one of the best players in college football, the highest graded edge defender in college football this year, led the nation with 17 sacks. Just look, he's a little bit smaller than Abdul Carter, but he's got some of the same traits when you talk about the speed, the bend, the variety of moves. Now, the lack of length shows up a little bit. You wonder if he's going to be able to set the edge in the run game, and I think the lack of arm length definitely comes around when he's tackling. I think he's 110 miles an hour all the time. The length and the recklessness gets him a little bit when it comes to missing tackles, but if you're talking about in this rotation, with all these edge defenders the Ravens have and just getting him in as many passing downs as possible, you've got a different situation now with this Ravens pass rush, and this is a real weapon off the edge.
And serious off-field concerns, obviously, but there are a lot of Ravens fans that would have liked Mike Green in the first round of the draft, right? So you get a guy, Malachi Starks, in the first round, and a lot of people thought their biggest need was at edge rusher. You get, for most people, a first-round caliber player, Mike Green, there in the second round, too. And like Dalton mentioned before, the highest graded edge this past year, also had a 90 PFF grade the year before that as well. Back-to-back years of elite production as both a pass rusher and as a run defender from Mike Green. So, yes, the off-field concerns are plentiful with Mike Green, but on the field-wise, he is a first-round caliber player.
Denver Broncos are now on the clock. They took Jahdae Barron at number 20. Running back?
Scatterboo.
Oh, weren't they one of the teams that had him in for a visit?
I don't remember that. You'd have to look at that. But it's a team that I've looked at as a.
If this is Scatterboo, I'm going to be hyped.
It's a team I've looked at as a really good fit for him too.
I'm going to be hyped if they get Caleb Scatterboo here.
This could be a back. This could be a receiver. This is another spot. I know you mentioned the league's not as high. Alec Iamaner would be a really good pick here too.
I think Kyle Williams would be too, especially if Cortland Sutton is in your long-term plans. I think that's probably the difference of what receiver they might want to go with here. If they think that Cortland Sutton's going to be around for a long time, you go with Kyle Williams. I think he makes sense. He could be a wide receiver too amongst a plethora of wide receiver threes that I think they have. If you're going to move on from Cortland Sutton soon, Alec Iamaner can play the X there, and I think he can play on the backside of the line of scrimmage.
Jalen Knowles still on the board too. I'll say that.
Jalen Knowles, a good call. Somebody to get.
I knew Jalen Knowles wasn't going to be a top 50 guy.
Yeah, no, top 50 was a stretch. It was a stretch. He's small and he doesn't do a whole lot after the catch. He's more like top 80 than top 50.
There's just not a lot of offenses that prioritize like a vertical slot receiver. You know, it's just I feel like it's not really a universal prioritization.
Well, if it's going to be something you get from the slot, it's like with Luther Burden where you get so much production after the catch.
But that's what I'm saying. And then you say he doesn't have the after the catch.
That's the weird part about Jalen Knowles. You don't really get to use him on screens and gadgets and things like that.
Right.
He just does. It's just not his game.
Right.
Even like a Xavier Restrepo, who's not nearly as fast, is actually better underneath and after the catch than Knowles is. So I think Iamane or Williams would be the more likely pick at receiver here, but I do think this could be a running back. Even Dylan Sampson would be in consideration here.
Ooh, I like Dylan Sampson here as well.
I think
he is slept on.
I'm trying to think of what else it could be, but they're so
Max, any thoughts?
They're
any
so
players?
loaded on defense.
I still look at.
I like Kyle Williams.
Kyle Williams. I think Cam Scatterwood would really fit this offense really in a great way as well. They run a good amount of gap in Denver. So, yeah, I can see any of the running backs. I can see any of the weapons as well. This could be a really interesting pick for Sean Payton. You've got his defensive joker in Jahdae Barron. Maybe gets an offensive joker here and gets a versatile piece.
Somebody's asking if Alfred Collins has been taken yet.
Not yet.
He's available. He's always available.
He is always available.
Always.
We know he got drafted. Calm down. Inside joke. And now you guys are in on it. So now you're in on a joke. I'm looking at, even beyond the Broncos. Actually, do we still feel great about them taking Barron? How do we feel about it?
Oh, yeah.
You do?
Yeah, absolutely.
Not that anything would have changed. We just had 24 hours. Obviously, we didn't think that they would go corner in the first round. Hindsight, do we feel good about it?
Yeah, I do. I think either he can replace McMillan in the slot, he can play outside, whichever way you want to do it. I mean, and outside, look, you still have Riley Moss, you have Chris Abrams-Strain, who didn't play a whole lot last year, but played pretty well. I think to have that sort of versatile piece in a secondary that was already really good, I think I just love Jahdae Barron. I don't think there's a whole lot of places where he wouldn't fit. And you talk about, look, we'll see if he plays inside, outside, or both for that team. But it must have been really hard for Vance Joseph to pass on that guy and tell Sean Payton, like, hey, this is a dude right here, and this is a guy maybe we didn't think we were getting. You've
got Pat Surtain, Talanoa Hufanga, Brandon Jones, Jahdae Barron, all in that secondary.
Sick.
Good luck.
That's the best secondary football.
And you got Dre Greenlaw to help the coverage at linebacker, too.
Yep.
All right, let's look past the Broncos now. Oh.
There you go.
Let's go, baby.
Wow.
Let's go. Hey. My boy, R.J. Harvey, off the board. Oh, man. I love it. This was the guy at the top of the show. When I asked these guys, I was like, hey, who would you get excited about if you saw their name come across the board here in the second and third round? I said R.J. Harvey. We get R.J. Harvey in the second round. I think best case scenario, I was like, maybe third round. Maybe third round. But I've been telling people, I think that he is the Bucky Irving of this year. Bucky Irving is a little bit stronger than he was, but the categories in which Bucky Irving was excellent coming out of Oregon are the same categories that R.J. Harvey is fantastic. Missed tackles forced per attempt and yards after contact. Over the last 2 years, above 80th percentile in both of those categories. I think he runs hard behind his pads. I think he'll make you miss in short areas. I didn't even think he had the home run speed that he showcased at the Combine, so it was nice to see that as a little bit of a plus there. Him getting to work with Sean Payton, I think he is going to make the most out of everything that R.J. Harvey brings to the table.
And you called Bucky Irving. You called Bucky Irving last year. You were really.
He was RB5 for me last year,
and he had a heck of a rookie year for Tampa Bay right there. So I like R.J. Harvey a lot. I know Dalton's a little higher on him than I am, but he is a really, really good football player. It makes sense for the Denver Broncos here.
Let's go.
Love his feet, love his eyes, his vision. Super productive at UCF under Gus Malzahn, playing there in a variety of schemes. And I think, he's not the most physical, overpowering runner. He's a little bit smaller. To me, when I watched him, I see a bit of James Cook. I just see this cut and slash vision, patient runner who's got a lot of shake in the hole. That's just the name I keep going back to. I think Cook went a couple spots later than this early in the third round. I think somewhere in the 70s for the Bills. That's who I kept thinking of when I watched him. I just go, this guy, he's got loose hips. His feet get tight to his cuts. There's no wasted motion. He ran a better 40 than I thought he would, so the long speed is there. I thought he showed really nice receiving ability at the Senior Bowl because they don't throw to backs at all in the UCF offense. I think you do want maybe a short yardage back to go with him, and they have that. And your guy from last year, Audric Estime, too, and they have Jaleel McLaughlin in that backfield as well. But I think R.J. Harvey can be something close to the workhorse back in this offense. Those are the two things for me. His feet and his eyes are fantastic. I've got a loose James Cook comp on him. I really like him here.
I like that. Nearly 3,000 rushing yards for R.J. Harvey over the last 2 years. That's just insane production for him. 31% forced miss tackle rate in the last 2 years as well as 94th percentile. So also over 700 receiving yards over the last 3 years, too. He's a good receiving back as well. Yeah, R.J. Harvey is going to be really, really fun to watch in this Denver offense.
Yeah, I'm a big fan, man. And they have NFLSE legend Audric Estime already. So
he does steal touches from Audric Estime, which is a negative.
Which is tough.
That is tough.
It is what it is.
I'd like to see if it is more of they're coming together. They're forming a great running back room, not taking away from each other. Like on this show, I'd like to think there were 3 analysts that are just complimenting one another. We're a good analysis by committee.
Yeah, he doesn't compliment me. That's not a thing.
I'll never compliment
You're lucky
him.
he's sitting this close to me, let alone a compliment. Good luck.
No. It's the different spelling of compliment. We know that he's never going to give you a compliment. It is that he makes you guys whole. College football show.
I am, not EM, yeah.
There it is. The journalism major in you. Washington Commanders, really quick. We're going to take a break in about 60 seconds. But Washington Commanders, any thoughts for which direction they could go here? They go Josh Connerly Jr. in the first round. They still got some outside corners to choose from to be able to get flexible.
There's still some edges on the board. There are still some edge rushers on the board here.
Do it?
Prince Leon, Landon Jackson. There are still some really
I
talented.
think another running back's a possibility here. Could see like a Dylan Sampson going here too.
Could.
There's been a lot of talk about the Commanders looking at this running back class.
Yeah, I mean we talked about them as a potential Amarian Hampton fit, but Amarian Hampton.
Your final top 32 prospect just went off the board to the Commanders.
Who was it?
Trey Amos.
It's a great pick.
I just said I love the pick.
It's great stuff.
I would love for them to go one of those corners is still available. Now you get some flexibility with Mike Sainristil still. There's so much to dig in with this pick, and obviously all the other picks that we're going to have here in the second and third round. We'll be back right after this. Prize Picks are the best way to win some cash while you are watching sports, of course, including the 2025 NFL Draft. App is very easy to use. You just go download it right now. When you do, you better use the promo code PFF because as you can see right there, we got a couple of different players and lineups that you could choose from. We see some numbers, some more or less odds for you to choose from. You just string together a couple of those bad boys, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can win up to 1,000 times your cash depending on how big the lineup is. But whatever you do, even if you just throw $5 on the line on your first lineup, you will get 50 in bonus bets whether you win or lose. So once that goes through, whether it was a winner for you or a loser, you're going to get 50 in free bonus bets when you use that promo code PFF. So check it out. You can see on the screen right there, we've already got some rookie numbers for some of these guys. Abdul Carter, more or less sack total. If you think he's getting 9 or more sacks, obviously you could play that on the line there with a little bit of more. But there's a lot of different things to choose from. Multiple sports as well. Check it out. Go download the Prize Picks app. Use that promo code PFF. Put down $5 on your first lineup, and you'll get 50 free no matter the result.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus.
All right, welcome back to the Western Southern Studios here for PFF's 2025 NFL Draft coverage. Only a couple picks left here in round 2 before we get into round 3, about halfway through day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft. We just had Trey Amos go off the board at number 61. I had him number 28 overall on my board, so to get him at number 61, I think this is a damn steal for the Washington Commanders.
And I love this because not only is it a steal, you get to put Mike Sainristil back in the slot.
Well, you get to do whatever you want with him.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's actually what you get out of this because you have Marshawn Lattimore. You have Quan Martin as well, remember. Yep. You have now Trey Amos to be able to play on the outside.
Yeah.
You can use Noah Igbenogany's on this team. You could play Mike Sainristil anywhere.
Which is the perfect way to use him, too.
100%.
The perfect way to use him. I think he was at his best in the slot at Michigan. I really think Mike Sainristil could be one of the best slot corners in the NFL. but he was playing at outside corner where I don't think he should be utilized best. And he still had a really good rookie year even at outside corner. But now with Trey Amos, who Trevor, you had as a first-round prospect, now you get to put Mike Sainristil back in the nickel, and you have Trey Amos and Marshawn Lattimore as your two outside corners. This is a home run pick by Washington.
If Lattimore is healthy, because they traded for him and he basically didn't play until the playoff game, right? If Lattimore is healthy and can do something close to what he can do, Trey Amos is there now, and I think the big thing for Dan Quinn here, getting a corner with that size, right? He's always like those bigger corners when he was in Seattle, Atlanta, Dallas, right? Getting those guys with size with man zone versatility. I think you're right. Getting Sainristil back down in the box, into the slot, you just added a lot of versatility to this defense and made this defense, this secondary as a unit, a whole lot better. They don't pick again until late in the fourth round, get some supplementary defensive line pieces in there and hope some of last year's guys, especially Johnny Newton, somebody like that develops. But I think if you're looking at the two picks Washington could have made early, and you got a potential starter at tackle and fixing up the pass protection for Jaden Daniels for even further than it already was, and you get a big-time piece in the secondary, this is someone, you've mentioned this before, Trev, this is someone they could have considered at 29, and they got him at 61.
I had him as somebody who, you absolutely could have considered at the back end of the first round. I think he is that talented. Obviously, I have him at 28 overall on my big board for a reason. I will look up in a second where he was on Washington's board for the top 100. Where was he here? Trey Amos was 30th. I had him ranked 30th on the Commanders' big board here. So Chicago Bears back on the clock. Obviously been busy here in this NFL draft. They go Colston Loveland at number 10, Luther Burden the third at number 39, Ozzie Trapillo at 56. This just is another best player available in their opinion approach, because at 62 they go with Shamar Turner, the defensive tackle from Texas A&M. Feels like he's the least talked about guy on that Aggies defensive line. We've already seen Shamar Stewart off the board. We have seen Nick Scorton go off the board. Now we get Shamar Turner off the board here. I wondered if he would go here. Right before we started the show, I was like, Shamar Turner, does he go? And you said that he did, and you were pretty confident in that. Here we get a very comfortably in on day 2. I thought that he would slip, and I wondered if we'd get him in the 4th round. But he is somebody who I like. I think that he was used improperly on Texas A&M's defensive line. I don't know how you guys feel about him, if you feel he's an edge or interior. I actually like him most at 3 technique defensive tackle, even though he didn't grade his best there. But that's sort of how I feel his skill sets can be used best. What do you guys think?
That is the weird part, that the grades and the metrics are better off the edge. But their defensive line was so deep that they were using, obviously, you have Scorton and Stewart, so you're not going to play him off the edge a whole lot. He's a versatile defensive lineman with a whole lot of tools, right? I think that's the first word that comes to mind for me with Turner is the tools are absolutely there to succeed. He's got to get off when he gets out of his stance. He's high effort. He's got a really good swim move that he uses in the run game a lot. I just think it's consistency. It's the same question we have with all of these A&M guys. Can they rush the passer? Do they know how to rush the passer? Scorton, we know, because he did it at Purdue in a different role. Shamar Stewart, Shamar Turner, Walter Nolan the year before, he got better at Ole Miss. All these guys that came from this A&M program, that's the one thing you question is there a more productive pass rusher in there? I think Shamar Turner is squarely in that category, but he is built like an NFL defensive lineman one way or the other for sure. The tools are there.
Absolutely. I think this guy, his best football might still be yet to come, honestly. I think Texas A&M was lining up all over the place. He played edge rush, he played 3 tech for them as well. He's only 290 pounds, which is 13th percentile for a D tackle. I don't think he's bendy enough to play on the edge full time.
I agree. That's kind of how I feel. That's why I like him better as an interior guy.
But still, if you get him on the interior, I mean, he's a violent football player with really, really good length as well. If he develops some play strength, because I think he was overwhelmed by double teams a good amount of times at Texas A&M this past year, but if he can develop more play strength, he could absolutely become a starting caliber player at D tackle.
I agree. And I think they've got the rotation to be able to do it. It'll be interesting with Dennis Allen as the defensive coordinator. He's not really built the way that Dennis Allen's edge rushers would be. I guess that's why I think I like the idea of him kicking inside even a little bit more here from what we saw from the Saints over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I would agree, because he likes those classically built defensive ends. Turner's not quite like that. I think he will play on the inside here. And if nothing else, again, this Bears defensive line, if he can contribute to their run defense where they really struggled up front last year, I think you've got a good solid pick here. And the Bears they've got a talented haul when you look at even adding Turner and his potential, because I think Max is right. The potential here, the upside here, there's a lot to work with. You just have to continue to mold it. And if you get anything out of him as a pass rusher, then so be it. And the next guy, it seems like Trevor here was whole lot of potential as a pass rusher with this one.
We're getting my guys off the board, baby. They're flying left and right. We have R.J. Harvey off the board, and now my boy Omar Norman-Lott gets off the board. I wondered if the NFL would just be lower on Omar Norman-Lott because he was so one-dimensional when he was at Tennessee. They never even put him in the game, really, in run defense situations. This past year, despite being somebody who was a major difference maker for Tennessee in the pass rushing game, less than 100 run defense snaps this season. But still, an elite pass rush grade against true pass sets, over 18% pass rush win percentage for Omar Norman-Lott, and now you get to put him next to Chris Jones. That is a deadly interior defensive line duo. So I think the Kansas City Chiefs realized they didn't have enough juice on the D-line. When they got to the Super Bowl, it was sort of, Chris Jones, you better get a sack here or we're really not going to be able to get after the quarterback. Omar Norman-Lott, a little bit one-dimensional in what he does right now, but that one-dimensional thing is incredibly valuable. He's one of my favorite players in the class. I had him 34th overall in the draft. So for the Chiefs to get him at 63, hell of a get there. Two of my guys, honestly, with Josh Simmons and Omar Norman-Lott, I was higher on in this trench group. So I'm loving the Kansas City Chiefs draft.
I had him on my board somewhere right about here in the mid-60s. I thought this was the exact range that he would go in. And again, I think if you're talking about a rotational pass rusher, not an every down player, I have him a little bit lower. But the part that he rotates in on in the pass rush game, it is really good. Explosive feet, explosive hands. I think the Chiefs are still going to protect him a little bit on early downs and keep him off the field. But when you think now about him and Chris Jones and all of not just, being out there, but all the different ways that they can align, right? When you talk about Chris Jones getting off the edge and you have Norman-Lott playing over whichever offensive lineman he wants, and you can really start to mess around if you're Steve Spagnuolo with these two guys in passing situations. Just where are they on any given snap and which way do you shift protections? Norman-Lott as a pass rusher absolutely is a problem. I'm just curious to see how quickly or how they can get to a road where he could play something closer to 45, 50 snaps a game, because I believe he hasn't played 30 snaps in a single game, right, since I think it's like week 3 of 2023.
Yeah.
Something like this. So he's really, and you mentioned Tennessee with the hockey shifts up there on their defensive line, but that'll probably stay early on. I'd be curious if they feel his potential is eventually an every down player.
I will say, I don't think this is a conditioning issue, but he had an 81 grade in the first half of games this past year and a 58 grade in the second half of games this past year. And a low amount of snaps played too. So he's definitely in shape because the way he moves out there. But I know that was an interesting stat with him. And how about the PFF users also picked Omar Norman-Lott too? So
Let's go, baby.
You could vote for what player you think each team should pick. And
they know ball.
PFF users picked Omar Norman-Lott.
They got Amos with Washington too. 2 of the last 3 picks they've got.
You can go and see all that on the PFF draft tracker that you see on the right side of the screen there. Just go to PFF.com. You'll be able to find it. Not only do you get the draft tracking that's right there in front of you, you see the best available tab. You can search by team, search by position, all that great stuff. But you can also vote on some positions there. And now we've got the Philadelphia Eagles with the last selection here in the second round. They got Jahad Campbell in the first round. How's Howie going to do it again? Let's see the best available.
Kevin Wilson Jr.
Please.
You're saying that's it, or that would be
that'd be home run.
That would be just ridiculous.
Or Xavier Watts. I mean, that
or
would
Xavier
be
Watts. Yeah, either one.
That would truly be
we
how we
still
did
have
it
Xavier
again.
Watts on the board.
Yep.
Huh?
We still have Xavier Watts on the board. That's kind of ridiculous to me.
It's not that big of a surprise because the last 2 years, when you look at the safety market, like in free agency, it's slow. I mean, these guys aren't getting paid. Think about how long it took for Justin Simmons to sign last year to the Falcons. I don't think the NFL really prioritizes safety right now. I mean, unless you're like an absolute, no question about it, superstar player, the gap between that and a guy who's sort of rotational or replaceable, I mean, look at Javon Holland, right? Javon Holland, I thought, had some good years when he was with the Miami Dolphins. And very clearly, the Dolphins were like, nope, don't care. We're not going to pay you that top money. Oh, a safety goes off the board, but it's not.
It's the other one.
Oh, the fans are going to be happy about this one. The chat's going to be happy. Andrew Makuba going off the board here. Above Kevin Winston Jr. Before Xavier Watts. Didn't think that was going to happen, but right in the range of where I wanted Andrew Makuba to go. A little bit undersized for the safety position, but ranked 62nd overall on my big board. Somebody who had one hell of a season this past year for Texas. What do you guys think about the Eagles and Makuba?
I think he's even yet to play his best football as well, because this year, transferring from Clemson to Texas was his first year really full-time playing free safety. He was kind of a hybrid role. At one point, he was a corner at Clemson, then some slot, then some in-between slot and safety. This year, he goes to Texas, and Pete Kwiatkowski goes, hey, you're a safety. I have enough corners. We're good here. I've got Jahdae Barron, Malik Muhammad, all these guys on the outside. Immediately became one of the best zone coverage players at safety in the country, doing so many different dynamic things for Texas in that defense. And I'll tell you what, I know you love Sidney Brown, but the idea of Andrew Makuba, I guess plus Sidney Brown, plus Reed Blankenship on the back end of this defense with all the zone coverages that Vic Fangio's running, that's a great pick. Watts would have been good. Winston would have been good. Makuba, any which one of them, they're all fantastic football players. Makuba, I think there's more to come with him, too, because he just finished his first full-time year at the position.
I'll tell you what, he played safety for Texas. He still has the movement skills of a corner, though. The way he flips his hips in coverage is like an elite corner right now as well. So great speed, really good ball skills, too. He's one of the more versatile DBs you have in this draft. Could play in the slot for you, could play free safety for you. As well. Now, he is a lighter player, like Trevor said before, and that lack of size does show up in run defense. He has a lot of missed tackles over the last 2 years, at a 25th percentile missed tackle rate, but he's a versatile chess piece in coverage, I think, and I think one that Vic Fangio is going to have a lot of fun with playing around with in the secondary.
That wraps up the second round of the 2025 NFL Draft, and we got some people in the chat who say, hey, can we get a recap of this and roll through the picks and just scroll through the picks really quick? We could do that. I'm not going to explain every single one of them, but then we'll take a look at the best available as well. So if we go back up to the very top of the second round, how things started here, Carson Schwessinger was that first pick there. Jaden Higgins, and obviously they could scroll on the screen. Don't wait for me to say all of these names. Just go ahead and scroll. Nicky Manwari at 35. What do you guys think of that as we're sort of going to scroll here at these picks?
A little high for me, but Seattle and Mike McDonald really liked him. So they trade up to go get him, and I get it. They have Julian Love as the free safety complement, another freak in that secondary along with some other ones that they already have.
I'm a huge fan of it. I love this fit for Nicky Manwari, specifically going to a defense than Mike McDonald that, like we said before, he loves Kyle Hamilton. Now he gets his Kyle Hamilton type of player in Nicky Manwari here.
Tyler Shuck off the board before Shadur Sanders. Sanders getting to the third round. Do we think if Pittsburgh, he just gets to, what is it, 82? Pittsburgh pick at 82?
Crossing my fingers and toes he makes it there as a lifelong Steelers fan right now.
Aren't the Browns up here at 65? Sorry, 67. There's a couple more picks. The Browns are up in a couple picks. I do not think
the Browns are taking a quarterback. I don't think they're going to do it.
Just riding with Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco?
Yes. With the 2 first-round picks you have next year.
Then
I think that's what they're going to do.
Then you look at the Steelers getting ahead there at 83, I think, unless somebody else just feels like it.
Tate Ratledge, an excellent pick there for the Detroit Lions as we're scrolling towards the end of the second round there. The chat also wanted to see the best available, so we can go to the best available tab next if you guys have the ability to do that there pretty quickly. Kevin Winston Jr. is the top player that I have on the board. Elikai Maynor, Xavier Watts, we've talked about those guys. I'm a little surprised Landon Jackson's still here. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, same.
I thought the NFL was going to be pretty high on Landon Jackson. The length, the overall size, the run defensibility, the flashes in pass rushing. So I really thought that he'd be off the board.
Good athlete, too.
This group of edge defenders is going slower than we thought they would.
Yeah, Braden Swinson, Princely Umanmielen, these guys still on the board as well. Jared Ivey.
One of your best available just got picked, too, by the New York Giants to start the third round.
I did see that, so we can scroll down and go to the latest and see from the New York Giants, pick number 65 to start things off here in the third round. Darius Alexander, a guy that I like out of Toledo who had an elite PFF grade this past season thanks to some great work in run defense. He wasn't quite the pass rusher you wanted him to be in this. What was this, his 6th year? I know he's a little bit older. I think it was his 6th year of college ball, so he's a little bit older of a prospect. But then he gets to the Senior Bowl, and much like Keanu Benton did when he was coming from Wisconsin, shows up at the Senior Bowl, plays a lot better as a pass rusher at the Senior Bowl than we expected for him to. I thought that happened with Darius Alexander as well. So getting some help next to Dexter Lawrence, we were asking for that, and that could have potentially been the case. You see some of the Senior Bowl reps here from Alexander. We thought that they might have gone after defensive tackle like at the top of the second round. Now, obviously, they trade back up into the first round to go get Jackson Dart, but what do you guys think about Darius Alexander?
I think a fun complement to Dexter Lawrence with Alexander here as a 3 technique. I like the swim move. I like the speed to power. I really like his hand usage. Not somebody that you want to anchor against double teams too often, but when you're talking about playing next to Dexter Lawrence, that's the guy they have to double team. So I think this is, I wanted to see it. I know Abdul Carter was a popular pick, and they made it happen off the edge, and now they have a loaded edge group. But to me, when Dexter Lawrence got hurt last year, he was done for the season, the D tackle group just fell completely apart. I think Alexander's a really good complement for Lawrence.
Dexter Lawrence, Darius Alexander, Brian Burns, Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau.
Pass rush waves, baby.
The Giants won Super Bowls because of their defensive lines.
They did.
I'm not saying they're any close to winning a Super Bowl right now.
No,
But they
you
are
just said
building.
they're going to win a Super Bowl.
2025.
You just said here on the show, and there's going to be a quote graphic about it later that's just going to be your face. It's not going to be any of the
Zach
prospects.
Tantillo, please don't do that.
Look, zoom in on him real
Please
quick.
don't.
The Giants are winning the Super Bowl this year with Jackson Dart starting as quarterback.
Well, I was going to say, I was going to add the layer to it, a stacked D-line and an Ole Miss quarterback.
Oh, that's right.
Wow. The parallels are scary. Vegas is trembling. The odds are shifting hard after bringing that.
I'm betting on it using the 20 that Chris gave me last night right now. On
$20.
He's going. You're going Giants Super Bowl.
That was supposed to be used on food, and you know it.
No.
Just going straight to your gambling addiction once again. That's how we got into this spot here. Somebody in the chat said, "Man, there's a lot of good players left. That's why day 2 is the best.
Yes.
That's why I love day 2. We're halfway through. We're getting into the third round, and there's still so many players like Darius Alexander that we get to go, man, this guy is still available. What a pick here for the New York Giants. Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart, whatever you want to say about the quarterback spot. And then getting Darius Alexander, I think that's pretty good for the Giants.
So it's a nasty defensive line. It sure is. And I think you've got really, look, they rebuilt the secondary in free agency, rebuilt the D-line in the draft. They just have to make it work at quarterback, and you got something to work with here. Obviously, you got Malik Neighbors at receiver last year, so I think this defense looks a whole lot better than it did at the beginning of this offseason.
Some great defensive linemen still here, some great playmakers still here. We'll talk about some potential landing spots for those guys right after the break. We'll see you guys in a sec.
Jack Links presents the greatest duo. There's nothing like a great duo. 2 flavors, 1 bag. New Jack Links Duos.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. While you're here, now is the perfect time to level up your football insight because PFF Plus is 25% off for a limited time. Just head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 to claim it. If this is your first time using PFF Plus, here's what you are unlocking. Access to the same player data trusted by all 32 NFL teams, player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools, and yeah, it's the same data that we're using here right now on this show to elevate every single pick. You'll also get the 2025 NFL Draft Guide with the scouting reports of hundreds of prospects, complete with player comp, scheme fits, helping you understand where each guy fits and how they will project to the next level. It doesn't stop after the draft. Build and manage your fantasy rosters with lineup tools, matchup data, betting projections, tools that give you a real edge every single week and set you up for the stretch run. If you want smarter analysis behind every pick and deeper insight into the game, PFF Plus is built for you. Go to subscribe.pff.com, use that promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that is subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus.
Welcome back to the Western and Southern Studios here for PFF's 2025 NFL Draft Show. When we left you, the Kansas City Chiefs were on the clock. They are still on the clock. We see the pick is in. We're not sure exactly what it is. They've got Josh Simmons, Omar Norman-Lott. So they've hit the trench needs. Do we think it's going to be a splashy pass rusher? Do we think they might go playmaker here? Do you see who it is?
No, I don't, but you said pass rusher.
That sounded like it. That sounded
no,
like
sorry.
it.
I was not trying to lead you wrong
good
there.
reaction.
I just thought of Princely Monmiel in there to the Chiefs. I think that would be a really, really fun pick.
Just keeping their foot on the gas with the pass rush. What do you think, Dalton?
There's somebody, maybe one of these safeties to replace Justin Reed.
Oh, that would be nice too.
Well, they have Jaden Hicks. So I suppose they need depth, but it kind of depends on what they think of him as a starter.
Suppose we could talk about that subject later because they went with Ashton Gelati from Louisville.
The man who is like 90% lower half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the dude's hamstrings and glutes are, half of where his power comes, more than half of where his power comes from. This dude can hold the line of scrimmage, man. If Ashton Gelati gets under the pads and he gets the hands in the right spot, you ain't moving. And in fact, if you are, it's probably backwards. He has got a nasty bull rush, a great speed to power. He's not the bendiest pass rusher out there. I don't know how much he's going to give you in the finesse game, but
not the longest either.
He is a strong, stout edge rusher that the Chiefs often gravitate towards.
Productive, too. This guy has had 85-plus PFF grades in each of the last 2 seasons, a 90 pass rush grade over the last 2 years, an 85 run defense grade last year as well. You mentioned the explosiveness, you mentioned the power. Speed to power is where he wins right now. Obviously, he's got very short arms, 31 and 7/8 inches, which is 4th percentile. You mentioned the bend as well, but extremely productive player. And I was a lot higher in Ashton Gelati than I thought most people were. And this is around the range where I had him. So it's cool to see he actually goes this high in the draft.
Yeah, I think I had him maybe somewhere in the 80s. I thought he'd go a little later than this, but he's also he's not just an edge, he's super versatile. We've seen him throughout his time at Louisville play. I mean, there's reps of him playing directly over the center and winning in there with power. I mean, he's just compact, powerful. You mentioned the bull rush. It plays really well, especially when he gets his hands inside. When you get your hands inside, even if you have shorter arms, you can still win that battle in there. So I think he's got a weird build to him, but he's just really good. He's an underrated athlete. What did he weigh in? About 275 it was, I think.
264?
He's a really good athlete, even for the thicker build that he has. The two things that I see as flaws are, the lack of length and reeling in maybe more elusive athletic quarterbacks because of that and the tackling side. And I just think there's times you don't necessarily want to expose him too much in space off the edge because straight line, he's fast for his size, but the change of direction, he has a hard time kind of planting and changing direction back. He's a guy that I think about, okay, if I saw him out there isolated on the edge, certain teams, Baltimore, Buffalo, teams like that, I'd kind of want to target him in the read option game a little bit. Sometimes he gets stuck in the mud a little flat-footed, but this is a really good, powerful, versatile player who I think Steve Spagnuolo, you talk about the early down complement, with as good as he is in run defense too, and Omar Norman-Lott and different guys you can put in different situations. Gelati on early downs is going to be really good, and then if you want to move him inside or wherever on passing downs as well, their defensive line just got a lot more flexible with these two guys.
This seems like they're type 2. This is like a George Karlaftis type of player they just drafted again.
Yeah, no, I love the versatility point that you brought up. The fact that his game is predicated around strength, that is the common denominator, it feels like, with Chiefs defensive linemen. So he's ranked 97th on the board, so quite a reach for where he goes here at number 66 versus my board. He was a little bit higher on Kansas City's specific top 100 big board. I had him, I think, 91st for the Chiefs, so a little bit higher. I understood sort of the fit. I wasn't taking him out of the top 100 because sometimes with those guys who are ranked in the 80s and 90s, it was like, all right, let me get a couple of guys that are maybe lower in my general top 100 or top 150 and flip them in here because they might be scheme fits. I still kept him in there, but I think early part of the third round, it's a little bit early, although I would have told you third round and fourth round is really the range for Ashton Gelati, so this is just at the top end of that. Cleveland Browns on the clock here at number 67. How can the Browns continue their draft here, which started with a trade, getting Mason Graham at number 5. Carson Schlesinger is who they picked at 33. Quinshon Judkins is who they took at 36. To start the second round, they have 67 here. They also have 94 near the end of the third round as well. Any thoughts on where the Cleveland Browns could be going?
Let's see. I mean, there's so many holes. They haven't
offensive line.
They haven't gone corner yet, right?
No, they have not gone corner yet.
I mean, they play a ton of man coverage. Why not a talent play like Siobhan Revel here?
Yeah.
I like it.
Well, we either get Greg Newsome back in the slot, or maybe he's a trade candidate. I think
Azaria Thomas too.
Azaria Thomas also.
Both of those
one
guys
of those
think
big
would be great.
man-to-man corners is somebody that might appeal to Jim Schwartz here. And then, look, we're not going to ask it as much because after a while, eventually it's kind of moot until we get there. But you think about, is it one of the two quarterbacks, the two big-name quarterbacks we get remaining here? If I were guessing, probably a corner. Maybe there's an offensive lineman that appeals to him too, but these quarterbacks, we're just going to find out as we get there. I think it's just not really a time to speculate, and we don't have to anyway.
Well, it's a playmaker I asked you guys if we were going to get Harold Fannin Jr.
I think he said yes, and I said
off the
no,
board.
right?
You said no. I would have agreed with you. I wondered how the NFL was going to be on this guy, and you said yes. You were like, yes, he's absolutely getting there. I have him. Where do I have Harold Fannin Jr. ranked?
102.
Right around the top.
your big board?
Yeah, I. You know what? I was about to say I wish, but no, I don't, because that means that I would have to stare at it longer than I do right now. So he was right around my top 100, and the Browns get him at 67. I thought the Browns might have been in on tight end, but it's interesting to me that they would take him over an offensive lineman. The offensive line could just look so different for this team 2 years from now. And I feel like they've had opportunities to really get ahead of it here in the draft, and they have absolutely not done that on the O-line. So,
well,
they must love it.
Here's where we're going to go. We're going to have the Harold Fannin debate now, and with the Browns. And here's the key number I'm going to throw at you. The Cleveland Browns, second fewest yards after catch per reception in the NFL last year.
That's what Harold Fannin Jr. does.
That's where Harold Fannin Jr. lives. Now, I think is there a loose, maybe Jonnu Smith comp somewhere in here, Gerald Everett back. Some of these group of 5 tight ends in the past that we've seen thrive on yards after catch. Look, Harold Fannin with the ball in his hands, and what we've seen at Bowling Green, he's kind of got this running back feel out there to him. I don't know exactly what role in this offense he plays, but I know
a joker?
Kind of a joker. He's kind of a joker, Just one of those, but I mean, you go over all the numbers because I know you have the record numbers.
You mentioned the yards after the catch. He led the nation in yards after the catch, not just for tight ends, for wide receivers too. He had 873 yards after the catch.
Didn't he lead the country in receiving yards, or no?
Yeah, 1,555 receiving yards. That broke the record for a tight end by Jason Morrow back in 2013. It was like 1,300. It broke it by 200.
And the hardest part about it is he didn't put up elite athletic numbers. The production was off the charts. He set the FBS record for receiving yards by a tight end, breaking Jason Morrow from A&M, right?
Or Texas Tech.
Texas Tech? A&M or Tech?
No, Jason Morrow played at Texas Tech.
It was Texas Tech, sorry. But Fannin also...
Can't forget those bright red jerseys.
Yeah, that's true. It's also big-time tape against big-time teams,
yes,
right? Against A&M. That was against A&M.
Yeah,
Fannin tore him up. Against Penn State, tore him up. Bowling Green had Penn State on the ropes early in the season. I remember you being mad about that one at halftime. I remember that.
I was nervous.
You just
that was week 2.
It's odd because then we see him at the Senior Bowl next to all these other tight ends. We're not all that impressed, right? The route running doesn't look all that fluid. We're trying to figure. So I think he's one of the hardest players, I think, to evaluate, matching up the production and the athleticism that's become so important at tight end, at the tight end position now, where sometimes you're just drafting athletes. If Kevin Stefanski finds that off flex kind of role for him where he can maximize on the yards after catch, also extremely low moving costs, I think maybe you're right. This is the type of offensive coordinator that can find a role for him.
I am excited to see him in this offense. I really didn't know what to make of him. That's why he's right around the top 100, because it's like, in order to really like Harold Fannin, you have to buy into what he is as a unique player at that position. It wasn't going to be for every team, and so you just hope that the Cleveland Browns are going to be able to lean into him. We're kind of rolling now. We've got the Las Vegas Raiders at number 68 taking Darian Porter, the cornerback for Iowa State. So now their haul is Ashton Genty in the first round, Jack Besh in the second round, and now Darian Porter in the third round. So they get their selection there. I got a couple more to rattle off before I kind of ask you guys what your thoughts are. Kyle Williams, the wide receiver from Washington State, goes number 69. And then a player who I really like, Isaac Tesla.
Really?
Goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars here. The more I watched him, the more I was like, perfect NFL big slot.
See, I like his teammate more, Andrew Armstrong.
I don't mind Andrew Armstrong, but I saw a path to great production in the NFL from Isaac Tesla.
Sure.
He reminded me of like an Eric Decker type.
Yeah.
Just a bigger slot type of receiver who, you want to talk about reliable hands. I mean, this dude never dropped the football. He had an above 96% catchable passes caught rate in over the last 2 seasons when he was at Arkansas. So was never really the focal point. You mentioned your guy Andrew Armstrong was, but to me, this guy had the easier and more translatable game to the NFL on better a play-by-play basis.
Yeah, better traits, yeah.
Right. And I think that the mock draftable chart that he had was unbelievable.
Yes.
I mean, it was almost like completely filled out. He's one of the best athletes that we saw at the position.
Yeah.
So
Another one like that, Darian Porter. My God, I love Darian Porter.
Yeah, talk to us about Darian Porter.
Yeah, this was a team that I wanted Darian Porter to go to.
He is a freak athlete. 6'3", 195, 4'3", 40, had a 10-foot, 11-inch broad jump. That was 92nd percentile. Really good agility, even though he's a bigger corner, too. Had 89th percentile three-cone, 83rd percentile short shuttle. Led the nation with a 4.7 passer rating allowed. This past year, mentioned before, spiking the ball every play, gets you a 39.6 rating. First year playing corner after playing wide receiver earlier, too. I think his best tape is still in front of him. Darian Porter was a lockdown player at Iowa State, and he had elite tape this past year. And he was one of the most athletic players we've ever seen at the NFL Combine at cornerback, too. So I am a huge fan of Darian Porter. I would take him in the top 40 of the draft.
Fifth highest rate, and now you got Pete Carroll coming in there. Raiders ran the fifth highest rate of cover 3 in the NFL last year.
That's perfect.
This off
for Darian Porter.
Off coverage, cover 3, the Seattle 3 that is staying with Patrick Graham here, and Pete Carroll coming in. And look, Pete Carroll is 3 for 3 on making Pete Carroll picks. He's got the running back that breaks tackles. He's got the hyper-competitive underdog receiver. And he's got the 6'3" corner because he drafts the freakiest corner in football every year like he used to with Richard Sherman, Brandon Browner, Tyreek Woolen. He's a little more in the Sherman-Browner zone role than Woolen, who was really more of a man-to-man guy. But Darian Porter and the Raiders is a match that it was one of my favorite day 2 matches that I thought could happen. That's Pete Carroll's type of corner.
100%.
With that length,
100%.
that speed, just all the tools and the ability to play off zone like he did at Iowa State. Perfect situation. I think he's starting right away.
Match made in heaven, in my opinion, with the player and what he does well and the scheme that he's going to at the NFL level. Kyle Williams and the New England Patriots, he's sort of built the way that the rest of the receivers are, like Pop Douglas and Jalen Polk and Jerome Baker, right? He's sort of built similarly. I just think that Kyle Williams is now the best out of all of them. And so I don't think there's redundancy there because I think that you're getting the better player now in Kyle Williams. What do you think about him?
I think it adds, again, you add this vertical. This Patriots offense last year lacked speed. Kyle Williams has speed. He's getting vertical. Now you've got Stephon Diggs working underneath. I think you're talking about filling in just all of they got TreVeyon Henderson too. You want speed? Kyle Williams, TreVeyon Henderson. We have now finally added, and to me, it fits with Drake May so much because I think he is that Ben Roethlisberger, Justin Herbert type. He's a vertical passer. But last year they had nobody that could get vertical. And they had nobody who could threaten underneath in the running game, so anybody could get vertical. I think you're now seeing in this draft the change in tone with this offense and what Josh McDaniels wants to do. Look, this offensive line is now complete with Will Campbell. We added some speed elements with Henderson and Williams. This is exactly everything. Now they're starting to slowly build everything that Drake May needs to on offense after spending all that money in free agency on the defensive side.
Quick programming note. We had Isaac Tesla going to the Jaguars originally.
Yes, I just saw that.
Actually, the Lions who took him.
Yep, so the Lions traded up with Jacksonville, who was originally at pick number 70, and the Lions were the team at number 70 that ended up taking Isaac Tesla, which I like even more, to be honest with you, because this is now a player who I talked about him as a big slot, and he can still be used as a big slot in Detroit's offense, but he is also big enough to be an X, like to be somebody who could be on the line of scrimmage. And with Tim Patrick, I think that now sort of completes the wide receiver room in Detroit with Amon-Ra St. Brown there and with Jameson Williams as well. So I still like the Tesla selection. We hadn't talked about it exactly and how it would be a scheme fit with Jacksonville, but with Detroit, I still think it's a good scheme fit with a player who's a great athlete at that size. Saints pick is in at number 71. It's Texas defensive lineman Vernon Broughton.
I love this guy.
Nodding profusely.
Yeah,
so let's talk about
on the college football show, we did our top 10s, and then we had a sleeper. My sleeper was Vernon Broughton. This guy has the length you look for. He has 35-inch arms, really strong player with powerful hands as well. 87 grade on true pass rushes this past year. Now, he's not as strong in his lower half, and he's got to get a little bit better technique with his hand usage, but this is also a guy who had to sit behind guys like Alfred Collins, like Byron Murphy, like Devondre Sweat. He didn't have the reps to develop those moves, right? So I think Vernon Broughton is a guy that, in the NFL with more experience could become a lot better than he was in college as well. I was a huge fan of this guy, and you can look for as a two-gapping role as a 3-4 defensive end as well. Again, he needs more development because he was sitting on the bench for so long, but when he was on the field, he was a really, really good player for Texas, and he has a lot of the traits you look for.
He was actually the more productive pass rusher between those two guys this year, Broughton and Collins, a little bit.
He's got a little bit more juice.
Yeah, and I think he might have a little bit more. he has more front versatility than I thought. So if if Brandon Staley down there in New Orleans is going to a 4, if he's going to a 5, he still has all that experience that he did at Texas. And the funny thing about this to me is Vernon Broughton's probably sitting here tonight thinking, before he's getting drafted, I wonder in practice who I'm going to be going against these offensive linemen. Oh, it's still Calvin Banks. Okay, we're just going to be doing this like we did the last 3 years down at Texas. Nothing changes sometimes, but no, I think it's a really good pickup for them. He's a versatile player who gives legitimate pass rush juice on the inside and a really good first step. It's just that, is he going to be an every down starter? Because this was really the first year, just like Collins, that he did it. But I think you work him into a rotation. He can do a lot of different things for you.
He is Mickey Loomis type, with the extra length, and he can reduce and play as a 3-4 defensive end. He can play a little 5 technique for you. Maybe he can play a little 3 technique. Man, look at Texas' defensive line that they have put in the NFL over the last 2 years. Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy II. That's pretty nasty.
I'll tell you what, in 2 years, they'll have a first-round edge rusher in Colin Simmons, too.
Yes.
The best edge in America, in my opinion.
He looks who's that linebacker that they have, too?
Anthony Hill.
2026
mock draft would be very high up in that list, by the way.
Okay, a little bit of
coming
a teaser.
out after the draft.
We're after the draft, we're turning the page immediately. These psychos already have a top 200 that they have ready to go for the mock draft simulator. So again, if you guys don't have a PFF Plus subscription, now's a great time to get one using the promo code PFF or Draft25 to make sure you get that fully unlocked mock draft simulator. Run as many 2026 mocks as you want this summer. But I'm excited. Selfishly, before I get into summer scouting to see what those guys are bringing to the table. But we got the Buffalo Bills on the clock here at number 72. Exactly 30 picks left here on day 2 and in the 3rd round. Buffalo Bills. Okay, so let's look at the Bills draft here. Maxwell Harrison at 30. TJ Sanders at 41. I think they've got some options here, man. I think they hit the 2 of their biggest needs. We knew it was going to be defensive line. We knew that it was going to be corner. But where are the Buffalo Bills going to go next? We got a quick little commercial break. We'll see you guys on the other side of that, and we'll talk about what Buffalo is going to do and the rest of the teams right beyond them. We'll see you in a sec. Prize Picks is the best place to win some cash while you guys are watching sports. Not just the NFL, but NBA, MLB, NHL, basically anything where you have some odds. We get the chance to throw more or less of a single stat on there. You can create your lineup and basically you have a lot of fun watching whatever you're about to watch. A little extra fun. Look at a little skin in the game. Everybody loves that. You can play Prize Picks in over 40 states, including California, Texas. Best of all, Prize Picks will give you $50 when you play your first $5 lineup. Win or lose, you'll get $50 when you use the promo code PFF. Use that promo code PFF when you sign up. And like I said, it's so many different sports, but right there you see the NFL ones. You see some of the rookies that we already have up there. You can bet more or less. You combine a couple of them. That's how you get your lineup. You go 1, 2, 3, 4. You can get 1,000 times your cash, depending on how big that lineup is. So check it out. Download the Prize Picks app. Use the promo code PFF. Put $5 on your first lineup, and you'll get 50 in bonus bets no matter what, win or lose.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus.
Dalton, what'd you say about the Buffalo Bills? Why have they not won a Super Bowl yet?
Because their defense has just not come through in big spots.
Well, 3 picks into the 2025 NFL Draft. Maxwell Harrison in the first round, TJ Sanders in the second round, and now Landon Jackson in the third. Three very good football players there. I like it a lot. What do you guys think?
Great stuff. I thought Landon Jackson was solidly a second-round player, and they get him at 72. Great length, ideal build for a four-down defensive end. Excellent, excellent run defender down there at Arkansas. Still working on the finer points of pass rushing a little bit. We saw it a little bit at the Senior Bowl, especially in the game. When he gets to long-arming somebody as a pass rusher, he can be a serious problem. He, very quietly, all the commotion was about Shamar Stewart's combine. Landon Jackson's combine was darn near as good. He's an excellent athlete. I think he just has to work on the pass rush arsenal, but I think as a run defender, he's NFL ready. He's certainly got the ideal build for it. You see some of these moves he put together at the Senior Bowl. I thought he showed us a little more, especially in the game, like I mentioned, than he did during the season at Arkansas, but he's got serious potential. He's built right, and I think in this defense, you just keep adding more and more players to this rotation. You mentioned before about another team, I don't remember, about just getting waves. Get waves of guys going here. I think Landon Jackson, you're talking about now, we got an edge player in Jackson, got an interior player in Sanders, gives you pass rush. You got Maxwell Harrison on the outside, a starter at corner. Bills are putting it together. I would keep hammering home defense. I would continue to use defense with every single pick. That's the gap they have to make up with these other teams.
Jets picking a great defensive pick here, too.
I was going to say, sticking along the defensive line with the Jets, Azareye'h Thomas, the corner from Florida State. So the haul for the Jets, now we're starting to get some draft hauls for these teams. Armand Membou in the first round, Mason Taylor in the second round, and then they do go with corner in the third round, and it is Azareye'h Thomas. We were talking about it at the beginning of the second round, how corner seemed like it was just sliding a little bit further than we thought it was going to. Travis Hunter, viewed as a wide receiver, I think, by Jacksonville mostly, so do we even necessarily count him as a corner? If not, Jahdae Barron's the first one off the board at 20. Will Johnson obviously doesn't even go until the second round, and a lot of those guys just a little bit further down the board. So they end up getting a player who I think is a pretty dang good player, one that I thought should have been picked in this range, but DJ Reed's no longer there. They signed Brandon Stevens. Brandon Stevens signed a contract that was substantial enough to where you think he's going to be there for 2 years, but what do you think about this? This gives them the ability to play a lot more man coverage.
There is not a single person in the Jets front office that made this pick. Aaron Glenn personally made this pick. I can guarantee it. Former corner with the Jets, obviously, back in the 90s and early 2000s, and he wants to play man-to-man coverage. That's what they did in Detroit. I think about Azareye'h Thomas even a little bit like a player like Carlton Davis, right? That big press man corner that wants to disturb receivers at the line of scrimmage. When he gets his hands on him at the line of scrimmage and press man, he's a serious problem. They played a ton of it at Florida State, as much cover one as anybody in the country. Well taught. We saw Renardo Greed and Jerrion Jones come out of there last year, and there it is. You see length and physicality from Thomas. That's exactly what he does. He matches receivers in close quarters. Now, needs to work a little bit on the eyes and the footwork in off coverage and zone coverage, but I think if you're talking about Aaron Glenn now putting his stamp on this defense, this is the first step. And you think about Sauce Gardner on one side, lengthy, man-to-man corner, can do anything for you. Azareye'h Thomas on the other side, lengthy, man-to-man corner who can win in press coverage. I think this is exactly just one of the guys. And the other concern here, we did it with Will Johnson earlier, Thomas going ahead of Siobhan Revel, we just wonder about his knee also in the medicals. But I think this is, as the first two picks, you got the Lions feel of, okay, offensive tackle, tight end, we're trying to get the bulk on this offense. This is an Aaron Glenn pick. Azareye'h Thomas, one of the best press man corners in the class.
Huge fan of Azareye'h Thomas. He's one of my top 40 players in the class. For a lot of people, long speed was an issue for him. He actually, in our GPS tracking, hit 23 miles per hour. So long speed, I think it takes him a while to get up to that long speed, but it's not really that big of a question for me. You mentioned the length before in press coverage, and you saw some of those forced completions at the Senior Bowl. 23% forced completion rate since 2023. That's 99th percentile for all corners. The length is a serious problems for receivers at the catch point. I was a huge fan of Azareye'h Thomas. Got to get a little more physical and not the most explosive player overall, but you want this guy in a press scheme, and I think he can be really good in that.
This next pick here was a bit of a shocker to me. The Denver Broncos pick Illinois wide receiver Pat Bryant over the likes of Alec Iomaner, Jalen Royals, Savion Williams, Torrey Horton, guys like that who probably would have been seen as similar types of picks. When you look at Bryant, he is a big, strong, contested catch X-receiver. You talk about guys that can play on the line of scrimmage. Pat Bryant's one of them. Now, this past year, 32nd percentile in separation against single coverage. As a whole, over a 2-year sample size, 54th percentile in that category. There is so much that he brings to the table when it comes to strength on the line of scrimmage. Blocking, he will block his ass off for you.
Yep.
And like I said, that strength at the catch point. I totally understand why you're gravitating towards a player like this, but was ranked at 158th on my big board. Somebody who I still like. If he would have been picked 4th, 5th round, I would have went, love it. Nice. Like the football player. 74, a little rich for me, but I can understand probably what the Broncos were going for here. This guy was very clearly just a lot higher on their board. What do you guys think of Pat Bryant making it into the beginning of the 3rd round here?
Again, very surprised a guy like Bryant went over somebody like Alec Iamaner. So, again, you mentioned the league being lower on Iamaner. Somebody might get a steal maybe tomorrow on him. But I think Bryant, to me, I like him. I like his competitiveness, his body control, his willingness to high point the football. He's an A-plus competitor. I just see his traits and his skills, and I see kind of just a decent all-around player. I don't see one trait that necessarily sticks out. I think he's solid. I think Sean Payton's going to like him. He's very workmanlike, but I'm missing that one trait for Pat Bryant that just stands out to me, and I go, oh wow, that's it right there. That's what could make him a potentially dominant player.
I had him 91 on my personal big board, so I did think Pat Bryant was a 3rd-round caliber player. Now, I did have Alec Iamaner a lot higher on that big board, so I would take an Iamaner there, but Pat Bryant, listen, not the best athlete, but he has an elite hands. He had a 1.8% drop rate this past season, and Trevor just mentioned it right there. R.J. Harvey is going to love this guy. This guy really blocks his butt off in the run game as well. So, like Dalton said, does not really have a true trump card, but he makes some outrageous catches for Illinois, really strong hands, and a really, really good blocker, too.
Yep. Fan. Just not as much of a fan as I was of Alec Iamaner.
Yeah.
Same. Yeah.
I don't really know. What does Pat Bryant do better than Alec Iamaner?
Because Alec can block, too.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that's the part where
Alec has a track background.
To me, you have similar players that I thought Alec was just a little bit better all around than Bryant. But
Agreed.
I don't know what the deal is with Iamaner. Is that just us? Are we going crazy? We too in love with him or what?
No, it's the kids that are out of touch. All right, let's look at best available. Kevin Winston Jr., top of the board at 33. I knew that I was sort of going out on a limb with having him at 33. So I figured that he would probably be at the top of this list for a little bit, given the fact that his tape was a little up and down this season before he had the injury. And anytime you got a secondary player with a knee injury, obviously we know the NFL's a little wary on it. Savon Revel is on this list here. Xavier Watts. Shadur Sanders obviously is still here. I'm a little surprised that Braden Swinson and Princely Uman-Mielen are here. Cam Scadaboo, wondering if we get him here in the 3rd round. Dylan Sampson, Caleb Johnson, those guys are still on the board from the running back position. I think this is now where we start talking about guys like Kyle Kennard, another linebacker that you liked. You talked about a little earlier. Chris Paul Jr. from Ole Miss. Marcus Bowe. Is this the range where he starts to go? Jared Wilson, one of the best centers in this class, still available here. Now I have him ranked 88th. We're starting to get in the range of around where he was on my big board here. Wyatt Milam, Jack Sawyer, Jordan Phillips, Charles Grant, Jordan Birch. And then we get into a guy like Jalen Milroe as well. When you guys look at the best available, anybody outside the obvious ones we've kind of talked about already, but is there somebody that you think is coming off the board here pretty quick?
I think about this. 2 of these developmental tackles for the 49ers I've thought about that would be good fits. Cameron Williams from Texas and Charles Grant from William and Mary. I wouldn't be shocked if it was either of those guys either. They still need they need to look towards the future a little bit on the offensive line. I know we're about to get the pick here, but I think those 2 guys either here or maybe with their next pick would be really good fits for the 49ers.
I love Josiah Stewart. I think Josiah Stewart I would take in the 3rd round here. Even as a designated pass rusher, he could be a really good player, and it's not Josiah Stewart. Nick Martin, linebacker, Oklahoma State.
Oh, my goodness.
It's interesting.
Wow. Okay. I had Nick Martin ranked 307th on my board. Like I thought he was a 6th, 7th round pick. He is a fiery competitor. He is extremely explosive. He is just very undersized for the position. So you are, I think, where's his, let's see. I want to see his mock draftable here.
He's missed 15%, and that size shows up in run defense. He's missed 15% of his tackle attempts this past year as well. Now, you mentioned the movement ability. He does move really well.
He is 6th percentile in height, 2nd percentile in weight. So obviously his athletic scores are phenomenal.
Yeah, 6'2", yeah.
87th percentile, 89th percentile, 86th percentile, 81st percentile, 81st percentile, in 10-yard split, 40-yard dash, vertical jump, broad jump, and then the bench press as well. Love that. Love to see that.
He is a weapon as a blitzer. I'll give him that.
Yeah, I know, but In the third round?
No.
It's 75?
This is really high. This is really high for him.
I mean, that's the problem is if you're a linebacker, we've talked about this before, if you're a linebacker who's best known as a blitzer, are you a linebacker? I mean, that's just...
You're a specialized player at that point.
Right. I'm looking at the last 2 years. Run D grades, 59.9, 63.2. Coverage grades, all between 61 and 63 for 3 years. And I got to be honest with you, this is just from the college football side. The way Oklahoma State's played, the way Oklahoma State played defense this year, I'm not touching anybody.
What, you're just saying, like, 'cause the lack of success?
That was one of the worst Power 5 defenses that I watched all season, this Oklahoma State team. And I know there was some appeal. I thought the appeal was going to be for the other guy, Colin Oliver, but way later than this.
Right.
Because even Oliver, I think, is a better blitzer than Martin is. This might actually be today the biggest reach to me that we have seen.
Oh, I think that it absolutely is. Again, the pass rush grade is the best from him, but you're specifically as a blitzer. And maybe they view blitzing as a linebacker as like a...
Saleh never blitzes.
Like an offensive weapon, but this is...
I would like to know when, in the last 4 years in New York, that Robert Saleh was blitzing a guy like this. I just throwing that out there, too. If he's a blitzing linebacker, we never had that in New York. Where's that? Sorry, I'm airing it out a little bit right now.
No, I can't believe that this is the pick here. If you were going to go with an undersized linebacker, why aren't you taking, like, Smile Munden from Georgia?
It's like Jalen Walker from Indiana, but I still wouldn't do it in the third round.
If you want a blitzing linebacker, I mean, Danius Dustin can get out to the quarterback, too, if you want him to.
Sure.
And he's not sixth and second percentile.
Or take his teammate, Colin Oliver.
Yeah.
This is the first pick today. I'm lost. I'm a little lost on this one.
Cowboys made a heck of a pick, though, right after.
Well, they gave Robert Saleh the keys, man. They gave him the keys to this draft.
Man, I can't believe he's picked in the third round.
I don't know. I think Kyle Shanahan.
Where was he on
is he in
consensus?
Cancun? Where is he?
Let me see.
170 on the consensus.
He's 170 on the consensus board?
So not as low as you had him, but
That's a fifth-round pick.
even still a fifth-round pick, yeah.
I thought that he would. I thought he would get drafted in the sixth, seventh round, but he was. I saw him as like a guy who didn't really grade super well, had the inconsistencies to him, and is not built the way that an NFL linebacker is built. So if he was a smaller player, because like we get outliers a lot of times that grade really well for us, and you go, okay, at least you're grading really well in what you need to do. So you might be a size outlier, but you can grade really well. Like for a little bit, like that was Howard Cross, right? And it's not really the way that we talk about Howard Cross right now, but like there was a time when I go, okay, Howard Cross, not built like an NFL defensive lineman at all, but grading super well. So at least he's doing what he needs to be doing. I don't really see that from Nicholas Martin.
Two incredible picks back-to-back after this, by the way.
Sabone Revel to the Dallas Cowboys. Excellent value in the third round. Princely Uman-Mielen.
Dude, Nick Scorton and Princely Uman-Mielen for the Carolina Panthers.
Oh, the Panthers are loading up. See, this is what I'm getting at. Take Tet.
Tell him.
Load up.
Tell him.
This is you. Honestly, you want the Panthers' ideal draft because I even saw some Panthers fans on Twitter late last night. Things like, well, we have the worst defense in football. Why are we taking a receiver? Just take him. You also had the worst receiving grade in football last year. You need a number one receiver. And the depth of this class is on defense, especially the D-line. To get scored into Faulty in the second round, trade up here for Princely in the third round, you talk about a pass rush now. A team had the lowest pass rush grade in the NFL last year. They're racking up talent, and they're racking up a lot of it. They got multiple guys in free agency. I know they didn't get Milton Williams, but they got a couple of edge players to work with these last two picks. I really like where Carolina and Dave Canales, Dan Morgan, I like where they're going with this now.
That's why you can never look at the draft pick in a vacuum because the depth of a class is always so critical. And Carolina saw that and they said, hey, this receiver class, after the top few guys, really drops off. This edge class really does not. We can grab guys like Nick Scorton and Princely Uman-Mielen on day 2 and get our true X receiver in Tedero McMillan in round 1. This is an A-plus draft from Carolina. Princely Uman-Mielen has A-plus pass rush grades in 4 straight years at Florida, then at Ole Miss too. This is an incredible draft by Carolina. Right
Shout out PFF Eric.
This is an Eric Eager draft right here.
This is an Eric Eager pick. Gotta be an Eric Eager pick. Because we love it, obviously.
Yeah.
PFF alum Eric Eager, who now works for the Carolina Panthers, having a hell of a draft, really. And to get Princely Uman-Mielen and his situational pass rush efficiency in the third round, you take a chance on that, right? We talked about him as a fringe, sort of like top 50 pick, and go like, okay, we've sometimes mocked him in the first round, and I can understand the pushback of people who said like, do you really want to take him in the first round? You take him in the third round all day.
Yes.
Like you don't have any worries because even if if he is just a situational pass rusher for you, the frequency in which he was a winner, this dude's got some of the best first step explosiveness and the best bend of any of the pass rushers in this class. This is the easy third round bet all day long.
By the way, Dallas has rebounded incredibly after the Tyler Booker pick. And even so, you look at this class now, you got Tyler Booker, you got Donovan Ezraku, you got Savon Ravel.
Yeah.
Put that in any order.
Yeah.
And I know it's a little bit of a funky order for most people. That is still an incredible class for Dallas right now.
It's 3 top 50 players for sure.
Exactly. Yeah. Incredible. I mean, Savon Ravel, elite size, elite speed, obviously coming off the torn ACL, but he has the measurables and even the attitude that you look for in a press corner. I think he has a really, really high ceiling at corner.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's you wonder again, like Will Johnson, if the medical with the knee injury, teams were questioning that, or if it's a scheme fit thing, and it's maybe an odder scheme fit with Matt Eberflus, so he runs a boatload of zone as opposed to press man. But you have Diggs, you have Bland. Let Ravel stay in the background a little bit, even with Kalen Carson. I mean, they've got bodies at corner right now in Dallas. So look, their pass defense, it's going to be a problem. With Ezraku and Parsons, with all these corners on the back end, again, if they can find a way to stop the run, Dallas will have a really, really good, well-rounded defense. But I'll say it again, don't fall behind them in these games. Don't fall behind.
And that's why, you don't want to be too harsh on teams in the first round. Obviously, if they're picking somebody that you think has no business being in the first round, you can call that out. But you got to wait really until round 2 and 3 to see what the draft strategies are. And I think for Dallas, yeah, I'm a little shaky about taking Tyler Booker at 12 overall. I'm not going to lie. But now you look at it and it's like, all right, if they would have taken Donovan Ezraku at 12 and Tyler Booker at, I don't remember the number that Donovan Ezraku got picked, all of a sudden I go, yep, home run for Dallas. And so I think you have to look at these 3 picks and just say, yep, still a home run for Dallas.
Yep.
Maybe didn't love the prioritization of how we got here, but can I just go back to this? I'm sorry, I'm not going to harp on it. If Nicholas Martin ends up being a Pro Bowler, I'll eat it. It's fine. They thought they had to pick Nick Martin at 75 when they pick again at 100, 113, 138, 147, 160.
That's prime real estate for all the linebackers right now.
That's also what's crazy. Liking the player, not too crazy for me, but I guess liking the player because he's such
part of the skill of the draft is reading the room. Right?
I know. Yeah, it is. It's reading the room. We're going to read the room as we're going to read all the guys that are available here. Right after we get back after this break. Prize Picks, the best place to win some cash while you are watching sports. The app is super easy to use. Just download the Prize Picks app and pick more or less on a few player stats. You could win up to 1,000 times your cash on a single lineup. Just pick a handful of players. You see Baker Mayfield's numbers right there. You see the passing touchdowns for next year. You see the rushing touchdowns. Matt Stafford's there. We got some rookies in there as well that have been picked over the last couple of days. They'll be uploading those, and if you feel like a rookie went to a really advantageous spot to get pretty sharp on those more or less odds, go ahead and check it out. Available in over 40 states, including California and Texas. Best of all, if you play $5 on whatever that first lineup is, you get $50 free, win or lose, if you use the promo code PFF when you sign up. So make sure that you're using that promo code PFF when you sign up, because when you string together a lineup that you feel good about, whether you win or lose, you're going to get that $50 in free bets. So check it out. Go download Prize Picks today.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus.
Back here on PFF's 2025 NFL Draft coverage, we've got a feel-good pick here at number 79 as the Houston Texans have taken Jalen Noel, the wide receiver from Iowa State. And the reason why this is a feel-good pick isn't just because, oh yeah, this guy achieves his dream, he's playing for the NFL, he gets picked to an NFL team, what a wonderful moment. It's also the fact that he just got drafted to the same place that his teammate Jaden Higgins got drafted to. And so these two dudes were one of the best duos in all of college football from the receiver position. Now they both get to go to the same team in the NFL. Got to be an extremely cool moment for these guys. Both of them were obviously at Iowa State, both of them were at the Senior Bowl, both of them were major standouts at the Combine. So cool that these two guys get to be on the same NFL
They were
team
both
together.
so much fun to watch together all year because they're so different. Higgins on the outside at 6'4", making catches over the middle, great hands, and Jalen Noel just, in the slot, just this explosive player with 4.3 speed, a really good route runner, can beat man-to-man coverage. And I'll tell you what, every single time, we've said this 100 times during the season, every single time Iowa State needed a clutch play, a game-changing play, a big first down, number 13, Jalen Noel, was getting something in the slot from Rocco Becht. I got to tell you, it's really cool to see these two guys stay together going down to Houston. And also, I know Christian Kirk, look, I think they got the trade, he's only on a contract for this year, right? The future all of a sudden is here. And again, I know the focus is on the Texans' offensive line, and if I remember it, they have not taken an offensive lineman, right? Or
The Texans?
Well, they took Ursary. Sorry. So
Yeah.
they took Ursary, but you've reset this receiving core for the future now. Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, eventually, yes, coming back from the injury, Tank Dell as well, depending on where that's at. But you've got serious talent now at receiver, I just thought about it too. Still have Xavier Hutchinson, former Iowa State Cyclone.
True.
We just got a whole Iowa State receiving
that.
room plus Nico Collins. But to get Higgins and Noel on the same team is really cool. They have two very different skill sets, but both really talented players.
Usually slot receivers are not known for being deep threats. Jalen Noel is absolutely a deep threat. He led the Power 4 this past year with 609 receiving yards on 20-plus yard throws.
It's pretty crazy.
And nuts. He is an extremely dangerous threat way down the field, too. I like Jalen Noel a lot. And I really like Jordan Burch, the Arizona Cardinals.
I was going to say, I wanted to hit on Noel because Dalton was freaking out about it. But right before that, we had Jordan Burch at number 78 to the Arizona Cardinals. Man, the Cardinals just loading up on that defensive side of the football. Will Johnson, Walter Nolan, now Jordan Burch. I mean, they brought back Barron Browning. They signed Josh Sweat, Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, Darius Robinson in there as well. You throw in guys like B.J. Ojulari, Xavier Thomas, Zaven Collins, Justin Jones, Bilal Nichols, like L.J. Collier's on this team.
Is that all 53? Is that all 53 on the roster?
It's a lot of names that you're now throwing at the front seven where very clearly there is no excuse now on that defensive side of the football. I mean, Jonathan Gannon is a defensive-minded head coach. And Monty Austin Fort has, I don't think he's like doing this as like a test or something, but he's basically saying, here you go. It's not going to get better than this. Not to say it's a perfect defense, but in the reality of how you build a team, they are investing so much on that side of the ball, and they're allowing their defensive head coach to truly dominate with talent and diversity on that side of the ball.
Throw enough darts at the board, one or two of them is going to hit a bullseye, right? I mean, you've got Walter Nolan, you've got all those veterans you just mentioned, and look, Jordan Burch, I see him. He's got great size. I just see him in the run and pass game just as a function. He's just so functional, right? I feel like that's the word for it. He's just fundamentally sound. He doesn't make a ton of mistakes. He knows how to use his length. I think this, and he brings, again, just like Darius Robinson, just like Calais Campbell. You can play these guys in all different alignments and fronts. And look, Jonathan Gannon, it feels like he's just in the lab right now with a million defensive linemen. He's going to figure out who's going to win these jobs. I think it's going to be a competitive environment in Arizona on this defensive line for playing time with all of this talent. Burch is another one, just a talented player, talented and versatile for that matter.
3 picks really quickly because we got the Steelers on the clock at 83, but before that we had the Colts taking Justin Wally, the cornerback from Minnesota, somebody who, my goodness, I love the athleticism. I think his footwork is excellent. I think he sees the field incredibly well. The only concern I have with him, and it's a big one, is just strength. Like, can he play on the line of scrimmage? Can he tackle well enough? But my goodness, this dude moves like an NFL player. He thinks like an NFL player. If you can get him a little bit stronger, I absolutely think the Indianapolis Colts have a potential starting corner on their hands with Justin Wally here in the 3rd round. Dylan Fairchild, the guard from Georgia, going to the Cincinnati Bengals at 81. We talked about Tate Ratledge being a connection for them there, and obviously they don't get Tate Ratledge. They ended up taking Demetrius Knight in the second round, but now they get Dylan Fairchild here in the third. Kevin Winston Jr., our guy, who was ranked number 33, he was the best available for a little bit. He ends up going to 82 to the Tennessee Titans. And then at 83, we wondered, would this be Shedeur Sanders? The Steelers passed on him in the first round. Here they are at 83. It is not. They take running back Caleb Johnson. I have no idea where Shedeur Sanders is drafted.
Nope. It's either going to be somebody sneaks in at the very end of today, or it's just going to be someone takes him tomorrow for the value of it. I got to be honest. I know the excuse out there is going to be the tools. This just feels like they don't want to deal with the noise of Shedeur Sanders.
Right.
I don't think it's not like he can't throw a football more than 15 yards.
No, and obviously, look, I don't want to harp on this too much because we don't have specific insight into this, but I don't know if he interviewed well with teams.
Yeah.
I mean, he must not have. Because even for somebody, I had him 45th on my board, right? I had him as a late second, early third round pick. And for the longest time, I felt like I had to be the one to say, hey, let's calm down on him. I wouldn't take him in the first round. But here, 83 for the Steelers? Who else do you have? So
Not Milroe either, by the way.
And it's not Milroe either, obviously. But I have Milroe ranked like 100. So for Sanders, to me, now I feel like we have to have the opposite side of the conversation. And for as much as I was worried about the physical limitations of him at the NFL level, and I thought of him as like a mid-third round pick, now we're at the point where this is no longer about the lack of physical tools that he might have.
No.
Something did not go right throughout the process, where he either didn't interview teams, they didn't like how he handled things on the whiteboard. I don't really, maybe it is the Deion noise, something, but it's beyond play. Because I'd tell you that even the play, for the pros and cons that exist with it, a team like the Steelers, he should have been the pick here if it was based on play alone. And very clearly now his fall was a lot more than just a lack of physical ability.
Yeah, and as far as the Steelers go, look, okay, then it's I think we're just resigned to it's either going to be Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins is going to be their quarterback. That's just where we're at. And that's how they're going to proceed with it. And in the meantime, they take Caleb Johnson, who I think does fill a need as a bigger workhorse type of body in that backfield. They still have Jalen Warren. They brought in Kenneth Gainwell, but Warren's not going to be the workhorse, the 350 touch back
Arthur
like
Smith
that.
offense, though, perfect.
Absolutely, if they keep it perfect.
A perfect running back in our
as long as they can block, sure.
Well, they invested in the offensive line over the last 2 years. In theory, these guys get a little bit older. They play together. They're healthier. Yeah, I don't mind this one at all. I
like Johnson for them.
Yeah.
He's going to have a lot of fun running through 9-man boxes, I guess.
You're going to have to.
He's used to it at Iowa, isn't he? I guess
probably.
I should point that out, too. He's probably used to that at Iowa.
Any thoughts on Justin Wally, Dylan Fairchild, Kevin Winston Jr. as the Buccaneers are on the clock here?
The Winston pick is fantastic from Tennessee. I mentioned this guy before as a guy that I thought was a top 35 player in this draft and could have been safety one in the draft. He didn't have a partially torn ACL. Elite tackler, the best tackler we've seen a safety in several years, honestly. Ran a 4.5 40 as well. He explodes downhill. He has sideline range, fluid hips. Only has one interception in his career, and again, the partial torn ACL, and its reaction time can be a tick behind sometimes, but his tape in 2023 was first-round caliber, and getting him here in third, I thought he would be a third-round pick, and Tennessee getting here in the third round is a home run pick by that.
There are not many guys who I would say, because it's just a rare thing now, there's not many guys who I would say that their tackling is a weapon. His tackling is a legit. I think not only at safety, I think he's the best tackler of any player in this entire class.
Yeah.
And I think his physicality and that just the modern box safety that you talk about that can come up and when he comes down into a linebacker alignment, he just looks like a linebacker. It looks so natural for him. And yeah, very little experience on the field, especially with this past year with playing only 2 games with the injury. But I think if you teach him the right technique and coverage, you could have a serious steal here for Tennessee. You can play him behind Amani Hooker they have Xavier Woods. They got some experienced veterans that you can bring Winston along slowly. But I'll tell you what, This is a physical player with a lot of tools and a lot of development to go in coverage. This could eventually I'm with you. I think if he's healthy and they develop him right, this could be a Pro Bowl type of player.
Yep. I'm with you. I definitely agree. I like Dylan Fairchild as well as the pick there for the Cincinnati Bengals. They certainly need interior offensive line. It was a major weakness for them. And Fairchild, I thought, got overshadowed by Tate Ratledge. Everybody was just like, oh, yeah, okay, Tate Ratledge. He's the good interior offensive lineman. I didn't think Fairchild was going to go ahead of Jared Wilson, though. Jared Wilson, just a phenomenal athlete, great tape this past season. I think very clearly he showed the only reason he wasn't a starter before this year is the fact that they just had Cedric Van Pran, and they talked about what a leader he was for that team and just in the middle of that offensive line. And so that's why it took Jared Wilson a little bit of time to crack that starting lineup. But I thought that I would not have thought Wilson would have been the third of the interior Georgia Bulldogs. I thought he would have been the first, actually.
Agreed. And there's some other teams here in between. I look at the Texans. Seattle's still an option at 92. I'll tell you a team, if they ever got the miracle of getting Wilson, that would kill to have him considering who they just lost. Atlanta at 101. You get Jared Wilson right in there for Drew Dahlman.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, low moving cost. Georgia Bulldog again. But I would, if I was the Falcons, they don't really have any ammo to trade up from there. If Jared Wilson ever got to 101, that's as fast a sprint as you could get. I would kill for it. But I still think he's going before the end of the night.
Fairchild makes sense, though. I was going to say, Georgia really teaches pass pro really well in the interior line because he's an 89 pass blocking grade over the last 2 years. He has plus size, plus length, really active hands. He's quick out of his stance, too. Got to get a little strong as a run blocker, but I think for Cincinnati, who wants to protect Joe Burrow at all costs, this makes a lot of sense for them.
For the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they just picked Jacob Parrish, a player that I absolutely knew that they would love because when you watch Jacob Parrish's tape, he is somebody that it's hard not to, right? To be honest with you, he is somebody who could tackle very well. He's probably going to be a slot at the NFL level, but he played on the outside for Kansas State. He's got great quickness to him. He's feisty. He was fantastic when he was at the Senior Bowl. And for the Buccaneers specifically, they played Tyke Smith in the slot this past season, but they've talked about wanting to move him back to that strong safety spot and have him and Antoine Winfield Jr. back there in the secondary. So now Jacob Parrish gets to move and play in the slot full-time with Christian Izzian as well, who they have on the team. Benjamin Morrison's now on the outside with Zion McCollum and Jamel Dean. And so now you just have a much deeper, and you go into the season much more confidently with your cornerback room with Jacob Parrish coming off the board here at 84.
Yeah, he's a little bit smaller, so in that slot role you worry about him. Maybe a tiny bit play in run defense, but his feet are really good. He stays in phase. I think he's got really good feel for leverage out there, whether it's outside or in the slot. And the weird thought that I have is like, okay, this Bucs team now has 1 million receivers. Do they just need 1 million talented corners to practice with them or what? Because you've already got Ben Morrison. You've already got Zion McCollum. You've already got Jamel Dean. Now you have Jacob Parrish. Tyke Smith, I guess, is moving back to safety.
I'll tell you, I bet two of those. I bet these two rookies start. I bet Jacob Parrish starts in the slot, and I bet Benjamin Morrison starts on the outside.
You're benching, then what, McCollum is?
Yes. I don't think Dean's on the team much longer. I think they already were sort of like sniffing around trying to find what his value is. He has not been consistent enough for them. And the cornerback run continues because we got Noel Williams now off the board of the Kansas City Chiefs.
We're going to run a corners instead of even. We're still kind of
light. We're still kind of light
on these defensive linemen too. There's still some good edge players.
Noel Williams is a ball hawk. He was a former wide receiver. Led the nation with 7 interceptions this past year. Has excellent ball skills with really, really good instincts too. He bothers receivers in press coverage. Really strong run defender. And Cal ran a very versatile coverage scheme, too. He played a lot of press coverage, a lot of off coverage, a lot of man coverage, a lot of zone coverage. He did it all for the Golden Bears. So I'm a big fan of Noel Williams. And like I said, he is one of the better ball hawks in this draft.
Led the nation in interceptions this year, like you mentioned. Does a lot of his best work in press coverage. Little surprised it was this early. I thought maybe he was a round 4 guy. But Williams, that's a Chiefs corner right there.
Yes, 100%.
That is a Chiefs corner. And every single year, there's a mid to late round defensive back, either at corner or safety, that Brett Veach gets and is really good. It might just be Noel Williams. You've got McDuffie, you've got Josh Williams, you've got Jalen Watson. Now you have Noel Williams. You have all those guys at safety. They're always just mixing and matching and doing all sorts of things in Kansas City with this secondary, and they are never afraid in the mid to late rounds to take a guy in the secondary that they believe in. This year, it's Noel Williams, and I think that press man ability really appeals to Spagnuolo.
Well, I was going to say, we've talked a lot about Spags' defense, and we did so on the NFL show during the season. So when you say that, okay, he's a Spags type of corner, What do you mean? What are we gravitating towards with what he's able to do?
In his case, and he finds different types of corners to have on his team, but in his case, it's about press coverage, the ability to be physical and either play in man-to-man or play cover 2 in the flat and then read the football. And like you mentioned, ball hawk and get those interceptions and flip the game upside down, right? Williams does those two things very, very well. I think there's certain times he's not always, especially in off coverage, he's not always the stickiest guy, but I think when you have a guy in press and you have a guy who's looking for the football like he consistently does, that's really where you cause problems for an offense, because if I throw it in that direction and I miss in any way, this guy's going to bring it the other way, and that's what he does. Also some kick return experience as well that he can bring to this team.
Anything on Noah Williams? Or you want to talk about the best available?
I think, we go to best available.
Okay, let's talk best available. Great value on Xavier Watts if he's picked at this point. Alec Iomaner, Braden Swinson. I'd love to see Cam Scatterbo get off the board. I don't think we're going to. I think the NFL just believes that he is a day 3 selection. Got Dylan Sampson still here. Even guys like C.J. West, Josiah Stewart, Jalen Royals, Jared Ivey. Players that I'm a little bit higher on that I figured, okay, this is probably where they go. Right? They're probably round 3 players, maybe round 4 players. But good value with players on my board here.
Yeah, 2 guys I really like personally. Wyatt Milam at number 91 and Jack Sawyer at number 92. These are 2 guys who were extremely productive college football players. Jack Sawyer was one of the leaders of that national title team for Ohio State, and Wyatt Milam, I believe, was the highest graded tackle in the country this past year. Now, Milam doesn't have the length to play tackle. He's going to have to be a guard long term, but he was a dominant offensive lineman for the Mountaineers this past year. I'm a big fan of both those guys.
Dalton, anybody really standing out to you?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised we still see Jared Wilson here. Again, I just think as clearly the best center prospect in this class that we have at least seen play center before. Right. I thought that would be much more of a hot commodity. I think there's several teams in this range before we get to the end of the night that could find him very useful, but there was talk about him even going in the second round. It just didn't happen, and both of his guards next to him have gone, and he is not.
I wonder if the NFL feels good about some of these late drafted centers to not force it with Wilson. Right, like Seth McLaughlin, Jake Majors from Texas.
I don't get it. I think he's clearly the best one.
I think so too, but
think it's close.
Drew Kendall as well. Joshua Gray, I think the NFL is a lot higher on than we are. I just wonder about that because Jared Wilson's a fantastic football player, and I feel like because of the scarcity of the center group, he would have gone a little bit further.
There's 4 or 5 teams he could still go to before the end of tonight.
That is very true. Chargers selection, it's in. We're going to talk about that and so many more picks right after this. Stick around. PFF's NFL draft coverage is brought to you by our friends over at Jack Link's Duos. Jack Link's knows that there's nothing like a great duo. That's why they've created the new Jack Link's Duos product. 2 different flavors of beef jerky in one bag. It's a fantastic combination right there. Jack Link's knows that the NFL draft gives us great duos every single year, like the one that you see on the screen right there. How about Jahdae Barron going number 20 overall? You need to pair him with Patrick Surtain, one of the best corners in the game. I absolutely love it. This Denver defense went from being a top 10, top 5 unit last year to a top 3 and maybe even the best defense in the NFL this upcoming season. Jack Link's Duos has a lot of really great flavor combinations. Mango and jalapeno is personally my favorite with the sweet and the heat there. We know that some people like the original and teriyaki, and then who doesn't love the tried true combination of buffalo and ranch? It's fantastic stuff. Find Jack Link's Duos wherever you buy Jack Link's jerky, places like local convenience stores, select Walmarts. Check it out. It's a great product. Tastes great.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 to get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus.
Back here on PFF's 2025 NFL Draft Show, Dalton beaming with pride, calling this about an hour and a half ago. The Los Angeles Chargers taking Jamari Caldwell, the defensive tackle, nose tackle from Oregon. You were so pumped about this one. I was trying to read the dang ad, and you're over here flailing your fists and trying to get Max to fist bump you in. So take it away. You talked about this one about an hour and a half ago, but now you get to talk about it as a reality here. Jamari Caldwell in that Jesse Minter and Jim Harbaugh defense.
This is the part. It's the direct replacement to me for Poona Ford, who did such a great job stopping the run between the tackles, plugging up gaps, and just making life easier for the rest of the front seven. That's exactly what Jamari Caldwell does, and I think he spent 2 years at Houston, had more of a versatile role. Sometimes he'd be a 3-4 defensive end. He was moving all over the line of scrimmage, but he goes to Oregon this year, and they say, look, you're going to play a little more of a traditional nose guard, sometimes 3 technique kind of role, and you're going to succeed. We just need you to plug the gaps and free up our linebackers. That's exactly what the Chargers were missing when they lost Poona Ford to the Rams. I think Caldwell's got an easy early down role for him very early on. I think it's the perfect player. 6'2", 330 pounds, doesn't have a ton of length, and I'll admit doesn't have a ton of lateral agility at that weight, but you just watch this guy play and you watch him shed blocks. Well, it does look a lot like Poona Ford. I'll be honest with you. It's just a direct replacement. I absolutely love this. Get him in the A gaps. Let him stop the run in this defense. I think he's got an early role on first and second down right away. It's a perfect match.
Elite run defender. Absolutely elite run defender at Houston and at Oregon. How about Green Bay? After taking Matthew Golden, they go with another weapon in Savion
Williams. I'm telling you guys, you look at this wide receiver room, and it could be completely different for Green Bay. Romeo Doubs with the concussion issues, Christian Watson with the health issues coming off that injury. I mean, he's probably not going to play until November at the earliest, and then he's an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. Dontavian Wicks, all the drops that he had last year, all 3 of those players could not be Packers years from now, and they are getting ahead of it. They took Matthew Golden, which I like in the short term anyways, and now they take a player like Savion Williams, who sort of has that Cordarrelle Patterson type of, kick returner, running back out of the backfield, wildcat quarterback, wide receiver type of feel, but somebody who they just don't make them often like they made Savion Williams with that size and speed combination.
He's a versatile player, but he also caught 75% of his contested targets this past year. He is a monster on 50-50 jump balls.
And there are some catches that look like so awkward from him, but then he's got other ones that are absolute monster moss catches in the end zone or just over the middle.
He's one of the weirdest players in the draft.
Yeah,
I don't even know.
100%.
I don't even know what to do with him.
This is the perfect spot because the NFL was like, sure, late third, early fourth. I could have narrowed his range down to like 85 through 115. I would have been so confident that he would have gone between 85 and 115. He goes on the higher end of that here at number 87, but I thought he was getting off the board right there.
It's just
no more, no less.
It's just that level of athlete. He's built like a tight end. Plays like a running back. Mm-hmm. You want him to play receiver. Cordarrelle Patterson's the only one I have for this, so I don't know if it's going to be a gadget guy. I mean, you look at some of the things he does on the field, it's freaky with the speed, breaking tackles. If it was me, if he was a few inches shorter, maybe I'd put him in the backfield. Honestly, that's where but they're trying to, clearly with Golden and with Williams, though, you're trying to add speed. You've mentioned it, take the top off, open things underneath, get vertical shots, get Jordan Love going down the field. Williams is probably a guy who can do that, and at this point, especially the guy that I look at with these 2 picks that might be as good as gone right now is Christian Watson.
Yeah.
Either on the trade block tomorrow for a late round pick or maybe just off the roster. I think these 2 guys make Christian Watson these 2 put his job in serious danger.
Are there? I actually don't know. Like trade restrictions on him being injured, like him recovering. I guess he's not on IR, right? So I wouldn't think there's
any restrictions.
Any restrictions?
To me,
you just don't get him until November, and then you have to pay him. So I don't think he's going anywhere because nobody's going to trade for him, and then he hits unrestricted free agency, so he's not even going to be able to play on the team.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I just think that's the guy, especially with the Williams pick, where you just go, well, Watson, size and speed, didn't work. Williams, size and speed, not a refined route runner. Can do some freaky things with the ball in his hands. Kick returner, I'm putting him back there in kick return just like Patterson used to. Kind of a weird player, but I think Matt LaFleur right now is going for athletes and speed.
You're hoping it's Cordell Patterson. I also saw a lot of Laviska Shenault when I was watching Savion Williams as well.
A supersized version of it, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm in on that.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have back-to-back picks here, 88 and 89. They have pick 88 in. And you know what? Close enough. Welcome back, Trent Baalke. It's Caleb Ransaw. You're basically just drafting this guy purely off athleticism, so I'm making a joke there. But Caleb Ransaw is somebody who was one of the winners of the Combine because he put up a show. He really did. 96th percentile 40-yard dash, 90th percentile vertical jump, 88th percentile broad jump. I mean, this dude was extremely explosive when he was in Indianapolis. He has got recovery speed for days, and they play him as a safety slot defender. And, you know, unfortunately, I think he shows off that recovery speed a lot because he doesn't anticipate super well. So I get worried, are the feet too heavy? You know, when you look at his 40-yard dash is fantastic. His 10-yard split was a little bit slower. It's just 70th percentile. So, you know, getting off the line of scrimmage, especially when you're in that press coverage alignment, flipping the hips, making sure you could go. Again, he's in recovery mode a lot, which you get worried about at the NFL level. But he is a super athlete. I guess they think he's a safety.
They need more help at safety. Again,
because he played more slot.
Yeah.
But they have a log jam at slot in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I guess Jerry Jones is playing outside corner because he played in the slot and he was fantastic in the slot and he was fantastic in the slot his last year at Florida State. He wasn't good when he was an outside corner at Florida State, but now because they signed Jordan Lewis, now they draft Caleb Ransaw.
But does Jordan Lewis play outside?
They gonna put Jordan Lewis outside?
They're just getting athletes.
We'll see.
Clearly, they're just
pick
getting
89
athletes.
for them is Wyatt Milam, your boy.
Love that one.
So he comes off the board here at number 89. I also love it. Little guard tackle flexibility there. He played tackle, one of the highest graded tackles that we had in college football this past season. I think he's more of a guard. What do you guys think about
Has to play guard. I mean, his arms are 32 inches long, which is 14th percentile even for interior offensive linemen. But what he has been dominant his entire career at West Virginia. 80-plus pass blocking grades in the last 3 years, and overall grades, 80-plus grades as well. 91 grade this past year, is second in the country. Really good balance, strong anchor, he has strong hands as well. Smart player. He can play a number of positions on the offensive line for West Virginia. Can fit in a gap or zone scheme, in my opinion. I was a big fan of Wyatt Milam, and like I said before, he was a dominant left tackle. He actually, Abdul Carter's first game playing edge for Penn State this last year was against West Virginia. I believe that was his lowest graded game of the season. Wyatt Milam did really well against Abdul Carter, was the number 3 overall pick to the New York Giants. So I'm a big fan of Wyatt Milam. I think he'd be a very long-term starting guard in the NFL.
The athleticism is certainly there. And I mean, when he struggles, it really is just because of that lack of length, right? But he in a very diverse run scheme there at West Virginia, too. And I think the situation you have here with Patrick McCarry at one guard spot, Ezra Cleveland at another, Wyatt Milam also doesn't have to start right away. This is somebody who you can take a year, get him in the weight room, get him a little bit stronger. Look, his arms aren't going to get longer, but you can get in the weight room and get stronger and deal with that interior, responsibility that you have in there. I think this is a great player to take as even a developmental guard late here in the 3rd round for Jacksonville. This is something that could pay off really, really nicely in the next 3 or 4 years.
I agree with you. I like that selection. I know it was kind of, having some fun with the Caleb Ransaw selection, but that's because he's ranked, I think, 221 on my board. He's somebody who I thought, tape-wise, I felt like he was a 6th, 7th round pick. Athleticism, I figured he was going to go a little bit earlier, but did not think the 3rd round there.
Caleb Ransaw over Xavier Watts still, too.
Wow. Not even close if you're playing him at safety. That's wild.
Some good football players sitting here in the last 12 picks of this round.
Tomorrow at noon, we're going to have some good football players still going on.
I know. We really are.
We're going to have Shedeur Sanders starting off tomorrow.
We are going to have Shedeur Sanders on the board, I think.
Or not. Maybe not. I don't know.
Well, those are the two options,
sign him
Dalton.
PFF. We'll draft him.
Maybe he'll be on the board or not.
Or not.
Rams back on the clock here at number 90.
You trying to tell me something about the Rams here or what?
I'm trying to tell you that they took Terrence Ferguson
I've said it before.
in the 2nd round.
Good player.
Now they're picking here in the 3rd. Number 90. What are we thinking? I don't think they need defensive line.
I think I'm in on Chris Paul here. Wouldn't hate that.
That would be excellent.
Would not hate that at all.
I love that for them.
High floor. Little undersized, but still a good tackler for his size.
No, that's great, man. I'd love that.
Is that what we're going with? We're just going to sit back and hope for Chris Paul?
No, obviously not, because it's a lot of dead air that we're going to have on a show, and we obviously can't do that here. So as we look at the best available, we'll go over to the best available. I got interior offensive line. I don't know why I have that here.
Dorian Strong, maybe?
It's not a bad call.
I think he fits.
Yeah.
He fits what they're trying to do. I
love
don't want
Kobe
to just say
Bryant.
the same names all the time.
I do love Kobe Bryant, too.
Kobe's just fun.
He's a dog.
He's just so much fun, isn't he? Linebacker and corner really are the two spots.
I don't know if there's another line.
Or actually, no. There's a third spot for me. The edge depth, I think, behind Verse and Byron Young.
You think they'd take him?
I would love like a Braden Swinson here.
I guess with him and
I wouldn't hate that at all.
you don't love Kennard, right?
No, I would take Swinson over Kennard.
Well,
I
for
would
sure.
take
But
Josiah-
like here, let's say Swinson on the board. Would you be okay with Kyle Kennard here,
Yeah.
like in the 90s?
yeah, I don't mind that. I have
Okay.
him somewhere.
'Cause I'm
I have
the
him
same
somewhere in this range, but with Swinson and with Josiah Stewart on the board, I would take those two easy over Kennard. Edge depth is something I think the Rams could use here. They might have fallen into a good one if they take it. Possibly. But a linebacker would work too. Chris Paul would be a nice pick.
Chris Paul would be awesome.
I would be in on Chris Paul here.
We got the pick in, but they have the special guest.
Oh,
people.
love this.
It is Josiah Stewart
Oh,
from
nice.
Michigan.
Good call out with the edge depth. It also makes a lot of sense that the Rams would be in on a player like this. They often, I feel like, overlook some size limitations if you're just picking a good football player, right? Somebody who is very productive. Josiah Stewart, incredibly productive. What do you have, like a 90.8 PFF pass rushing grade? I don't remember what it was off the top of my head, but he was one of the highest pass rush grades that we had in college football this past season.
Only Mike Green and Abdul Carter had a higher PFF grade than Josiah Stewart. this past year.
27.7% pass rush win rate.
That's stupid.
27.7. Look, Josiah Stewart is an undersized, angry individual, is what he is, and he's a good run defender because he plays with so much passion, so much fire. Watch Josiah Stewart take on pulling guards and see who wins that battle, despite giving up the weight advantage in every one of those situations. Even when he was at Coastal Carolina, he does not care. He's 110 miles an hour all the time. He's honestly, how much did he come in weighing at? 240 something? It wasn't much either way.
I actually thought he came in a little bit bigger than what I feel like he plays at.
He came in at
was the official
6'1", 249.
He's 249 pounds of pissed off is what he is.
He does play pissed off.
And I'm all about it. I love this guy. I was hoping he would go in the third round. I think if you want a depth designated pass rusher, I'm going to tell you right now, Jared Verse and Josiah Stewart would make me nervous. Very. Because Josiah is an angry individual who knows how to rush the passer and uses, I know he's 6'1", he knows how to use it to his advantage.
Yeah, that leverage he has, he absolutely uses to an advantage. And he's got the burst and the bend to win on the outside. He has the explosiveness and even the surprising power to run through a tackle's face if they overset too. He gives, like you mentioned before, gives maximum effort on every single play. Now, yes, below average measurables across the board, but he was one of the more dominant pass rushers in college football this past year. And there has been talk, I don't know if they would do it here, but there have been talk about him playing maybe a Sam linebacker role that can maybe even fill that need for Los Angeles at linebacker a little bit as more of like a guy who can get after the quarterback more. I still like him along the edge, but there have been a lot of talk about him playing Sam linebacker
I can't move him back the way he plays on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, he was too good of an edge rusher. Also, Josiah Stewart and Omar Spates as your two off-ball linebackers would kind of be hilarious because Omar Spates is just an undrafted free agent, and then Josiah Stewart was an edge rusher.
Edge rusher,
you moved
yeah.
to an off-ball linebacker spot, and so, hey, maybe it works. Obviously, these are great athletes. These guys are versatile, and they're playing as pros because, well, they're good enough to play as pros, but that would be funny if that was their
That's their plan, yeah.
nickel linebacker group,
Yeah.
if it was those two guys that was there. Ravens at number 91, they take Emory Jones Jr., the offensive tackle from LSU. You know, he went into the season, I think talked about as one of the best tackles in the class. And when I watched his tape over the summer, I always felt that it was pretty rich. And when I watched him, I was like, I think he's a guard. I think that he is a really good guard there. Oh, wow. Okay. We'll talk about Emory Jones in a second. Jalen Milroe to the Seattle Seahawks at pick number 92.
Which is only funny because when they still had Geno Smith, this was something talked about of, you know, Seattle could think about Milroe if he gets to them and sit behind Geno Smith.
Wow.
And now you're going to get the same thing with Sam Darnold. I mean, this is where we are with the quarterbacks, but they feel the value in Milroe and the tools. Darnold's on a 3-year contract. Maybe that's about the timeline.
Darnold's, like, technically with the guaranteed money, it's like a 2.
Right. But either way, one of either 2 or 3 is about, probably 2 years is about the amount of time that we think maybe Jalen Milroe should sit, get the fundamentals of your footwork right, timing, fundamentals in your footwork, accuracy. He really is the prototypical developmental quarterback. He's got the traits. We know he can run. We know he's got a huge arm. He's got the strongest arm in this class. But it's working on timing, footwork, accuracy, right? The deep ball's gorgeous. We know this. He's got a rifle. He can chuck it as far as anybody in this class, if not further.
Yep.
We know he can run the football. I wouldn't even be shocked to see Clint Kubiak mess around and get him in there for a handful of snaps a game and get some cat packages going with him, knowing he can throw it over the top as well, right? But if you're going to have Jalen Milroe eventually be your franchise quarterback, just like Lamar, just like Jaden Daniels, like even Josh Allen to an extent, the entire offense has to be centered around him, right? And his ability to run and be that dual threat. So he certainly needs time to develop. With Sam Darnold there, he's got time to develop. I think the Seahawks at this point felt the value of, you know what, this guy's got tools. We have time to develop him. Again, ironically, in a similar way that they thought about. Remember there was talks when Anthony Richardson was getting drafted about, so could Seattle take him even? They've been looking for a developmental player, and these dual-threat quarterbacks have appealed to them. Now they pull the trigger on Milroe, and once again, of all these 5 quarterbacks that we thought would go early-ish, Shadour's the last one standing.
Yep.
Which is incredible to me. But, I mean, again, tools, and it even feels like some of these other picks at other positions, these teams are looking for athletes.
If he's not the next quarterback off the board, I don't know if he gets drafted.
Agreed.
If he's not the next quarterback off the board, I don't think he gets drafted at all. And I don't think it's going to be here tonight. Would start tomorrow. But if we start to early part of day 4, like if Will Howard, Riley Leonard, Kyle McCord, Quinn Ewers, like if one of those guys comes off the board, yeah, I would think that Shedeur is going to go undrafted there. Seattle Seahawks, man. Gray Zabel, Nicky Manwari, Elijah Arroyo, now you got Jalen Milroe.
Again.
Well, some athletes you bet on right there.
That's 4 athletes. Prime-time athletes.
I was just going to mention the point, like Dalton just said, too. Clint Kubiak on that outside zone could put in packages. I know long-term you might want this guy as a starting quarterback, but short-term you could put in some really fun packages with Jalen Milroe at quarterback.
I agree. I think the early parts of his rookie contract, trying to make sure that he's getting a little bit more consistent, you can find ways to get this guy on the field.
Bears did it with Fields originally, yeah.
You can figure out ways.
Steelers did it with Fields.
Steelers did it with Fields as well. So there are packages out there where you can get a guy like Jalen Milroe on the field. So I am excited to see him with a pretty creative coaching staff there. We got the Saints pick in, and the rest of round 3 right on the other side of the break. See you guys then. Prize Picks is the best place to win some cash while you guys are watching sports. App is very easy to use. You can go download it right now. Prize Picks in the App Store. When you do, make sure you use the promo code PFF when you sign up, because when you do, if you put $5 on whatever your first lineup is, you will get $50 whether you win or lose. That's the best part of the promo, guys. Just select more or less of a few player stats. You see them on the screen right there. You got some rookies in there from this year. They're updating that as these rookies get picked. You see on the screen right there, you see Tethrow and McMillan stats. You see Colston Loveland stats. So if you feel like one of these rookies went to a fantastic situation, if maybe you like some of the things that we've been saying here on the desk about a landing spot of a certain player, you guys put your cheddar on the line. By cheddar, I mean $5. Make sure that you put $5 on it to get that 50 free win or lose there. But it's not just the NFL. It's NBA, it's NHL, it's MLB. It's all those great sports. So check it out. Download the Prize Picks app. And when you do, make sure you use the promo code PFF to get that $50 in free bonus bets.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus.
Welcome back to the PFF NFL show, the NFL Draft show, I should say. We had the New Orleans Saints who were on the clock when we were going to break. They took Jonas Sanker, the safety from Virginia. I like Jonas Sanker. I feel like there's a good range for him. Back into the third round, early part of the fourth round. I like this, man. This is a good player. This is a hitter. I mean, this dude just loves the physicality here. What are you staring at?
All right, so we were just talking about now there might be, this is like a real question now.
Good Lord.
And poor Tyler back
I do like it.
So the Cleveland Browns, right, we'll get back to Jonas Sanker and the Saints. The Cleveland Browns did just take a quarterback. It is Dylan Gabriel from Oregon.
Shadur's not getting drafted.
No, he's not going to get drafted.
I think he'll get drafted.
Still think he gets drafted?
Yeah, day 3. Like, someone's got to take a shot at him.
I would hope the Jets.
The thing is here is you might be right, but at this point,
There's no
at this point it's not traits based though.
No,
right?
no.
So
But
you just don't want him on your team because if you had any part of a quarterback need at all over the last 2 rounds, you probably would have drafted. Now, at the 4th round, I guess that's the very last spot. But if he doesn't get drafted in the 4th round, no team is going to take
no
him.
team wanted him as the face of the franchise. I mean, he's not going to be the face of the franchise.
If you
on day
pick
3.
him though, it's still Shador. It's still who he is.
Mike Green fell to the 2nd round for off-field concerns, but still someone picked him.
No, I know, but you're saying that he's not going to get picked because you don't want him as a face of the franchise. If you pick him in the 5th round, he's still Shador Sanders.
I know.
He still comes around with the same exact media and everything. And I'm not saying that's on him. It's not on him. It's something that he just has to deal with his last name.
There is still the upside that he could become a starting quarterback in the NFL. He's going to
At this point, no, Trev's right. At this point, it's looming. I don't think
he's gonna get picked.
There isn't the guys that went before. You want to talk about tools and Milroe with the running and Shuck's better. He's got the build in the arm and all.
We've run out of excuses
going behind
with
Dylan Gabriel, who is 5'10" and 200 and can't throw.
Dylan Gabriel's a good player.
He's a good player, but
he's gonna get picked. I'm telling you guys, he's gonna get picked.
All right, you think he's going? You say he's going to get picked?
I nailed every other one before.
There's a real possibility he might not get picked because the intangibles, whatever happened in this pre-draft process,
I hope he gets picked like the next 4 picks.
Teams
I mean, it would be quite the roller coaster.
You guys,
you're right.
This is a severe overreaction, I think. He's going to get picked. There's 257 picks. He's going to get picked somewhere in the 257.
Quarterbacks just operate over a different.
I know,
That's the other
but
problem.
he's going to get picked.
Yeah.
This would be the most shocking UDFA, I think, of all time if he goes.
Well, and the weird part, there's off-field concerns and there's character concerns. It's not like he's ever been arrested.
No,
or anything like that. Like
it just comes down.
They just kind of don't like him.
But again, that can fly at any other position. It can't fly at quarterback because you're not going to put a guy in your quarterback room or out on the field that you don't like. So, like an edge rusher that might be a little bit of a a-hole, right? Like I'm not gonna say it, but like an edge rusher who might be that, like you go like, okay, like we can live with that, whatever, it's fine. A wide receiver who could be, a little bit of a diva, right? A little bit of a distraction, whatever. We see teams put up with that all the time. They don't put up with it at quarterback, and that's why that's the only reason why I'm saying this is.
So
it's just a reality that I feel like is going to happen.
So as far as the Browns go here, all right, they just took Dylan Gabriel. Great career across 3 schools. 6 years at 3 schools, right? UCF, Oklahoma, Oregon, was just 3rd in the Heisman voting this past year, right? Had a great year at Oregon. We talked about him being the perfect replacement for Bo Nix. 5'10", 200 pounds, left-handed, has some issues. You've mentioned rolling to his right and trying to throw to his right across his body. I've got issues with him throwing in the red zone. But he goes to a Browns team with Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco. Dylan Gabriel's going to start some games this year, isn't he, in Cleveland?
Maybe.
Would he dare start week 1? I don't think so.
I don't think he's going to start.
I don't think so. But he's with in that room. I don't think
they would start Kenny Pickett over him.
I don't think.
I think
Flacco.
Start Kenny Pickett.
Probably.
Kenny Pickett won a Super Bowl.
He did.
He did play. There's 2.
Joe Flacco won a Super Bowl.
Actually won a Super Bowl. 2 Super Bowl. Actually did it. They both
insane pedigree there.
Yeah.
2 Super Bowl champs and Dylan Gabriel. Dylan Gabriel's going to start games.
Never thought you would say you had 2 Super Bowl champs in a Browns quarterback room, but there we go. So.
I just heard.
I was waiting for a stop reaction.
Just for everybody who's watching at home, we just heard Tyler, our producer, who is a Browns fan, just yell "Come on" so loud that it went through the soundproof glass, which is great. Jonas Anchor, any thoughts on him? I like him. This is a good football player. Again, a thumper over the middle. Somebody's going to bring the boom. He's a little undersized, but somebody who I think could play a little slot, could play a little strong safety for you. Somebody think gives you the physicality that you want in your safety.
You just get little reminders in his game of the previous Virginia box safety Shamari Connor for Kansas City, right?
Your guy.
Got kind of I love that guy.
Yeah,
just
I know.
A similar player, physical, coming down 100 miles an hour all times to hit. I don't think I would trust him back there single high very often, but down towards the line of scrimmage in that curl flat area, I do like Sanker. And Saints are building some young depth in this secondary. I don't mind it.
And really quickly, because we had a lot of Ravens fans in the chat, because immediately when they took Emory Jones, Jalen Milroe went off the board. We didn't really give any Emory Jones analysis there. I do like Emory Jones.
That's a Ravens pick.
It is a Ravens pick. I don't think he can play tackle in the NFL. He's got very, very heavy feet at tackle, which really got exposed against speed rushers in the SEC. But he's got long arms for a guard. I think he'd play guard for a team. And I think, for the Baltimore Ravens, it makes sense that they kind of need some guards right now, right? With Daniel Falele, really the only starting caliber player right now. Andrew Voorhees is currently slated to be other starter at guard. Emory Jones could win that job in training camp and become the other starting guard for them.
And he wins up front with power.
Yeah.
Right? I think the feet are heavy. I think his movements are heavy. I wouldn't use the word nimble to describe him. I don't think he's an outside zone type of a player. But for the Ravens, yeah. Put him inside, Let him play guard, let him be a heavy offensive guard, and let him move people off the ball. That's when I think he is at his best. So I do think that this is a good pick from the Baltimore Ravens.
You want him to fight in a phone booth, and if he's going to be a starter, it's because there's improvement in pass protection inside. You mentioned it, can't handle speed on the edge. That's the real problem. If he can pass protect inside, he could start. He's got enough talent. He can fight in a phone booth. He's got the power. I think this you got an open competition at left guard, and he might be a part of it.
Yeah.
We have got
New England.
Is it here? New England here just took Jared Wilson, the
Let's
center
go.
from Georgia. That's a fantastic.
Great pick. Great pick. They're the ones that signed Bradbury, right?
Yes.
They have Bradbury there, but
I'm letting him compete.
well, Jared Wilson I think is going to be better than Garrett Bradbury.
Is it immediate? Is it week one this year? That's where I'm going with that.
I mean, who knows? Because rookies hitting the ground running. I mean, Ian Beckles, the former offensive lineman for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I used to do podcasts with him when I was still living in Tampa. He would remind me all the time because he knew I was a draft guy. He knew I would get overhyped about all of these prospects. This guy in the 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round, you know how good they're going to be for Tampa. And he'd always slow me down. And he'd just be like, Trevor, rookies suck. All right? And he would just remind me of that all the time. And he's like, rookies suck. He's like, I was a rookie once. I know how it goes. And he's just, that's how you are. Just the phrase that is repeated to me is you're trying to drink water through a fire hose when you're a rookie in the NFL. There's so much so much information and so much experience that you're trying to take in. It's overwhelming. And so I'm not going to say that he's going to be the week 1 starter, but I am going to say that eventually Jared Wilson is going to gain a starting spot along that Patriots offensive line. And the fact that they have Will Campbell and Jared Wilson, 2 of my favorite offensive linemen there, I like this.
They're building the future in the trenches now in New England, and I think they've spent every single pick on offense. Is that right? I think they have.
Yeah, Patriots have Will Campbell at number 4, Travion Henderson at 38, Kyle Williams at 69, Jared Wilson at 95. I love it.
Free agency was all defense, except
Love
Morgan
it.
Moses. Draft is all offense, building around Drake May. I do like what we're getting out of Elliott Wolf and Mike Vrabel and company there.
Falcons traded up to number 96 here. They're on the clock. They're on the clock no more. The wait for Xavier Watts is over. Xavier Watts and Jesse Bates. That's nice. That's nice.
If the Falcons had kept their 2nd rounder and things went differently, I would have thought about Watts there at 45 or 46, whatever pick that was they traded.
Jalen Walker, James Pierce Jr., Xavier Watts.
Yep, that's some impact right there.
Listen, man, I don't love giving up a 1st rounder to go up and get James Pierce Jr., but if I'm just looking at the players, that's a hell of a defensive haul. Their defense was straight up not good enough last year to win games. You've got 3 players who are all legitimate starting caliber football players on your team. And so that's why, going back to what we were talking about, or what I brought up about 30, 45 minutes ago, you do have to be a little bit hesitant when picks in the 1st round happen, because sometimes you might not like them, but you really, I think, have to wait until after tonight to see, okay, what did they decide to do with it? What was their overall draft strategy? And for what the Falcons really needed, they're walking away in this draft with what they needed. Impact players at the second level, at the defensive line, and in the secondary.
He is the best ball hawk you're going to find in this class. He actually was recruited by Notre Dame originally as a wide receiver.
Right.
Then made the transition over to defensive back, and you can see it by the way he plays. He has 13 interceptions over the last 2 years. I believe nobody else has more than 9 in that span. High IQ player. Tackling is going to be an issue for him, right? It's always been an issue his entire career. Got a little bit better this past year, but like I said before, the best ball hawk. Intelligence, his ability to break on the football is elite as well. He's not a great tackler, but and not because he's not a physical player, he just is not great at wrapping up ball carries. He's not afraid to hit people. But got to get a little bit better as a tackler. Got to get a little more technically sound as a tackler. But like I said before, he is the best ball hawk, corner or safety in the draft.
Pursuit and angles and breaking down tackling are the concerns here. But as far as you mentioned, I actually think I could easily argue he's the best single high safety in this draft. They don't run a whole lot of single high with Raheem Morris in Atlanta, but I think you talk about coverage, Jesse Bates and Xavier Watts on the back end there. I'm all about it. The coverage has gotten better. You got 2 dynamic pass rushers in Jalen Walker and James Pierce Jr. Obviously, Pierce came at a high cost with a first-rounder next year, but you mentioned it. This is 3 for 3 when you talk about what they needed on this defense to get better. They have a ton to work with on offense, and they got Michael Penix, and they're going to figure that out as they go. But they, if nothing else, despite the trade, they have improved this defense a lot right where they needed to in pass defense.
6 picks left here on actually 5 picks left here on day 2 of the NFL draft, because the Houston Texans just took cornerback Jalen Smith from USC. This is somebody who is feisty as hell. He's a player who, a little bit slender. I think he's probably more of a slot corner at the NFL level. They played him on the outside at USC. He doesn't really have the measurables to be able to play on the outside. He could play in there just because he's got the experience and he's got some of the reps, but I think he's more of a slot corner, I really do. And I think that gets the most out of what he does best, which is playing at the line of scrimmage, getting hands on wide receiver, and just being that fiery, fierce competitor. I worry about the strength a little bit. Right? I worry about him at the catch point. I worry about when he's trying to get hands on wide receivers, trying to bump them off their routes. Does he have that strength? Does he have that mass to him? But he's got the quickness. He's got some explosiveness. And he's a hell of a competitor. He's got a lot of dog in him, as they say.
He does. One of those unders. And there's several guys we're going to talk about, both, maybe at the end of today and obviously tomorrow, just undersized, angry corners that like to hit people at that size and like to prove that, hey, I'm not too small to play this game. Me personally, first of all, do the Texans have enough corners yet, or what? How many more guys do they need in this secondary?
There's not a limit.
I got to be honest.
Dogs.
That pick for me would have been C.J. West. I'm still in on this AD. You have to stop the run. The Texans' pass defense is going to be elite. You got to stop the run. Same way I'm with the Dallas Cowboys. That's where I'm at with Houston. Both teams in Texas. You got to stop the run too if you're going to win football games, right? If you're going to play the Baltimore Ravens again late in the season or in the playoffs, you got to get better in the middle. I don't know. That feels like a little bit of a luxury to me. I would have taken a C.J. West there.
Yeah. I like Jalen Smith, though. He's a guy I actually watched a couple of days ago when we were finalizing notes for this show. He's played a lot of different positions for USC in that secondary. He played safety, played the nickel corner, played the outside corner as well. I kind of like him in press man, but he's got to get a little stronger to play in press man. Mm-hmm. But he was a player that I would not have taken him this high in the draft. I thought he was more of a day 3 prospect, but just adds more talent to the Houston secondary.
Houston just never enough dogs. Never enough dogs there. Tackle Caleb Rogers from Texas Tech going to the Las Vegas Raiders here at pick number 98. Rogers is somebody who brings a lot of really good size, good length. He's a little bit older of a prospect. You see in the PFF draft guide, if you look at the bottom line here, just a little bit of a synopsis of sort of who he is as a prospect. Rogers, a highly experienced offensive lineman with 55 career starts, some impressive athleticism as well, which he showcased at the Combine. Lacks the ideal lower body power for anchoring and drive, but his frame and movement skills give him clear appeal as a developmental swing offensive lineman. And so the movement skills, now is sort of the time when we start to bet on these athletic offensive linemen, like Jalen Travis from Iowa State. I wonder when he's going to come off the board, right? Somebody who's a smooth mover, an explosive mover, but somebody who just needs to hone in on the power parts of his game. I think Caleb Rogers is sort of the same. It's a little bit earlier than I thought Caleb Rogers would go. I had him 182 on my big board, so I figured that he was going to be a day 3 selection. But Any Caleb Rogers thoughts, or just offensive line thoughts for the Raiders
And
here, addressing it here?
Not only athleticism, but this is the moment, and this point in the draft and on to day 3 is when you start thinking about versatility for offensive linemen. He's got at least some amount of experience inside as well, over 300 snaps in his career. Actually, all this past year at guard. He played 3 different positions this year. So I think you get teams sometimes that are just looking for versatile offensive line depth, right, as those 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th guys on your roster as offensive linemen that can play multiple positions. So, look, especially over the last 2 years, he's gotten a lot better, both in the passing game and the run game, and I think that versatility, I don't think, obviously, he's going to start. I don't think he's going to compete to start at right tackle right now over, say, DJ Glaze, the way he played last year, but it's always good to have depth on your offensive line, especially when they can play multiple positions.
He's a little stiff. He bends at a waist a lot. I don't know if he could play tackle. I think he's more of a guard in the NFL, but he has really good upper body power, and his hands are really, really violent as well. So I think on the interior O-line for the Raiders is probably where he's going to be. It's probably more of a backup player, I think.
Actually, yeah, this is the time that you do it.
Yeah.
This is the time that you invest in the athletes along the offensive line. Now the conversation starts to shift a little bit from, okay, complete football players to this guy might be a little bit more streamlined in what he's asked to do. And I think that's a lot of the conversation that we're going to talk about tomorrow as well when we get into round 4 and round 5 is, okay, this guy's just a pass rusher, but that's okay. You're just drafting him to be a pass rusher. Okay, this guy's just a stout run defender. It's all right. You just want him to be a stout run defender. We're in the almost 100s for a reason. And so just outside of that, we get to start to talk about, okay, this is a player's strengths. This is where I see him win. And this is how much I think he can do that at the NFL level. So Caleb Rogers is just one of those guys where, he just wins with his athleticism. I think he's pretty smooth in his movements. I just think he's got to get a little bit stronger. You guys mentioned him kicking into guard. He definitely needs to do that. But I like it for a zone blocking offense there in Las Vegas. And Chip Kelly's pretty versatile. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, he, as the offensive coordinator there coming over from Ohio State, I mean, he did a lot of zone blocking concepts when he was in the NFL, when he was at Oregon, when he was at Ohio State, it was a little bit more of a mix. Did a lot of between the tackle stuff, but certainly with TreVeyon Henderson, he was kicking into the outside.
Well, Dalton even mentioned in our college show, they played a lot of zone blocking, but when all the injuries happened along the offensive line, they switched to more of a gap scheme in the playoff, and it worked beautifully for them in the playoff. And why the run game that was really kind of struggling in the later half of the season. In the playoff, though, it really came alive. And Chip Kelly is a very, very versatile offensive coordinator with the schemes he runs in the run game.
Yeah, those adjustments won him a national championship for sure. I still wonder if at some point here they might think about Will Howard just to have him around.
He might do it. He might do it. Raiders pick is in, which means we have 3 picks left here in round 3. We got one more break before we get to that point. We'll talk about those picks and so much more. Recap of day 2 right after this. We'll be right back.
What does your child's future success look like to you? A job they're passionate about, traveling around the world, or just being happy and comfortable? But whatever their journey, you can help make it easier to achieve with a kid's investment account from Fabric by Gerber Life. By making a contribution to your child's future today, you can help give them the means to pursue their dreams. Fabric by Gerber Life was designed by parents for parents to make it easy to plan for and manage your family's financial path. With a kid's investment account from Fabric, you can start investing in your child's future today. Kids can invest when they're minors, but a kid's investment account allows you to invest on their behalf now. Start with just $20 with no contribution limits, tax advantages, and your funds are SIPC insured up to $500,000. Plus no commission fees, just a low flat monthly maintenance fee.
Portfolios are managed by Fort Washington Investment Advisors Incorporated. Additional services provided by Apex Clearing Corporation. All investing is subject to risk. Learn more at meetfabric.com. Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, Promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus.
All right, welcome back. Home stretch here on day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft. We got 3 picks left. As of right now, it's the San Francisco 49ers, Philadelphia Eagles, and the Minnesota Vikings to round things out to get 102 picks here into the 2025 NFL Draft. We had Charles Grant, the offensive tackle from William & Mary, go to the Las Vegas Raiders. So back-to-back swing, versatile offensive tackles. These guys who are pretty good athletes, pretty smooth movers. And Charles Grant was one of those guys who I asked you at the very beginning of the show, hey, is he getting in round 3? Or are we getting to talk about him here today? And I think both of you said yes.
Yeah.
I think both of you said yes, and we just barely get him in here at pick number 99. What do you think about Charles Grant?
What's crazy about Charles Grant, he didn't start playing football until his junior year of high school. And now, just a few years later, he's in the NFL.
Very casual.
Just very casual,
Of course.
yeah.
I mean, I could have done it.
Elite 91 grade this past year. You mentioned the athleticism before as well. He is a former wrestler, and you could tell by the way he plays. He wants to kill defenders when he's out there on the field. But obviously, big step up in competition going from William & Mary in the FCS level to the NFL level. Got to get a little stronger in the upper body as well. But like I said, this guy just started playing football a few years ago, and now he's a third-round pick in the NFL draft. That's pretty impressive stuff.
I think strength and hand placement are the two big weaknesses, but I think he is one of the more interesting developmental tackles. So Caleb Rogers, I feel like the previous pick is more of a swing guy, a guy you take for depth. Again, we all had him a little bit lower than this. This is right about the range I thought Charles Grant could go, and I think he's someone with a year or two of NFL-level practice, coming from a low level of competition there at William & Mary, but give him NFL-level practice, weight room, work on the hand technique, get in the weight room, get him a little bit strong. I think he's a good enough athlete to stay at tackle. I know a lot of people think, okay, maybe he's in some move him inside to guard, get him in his own scheme at guard, but I think he's got enough athleticism to stay at tackle. Give him a year or two. It would not shock me at all if he was starting for this team at some point. I think this is a really nice developmental prospect to take in this range. And I do like, again, you see sometimes this the double up with, at similar positions. The Raiders getting this offensive, first of all, you get depth. You get 2 good athletes who help the depth of your offensive line. And 2, if you develop one of them into a starter, both late in the 3rd round, that's a hit. I really think so, if you get 1 out of 2 to start for you eventually.
San Francisco 49ers, they're on the clock right now. Well, the pick is in, actually.
I think the Niners would have loved Grant, too. Just missed out on him.
Yeah,
It is what it is. That's the draft.
Yeah, could have picked him at 75. But they're picking here at number 100. They have Michael Williams at pick number 11. Picked Alfred Collins at 43. They took Nicholas Martin at number 75. Joey, do we think it's offensive line?
No, I'm convinced Robert Saleh's running this draft right now. They handed him the keys. Kyle Shanahan's in Cancun, and Saleh's running the draft.
Man, think Kyle Shanahan's good to go? He's just like, I'll figure it out on offense.
You know what I would love to see here? Cameron Williams would really fit
That's the other one. Yep.
He's like...
Oh, it's not Cameron Williams.
Baby Trent Williams, right? Like at his early stages of like what he could be, Cameron Williams. It's not Cameron Williams.
Robert Saleh's got the master key to the facility right now, and no one does. This is what's happening.
Banging on the door trying to get in. It's just locked.
It's Upton Stout, the cornerback from Western Kentucky. I do like this player. Again, like this is the 49ers very clearly just drafting much higher versus my board, but I do think he's a good football player. I think, again, he is a feisty, explosive football player. You're just betting on a guy who is a size outlier.
Well, Robert Saleh also took a Western Kentucky guy who was very high on last year in Malachi Corley to the New York Jets. He sees another one here in Upton Stout.
Okay.
You had to bring that up.
Upton Stout.
He was wide receiver 3 for them, apparently.
Nick Martin was 6th percentile in height, 2nd percentile in weight for the linebacker position. Upton Stout is 2nd percentile in height, 10th percentile in weight, 8th percentile in arm length for the position.
100th percentile in dog.
He is a dog. He's a dog. Don't get me wrong. So is Nick Martin. But very clearly, the 49ers do not care. They do not care about height, weight thresholds in this draft. They are just drafting the players that they think are good football players, and I do think that they are good football players. But again, I did not think they would be 3rd round players in the 2025 NFL draft.
And the fun part with Upton Stout, for as small as he is, and we're joking about, he's a dog, one of the best run defenders at corner in this class. If we're calling him a corner, I think he's a slot corner, right? He's a nickel.
Yes.
I would think
Yes.
so. One of the best run
He's
defenders.
not going to play outside with 8 percentile arm.
No, certainly not. I just wasn't sure if there was some teams that maybe thought he was a smaller safety. It'd be a tiny safety.
Oh, no.
So, I mean, you talk about 90.9 run defense grade this year for a guy that sucks.
He
Awesome
will give it his all.
Yeah.
He is in his lane when he needs to. He is a willing run defender. Again, it's just different when you go from Western Kentucky to the NFL.
Sure, I like his technique in man-to-man coverage as well. I think he shut it down for the most part this year, except, of course, the first game I see here against Alabama with a low, but that's Alabama. That's kind of a tough assignment, right? I do like Upton Stout as a player. I would assume then you're talking about maybe he's getting into the slot conversation there, and they've got Renardo Green outside. They didn't really ever replace Charvarius Ward on the other side outside, so maybe, Diamador Lenore maybe plays outside.
Sure, I can see that.
And just figuring out,
I can see it working for
or
him.
at both spots, Nick Martin, Upton Stout, slot linebacker, got some holes. Just get some athletes in here and let them compete.
Clearly,
right?
that's
And
what
these
they're
guys
trying
are
to do.
going to compete, like you mentioned.
I absolutely love this pick as well. Denver Broncos at pick 101. They traded up to pick 101. They took Savion Jones,
Yeah.
the defensive lineman from LSU, over Braden Swinson.
I was going to say, that was a little surprising. I'm a big fan of Savion Jones. though,
Now,
so-
I would tell you that I think that Savion Jones fits Denver's defense better as a 3-4 scheme where you could play him as an outside linebacker. You could reduce him down as a defensive end. You can't really do that with Braden Swinson. He's a little bit more limited to just that outside linebacker role. So, Savion Jones being the pick here, I like it. It's just more defensive focus for the Denver Broncos. They're trying to be the best defense in the NFL. And Sean Payton saying, Vance Joseph, I'm handing you basically everything that you could want on that defense side of the football. I'll handle the offense. Let's get to the playoffs and let's make a run. And that's what I see from Savion Jones here with that pick.
He
Go
gives
ahead.
his maximum effort on every single. But you're seeing someone right here in the Senior Bowl. I mean, this is a guy you mentioned before. It's a good point that he could play as a 4-3 defensive end. He could play as a 3-4 defensive end too. He could play all up and down the defensive line. His hand usage needs a little bit of work as a pass rusher, but ideal height, ideal length, ideal strength. He's 6'6", 283 pounds with 34-inch arms. Really good burst off the ball as well. Still a little underdeveloped, but like I said before, he's a very versatile player that could be a very good player in the right scheme.
He's got, when he's pass rushing, he's got this like freight train feel to me, doesn't he? Just trying to go right through people. He's a violent football player. I think for his size, and he's big enough to reduce inside if you want him to. I think the Broncos like those versatile defensive linemen. You think about John Franklin Myers also, right? Where inside, outside, that versatility, those power rushers. So I think he's just another good guy to add to a really young rotation they have on the edge there.
And the final pick of the night, the final pick of the third round for the Minnesota Vikings, it is wide receiver Ty Felton. Didn't think the Minnesota Vikings would be using one of their few picks on a wide receiver in this draft, but he does feel like their type. He feels like their type of wide receiver that they like. Felton was a heavy volume guy and a good athlete in Maryland's system. A little bit up and down, a little bit hot and cold, but some of the really good plays from Felton are fantastic.
Yeah.
And they use him in a lot of different ways. Super versatile playmaker. Had a really good showing at the Combine. Thoughts on Felton being the pick here for the Vikings?
He ran a 4.37. He had the fifth most broken tackles after the catches pass you mentioned before. I mean, he was a really productive player in that Maryland offense. Obviously, he's not the biggest. He's only 188 pounds right now, only 30-inch arms. Not a great blocker either. He's a little bit not a great route runner at that size either. But good speed, really good after the catch too. Not a very physical receiver overall, but he's a fun player to have in your offense.
That'd just be. I wasn't a huge fan of Felton when all of there was a wave of, hey, check out this Ty Felton guy from Maryland, and I watched the first few games against some really poor out of conference competition. He tore it up, right? I think he had over 600 yards in those first 4 games. Then you get into Big Ten competition, and it's just something missing to me. And I think there's a little bit. He's a shifty route runner underneath. I think he can do some things after the catch, but I don't know that I see a whole lot of dynamic with Ty Felton. Maybe I'm missing something. I think there's several other guys here that are on the board. Royals, obviously, Iamane, or even a Torrey Horton that I liked better than him. I thought maybe for me, Felton's a little lower on the board for me than a borderline top 100 pick.
Let's take a look at the top available players that we have going into tomorrow. Just to remind you guys, we'll be live at noon Eastern when round 4 gets kicked off, and we will be there for you with coverage all the way through the end of the 2025 NFL Draft. We still have Alec Iamane on the board. Very surprised about that. Braden Swinson, Cam Scadaboo, Dylan Sampson, Jalen Royals, Jared Ivey, C.J. West, Damian Martinez, Kyle Kennard, Chris Paul, Marcus Bowe. I thought Marcus Bowe was going to go today. I really did. That's a big time surprise to me. Dorian Strong, we talked about a little bit. R.J. Mickens, I think somebody's getting a heck of a football player in R.J. Mickens when he goes on day 3. But what about you guys? Anybody that you want to shout out here from that list or any others?
Still got a boatload of running backs. I mean, we've only had 1, 2, 3, 4. We've only had 6 running backs drafted so far. And honestly, I don't know when the run might be coming. I think there's a boatload of talent at running back we could see. I mean, we still have
value.
Scadaboo's available. Dylan Sampson's available. Damian Martinez, Devin Neal. I mean, that's 4 of my top 10 back. I thought there could have been 10 or 11 taken by the end of today, and we've only got 6 running backs drafted in a still loaded class.
Max?
I'm still a big fan of Jack Sawyer, man. I understand the length and the measurables aren't the best for him, but he was a dominant run defender at Ohio State, and he provides more as a passer than I think he's given credit for, honestly. So Jack Sawyer is going to be a steal, I think, for someone in the 4th round now.
Appreciate everybody watching. Day 2 of our coverage here for the 2025 NFL Draft. If you guys have ever thought about getting in the game with PFF, working in the football industry, we're hiring part-time data collectors right now, so you can get in on it. You can work remote. The schedule's pretty flexible. Just check it out. If you're interested, go to PFF.com. I believe it's PFF.com/jobs, but you could find that jobs tab if you go over to the website. Shout out to all the data collectors that are currently working, that power this show and everything else that we do here at PFF. We absolutely love you. Shout out to Western and Southern for keeping the lights on here for us with this show. Shout out to our presenting sponsors, Jack Link's Duos, as well as Prize Picks. Like we said, we still got a lot more madness to go. We're not even halfway through the 2025 NFL Draft. Once again, you can't even wait until I get done with the sign-off to get into the beef jerky.
We've been sitting here for 4 hours. What do you want from me?
For Dalton Wasserman, for Max Chadwick, I'm Trevor Sikkema saying thank you guys so much for watching Day 2 coverage of PFF's 2025 NFL Draft Show. We will see you guys for Day 3 tomorrow at noon Eastern. See you guys then.
Welcome to Night 2 of PFF's NFL Draft Show. Round 1 is in the books, but there's still plenty of talent up for grabs. Some of college football's highest graded stars are